Good morning, everyone. I'm super happy to see you all here for NA3. And without further ado, I'm going to welcome our president NA3 to this conference.
Thank you. The march.
Giving a few seconds for your questions. Do you hear me at the back? Yeah, amazing, thanks. So, good morning, everybody. Good morning, NA. Good morning, chairing team. Good morning, international guests. Good morning, friends. I think I have some left here. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, it's very a huge pleasure to be here in front of you today. Having missed the two previous NAs, but yeah, I'm very happy to be here with you today. And I'm going to read because like I prepared it like yesterday evening, but I hope it will talk to you. So I'm not going to make a long speech because we have a very tight agenda ahead. However, I just wanted to start by thanking all for being here. We know that NA3 is happening during an ethic exam period. So special thank you to all those who are probably going to multitasking today and tomorrow. So over the next 2 days, we are going to go through presentations, through candidate presentations, through amendments, and through the voting documents. So I would invite everybody to be super curious. Ask any question you have. This is how I think we grow as a network, and also the way we challenge our thoughts, because like we do not have into science. So like if you have any inputs on any presentations and amendments, you have the opportunity to ask questions during the Q&A. Please do so, and we'll be very happy to provide you with that. Now I'm going to move to the safety and well-being part of this speech because I have to. So I would remind to add to that. I would like to remind you, sorry, that in the survey guide to have a list of names and phone numbers and telegrams, usernames for any. If ever you need or you want or you have to contact them, please feel free to do so. They're here to ensure that you have a very welcoming and safe space and events through this weekend. Also, I am not in that list, but if you come to me, I'm not going to ignore you. So, I'll be very happy to have as well. Also, yeah, you all also have access to our code of conduct. If you are in the Telegram group, you for sure have access to the code of conduct because it was the same, you know. I would like also to remind that we are all tied to that for this event, and also like all the participants. So please be aware of our way of functioning also. Also to help us keep this environment safe, welcoming, inclusive. As I said, we also know that behind all the logistical aspects of this event, there are people who work for months. We didn't maybe have a little like information the past days, so like I'll be very, very happy if we could all keep that in mind and remain kind with them. I mean, we can agree to disagree, right? That's a big thing, but always respectful and yeah, towards them. And now I'm going to, before giving the mic to Daniel, I just would also like to thank the chairing team who have been doing a very impressive backstage work for us to have this amazing agenda. I mean, you have to vote on it. You decided it's amazing. But yeah, I've been working a lot behind having all the presentations, etc. So thanks a lot. And without further ado, I would like to officially open NA3. And yeah, that's it. Daniel, you first.
So if you are used to the Swiss NAs, you know that usually after the opening from the president, we do have intervention from the international boards. Someone from the international board. this time, and against what we do usually, we will not have someone remotely. We have someone in the room. So I will ask you to listen, I'll say, with some attention, carefully, even though it's the morning, to someone that started her mandate more or less at the same time as me here in Switzerland. And we have been working together since that time. She's very special for me, very someone that's very inspiring. And I know whatever she says it with from the bottom of her heart. She trusts every single word that she says, and I think that is very inspiring. I don't have many people in ESN that I look up to. She's definitely one of them. So please welcome Anya to the stage. And at any moments during the weekend, take the opportunity to speak to her. She's very open for that. So please do take this opportunity. It's not every time we have. And also do speak to the international guests. They do have a lot of knowledge and a lot of things that we don't do the same way, and they can be inspiring too.
Okay, it's morning. It's the first thing you see me do, and I already look horrible. I apologize. I flew from Brussels because also I had an external event, so still recovering from GA, EGM. So yes, this is the state of me that you will get, but I will do my best. First of all, good morning, everyone. My name is Anya. As Daniel mentioned, I'm the Vice President for Development of ESN International. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I'm finishing my mandate on 1st of August this year, and it's a great pleasure and honor to be here. I thought that I will finish my ESN career with my last ESN event being GA, and then more for international students IG. But when Daniel invited me here, I could not come, no matter the sleepless nights or the amount of work, but of course. And the fact that you gave me this chance even to fly to Switzerland for the first time ever. So I can stack it up to Marco Comotti, who took web from me. But let's not go there. Okay, I still made it to Switzerland. The universe made it possible. Thank you so much for the invitation. And yes, please come to me. You are not bothering me. Whatever is needed, you want to know more about my path, what I do, or you just need help and support for the things that you're doing when it comes to the development part of ESN, HR, events, competencies, development, volunteers. I'm here. Please, let's have this conversation. And also yesterday, when I was finishing that event at the European Commission, I was very proud because they mentioned that Switzerland is joining again the Erasmus family, and I was so proud. And then I said, I'm sorry, I have to go. Where are you going? To Switzerland? And they're like, go. Yes, I will be going to Switzerland to my people to talk about everything that is important to us. So I hope my wish for this weekend is that we have an amazing time together. We reflect on what you did this year, how you can improve it for the future, and also make amazing connections. Once again, thank you for having me. And yes, I get to have one more NA in my life. And also a fun fact that I wanted to share. My mom asked me, why are you going to Switzerland? Is it one of the, is it the national platform? Yes, mom. It took 7 years, but you finally understand the national platform. Yes, so let's have a good NA. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Agrippina and Anya, for your welcome speeches. So we're going to run right to the rules of the game. So as you already saw this morning, what we do. First of all, to ask for silence, you saw everybody raising their hands. So as soon as you see everybody or someone next to you raising their 2 hands, please do the same and be silent to say it nicely. And from now on, also to express appreciation, instead of clapping, you will clap in sign language to make less noise and also to be a bit more efficient time-wise. Moving on for the question rounds that we'll have after presentations. We're going to do them on Slido, so you can already scan the code or use the code to access the style that we will use during this NA. Here you can just see an example of what it will look like. Yes. And so when you speak, I'm going to ask you to please state your name and section. If you've already been to a name, you know that we will call you out if you don't. Also be please concise in your questions. And when you ask a question, please only one at a time. If you have direct comments to something that has been said, please raise 2 fingers, then you will be given priority. And if you have a procedural comment or something related to technicalities, you can raise it 1 finger, and then you will have even more priority. And also to be sure that we keep time, even though we're already a tiny bit late. I have prepared a little something. So first of all, thank you, Flavien. So how this will work, I'm going to announce it before every presentation, depending on the time. But this will be either 5 minutes before the end of the presentation or 1 minute before I will raise this. So you know that you'll have just a little bit more time left. And then once your time is up, it's the red one. So then I will just ask you to finish your sentence, your thoughts, and then to stop your presentation. Yes, that's it. And then, as IVP said before, please be respectful towards everybody at this NA. Remember to speak English. I know it's tempting to speak French or German or whichever other language that you might want to speak with your friends. But yes, also please try to use inclusive language, not assume, and use terms like people, folks, ESNers, etc. And also, as we said before, please remember the code of conduct that you have access to also in the survivor guide. And then just a few important points of contact. So yeah, us, the charity. So me, I'm Benita. Hi, good morning to everyone I haven't met before. Then we have Casey and Jasper. We're all going to introduce ourselves a bit later. Then we also have our amazing heads of OC, Izzy and Danny. I don't know if they're in the room, but I love them. We also have Mathieu as our name here. And then Daniel, our VPD, and Barbara, our VPG. And so now we are gonna introduce ourselves. So I'm gonna go first. So hello again. My name is Benita. I have been a member of ESN since 2022. So quite a while. I've been in ESN Genève. I was an active member in a lot of different committees. And since last year, I'm the HR manager of ESN Switzerland. And so my mandate will end this weekend, actually. And how to make me like you. You can tell me about all the creative things you like to do, crafting, photography, literally anything. I love to hear about it. Also, take me dancing. I've been taking dance classes since this year, so please teach me more. And I love snacks, so please bring me snacks. Thank you.
Hello, I am Lucy. I am the vice chair. And that's me. That's also me. And I am currently the vice president of my section in Fribourg. I have been elected as president for the next mandate. And I'm looking forward to that. And how to make me like you is for sure asking about my cats. I have 2, and I will not shut up about them. And I will show you a lot of pictures. And I love nature and especially hiking. And if you know a cool place around here somewhere, please show me. Thank you.
Hello. Yes. Cool. Hello. I'm Jasper. I have seen many familiar faces already. But for those who don't know me, I was the president of ESN Amsterdam just over a year ago. Then last year, in the last mandate, I was the national on the national board for ESN the Netherlands, the network manager. And up next, really exciting, I just got elected a couple of weeks ago for the GACT chair for ESN International. Come talk to me. I'm a very social person, and I really like ESN Switzerland. When I was here in Lenk for the web, I already had a very good experience, and also very hearty expression of my love for ESN Switzerland. That's definitely my second NO in the network. And really ways to get to know me and get to like me is to do karaoke with me. Those who know me know how obnoxious I am about it. Any lakeside activities with water and sun, I love it. And cats, big fan of cats since I can't visit the ones at my parents' place anymore. If you have pictures, send them to me, show them to me. I'd love to see them.
Thank you, Lindsay and Jasper. So now we're going to move on with the introduction of the OC. So I'm going to ask the OC. I'm sorry.
Stands on the mark.
Yes. I'll say yes. So we do look like not a lot because we have people everywhere doing so much. So my co-head of OC Easy is not here right now. She's gonna come soon. She's probably gonna be noisy when she walks in, so you're gonna notice. I'm the other head of the OC. I'm Dani. Seppi, who's helping out with comms, but she's doing the logistics, and Frank also taking care of the stuff. You're gonna see everybody else around, likely with the shirts, because we try to look cool and recognizable. You can find everybody else there. Maybe you already talked with some of them yesterday, either at the bunker or at the campfire. And if not, well, you can do that today. And yeah, we're very, very happy to have you all here. Feels like still a bit unreal to see people in Fribourg. Like it's very, very cool to us, and like we've been thinking about this since last year, I think, and we're very glad we made it happen, and we really hope you do enjoy it, even though you're staying in a bunker.
Thank you so much, Dani. So now we're going to get right into the serious stuff with an amendment to the proposed agenda. Very quickly. Yes, one thing to say.
Just very, and it's unofficial. So just very quickly, if you didn't see the message, if you post stories, please make sure to tag ESN Switzerland so we can have a lot of great content for the weekend. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on, there was an amendment proposed to the agenda by the NV since no other report was submitted. So what the proposition is that we remove the 15 minutes of the audit report and we distribute it towards the presentation of the action plan. So I added 5 more minutes to the presentation and then 10 more minutes to the question round. And so to vote, I'm going to quickly explain the voting rules and then we're going to proceed with the quorum check. So how it works is there's 1 vote per section that's present. For all the votes, it's simple majority if I stated otherwise. And then for all the votes that regard people, so for any of the candidacies, it will be a secret vote. I'm going to explain that more in detail at a later time. Then how to vote. All the vote holders should have their voting devices. So when asked, please keep your voting devices high until we say that you're good. And so we're going to proceed with our first quorum check. Okay, so the question is, should ESN Fribourg change their mascot to butterfly after this NA? So I'm going to call each section one by one, and you're going to please say yes, no, or abstain. Yes, so let's go. Okay, so should ESN Fribourg change their mascot to butterfly after this NA? ESN Basel. Yes, no, or abstain?
No.
ESN Bern, ESN Pool, ESN FHNB, ESN Fribourg,
Oh.
ESN Genève, ESN EPFL, ESN Uni, ESN Lugano, ESN Luzern, ESN Neuchâtel, ESN Winterthur, ESN Zurich. So with eight yes, 3 no's, and 2 abstain, the curve is met. Thank you, everyone. So now before we can vote, we're going to elect 2 scrutinizers. So what the scrutinizers do is they help us count the votes and make sure that what we take down is correct. So for that, I'm going to need 2 people that are not presenting anything or not in the meeting, who would like to be our scrutinizers for the weekend. So do we have any volunteers? And international guests are also welcome. Sylvia, yes, what? Another one?
Yeah, of course.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm gonna just ask you to come to the front.
You
know that this is my 20th NA in Switzerland. So
One more time. No?
oh, so we run. Okay, so pages 3. Okay. So do you approve? My bad. Sorry, there's a mistake. But anyways, we can ignore it. So do you approve Sylvia Perez and Lara as scrutinizers? So for this one, I'm just going to say, raise your voting device for yes, raise your vote for no, and for abstain. So do you approve Sylvia Perez and Lara Franke as scrutinizers? Please raise your voting device for yes.
So they have to count because we're not in a function yet.
Okay, so raise your voting device for no, raise your voting device for abstain. So with 13 yeses, 0 no's, and 0 abstain, Sylvia and Lara are our scrutinizers. Yay. Thank you very much. And so now we can move on to the approval of the training team. So from now on, Sylvia and Lara will help us count the votes. So do you approve of this NA's training team? Raise your voting device for yes.
Can you please make sure that the
Yeah.
Thank you.
13.
13 yes.
Raise your voting device for no. Raise your voting device for abstain. Then with 13 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstain, the sharing team has been approved. Thank you very much. And moving on, do you sorry, I missed a slide. So first I need to ask you, I apologize, to approve of the amendment to the agenda.
It's okay.
apologies for that. So do you approve of the amendment to the agenda of NA3? Please raise your voting device for yes. Please raise your voting device for no. Please raise your voting device for abstain. So with 12 yes, 0 no, and 1 abstain, the amendment to the agenda of NA3 has been approved. So now we're gonna vote on the actual agenda. So do you approve of the agenda of NA3? Please vote your voting device for yes.
Thirteen.
Raise your voting device for no. Raise your voting device for abstain. So with 13 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstain, the agenda has been approved. And lastly, do you approve of the minutes of the last extraordinary NA that was held on the 12th of May? Please raise your voting device for yes.
Thirteen.
Raise your voting device for no, for abstain. So with
Wait. There is one up. We have to do it again. I'm sorry. Just check this, it's not counting.
do you approve the minutes of the last extraordinary NA? Please raise your voting device for yes.
Thirteen.
For no, for abstain. So with 13 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstain, the minutes of the extraordinary NA have been approved. Okay, so now we're gonna move on to the double track. So what this is that we're gonna split the NA. So if this is your first NA, if you're a newbie in your section, or if you have joined ESN in the last 6 months, you're gonna go with Waldo, our section manager, who's right there. And he's gonna give you the introduction to ESN Switzerland. And for those staying here, so that is if you're the only person from your section with the voting device and everybody else. Then you're gonna stay here and we're gonna have the annual report given by the NB. So if you are joining the introduction to ESN Switzerland, you can follow Waldo right there. Pretty cool.
Yes,
What were you telling me?
Okay, then. So let us start the fun part. All right. So we're going to present now the annual report. What is an annual report? Next slide, please. So the annual report is a recap of all the activities that took place this Monday, so 2025-2026. The annual report is used for several things, mainly archival documentation, and also most importantly, grant application, our operational grant application, and also external and internal promotion for activities. So this year, as few sections and they received, we only sent the very long format, 122 pages. So we hope that you had time to go through them. But we will briefly present some parts here today. Next slide, please. So this is how, mainly for international guys, how our annual report, is presented. So we have the different parts, mainly focusing on the different positions. We have the national at the national level, or in the national boards, we have governance, HR, and network. We have the trainer activity, the finance, business, education, IT, international affairs, and education and youth. Then in the annual report can also have the 3-year strategy assessments. So what we're going to do here today is to basically to present all the activities that we carried on by transposing it to the 3-year strategy, so you know like where we are at now. And then you have a section dedicated to recommendations and the visions we would like to share with the next NP. This pretty much what I already said. And also a very fun one for us, I think, is to present you a little bit our life in ESN and our personal life this year. So without further ado, I'm going to start with the governance part. The first one is our very key achievements of the year. I'm presenting it, but I really, really, really would like to thank this person who really worked a lot on it, so Daniel. So very briefly, mainly for international kids, because we already you voted on it in December, so it's going to be a little reminder. But like here in Switzerland, we had for a few years vice presidents who had a very, very, very huge portfolio. So the idea was actually trying to split that portfolio, and also we had the project manager who liked a little bit of strategic responsibilities. And the output was that we split its vice president position for the vice presidents of development and vice president for governance. They are going to speak again about it later, so I'm not going to talk much about it now. So we had a project manager position that we discontinued, and now we have all the communities of ESN Switzerland who are now under each member of the national board, which was not the case before for some of them. That's it. Results, we have a full national board. I mean, we're finishing with a full one. We started with no VP. That's really amazing. And then, we better alignment with ESN International's structure, and we have a more sustainable framework for future mandates. Next slide, please. Thank you. So now regarding can I move or should I?
Move wherever you like.
Okay.
You can see the same.
Yeah. Okay. So regarding the long-term strategic management, we have the 3-year strategy tracker that you have also in the annual report, if you would like to go through it. That was presented during the transition weekend that took place in August 2025. So transition weekend between the previous national board and national level, and 2025 national level. We had a midterm action plan presentation at NA2, and also we have the final 3-year strategy. As I said earlier, 3-year strategy tracker was embedded in the annual report. And another element that we voted on the inclusion of other support bodies in Switzerland, so mainly the arbitration board, the procedural auditor, and the legal auditor. Continuing the third point here, we have monitoring and continuity. So this is something that I'm mainly worked on. So we had, I did 8 out of 11 national level teams check-in this year. We did board updates at all the NE1, NE2. We also had this year the National Board Q&A when we opened the National Board positions to provide, to give answers people's questions. And then we actually reviewed, thanks to, I'm looking for her, Julia, the transition process was initiated. Next topic. It's me. Thank you. No. Okay, personalization around the network. So this year focused on more strengthening the internal, institutional and international cooperation. We planned essentially impact newsletter that was unfortunately not completed. Also regarding voluntary recognition. So this year we received really a lot compared to the previous year, 144 local members requests for the recognition certificates and 12 requests on the national level. We had automatization of the issuing process, and also we have assessment projects. For the recognition certificate. So we have actually the assessment planned. Everything is very ready in our tribe, and we just need to send it out. If you have any question on it, feel free to ask during the Q&A. Regarding personalization, we know it's been a few years that we have this point in our action plan, so the road to the secretariat. This year, unfortunately, I would say I didn't have the capacity to work on it, unfortunately, but I believe and we believe that it's something that we should keep in our longer strategy. Sorry. I talked about this community certificate and also a little new info. We were contacted by ESN ESN Winterthur regarding the possibility of a digital recognition certificate. So it's something that we are started discussing with them, and I think the next NB will look more deeper into that in the following weeks. I think that's all for that part. So now I can present something. So personal reflection, I'm going to read it because I took some time to come to that section. So this year I thought me that meaningful contributions are not always measured by presence. I thought serving this network from afar, I lived with countless memories, lasting friendships, and the conviction that the most meaningful journeys brings us closer to people and purpose and teach us when it's time to turn the page. A lot of information here. So I did my year at work, so you can see that I was mainly on my computer and on Telegram, answering messages, on meetings, on calls with the local president, the president community, and the national level. Mainly with the web, so it's the Western Open platform, talking about web for the newbies at NAs. If ever you feel very overwhelmed with all the sorry, but if ever your friends and connections ever feel very overwhelmed with the abbreviations that we use, please help them. Or at least I going to go to the so we will try to pay attention to that. Started this mandate quite slowly, to be honest. I need a little bit time to gain a little bit of confidence, but I think by the months that went, it became okay and had a very good synergy in the national board. Then greatly managed the time difference because I was 6 hours behind. So in the morning, I had to catch up a little bit everything, but also I tried to manage the different calls. Big up to the OC web link in Zimmertal. So Julian, I have to say his name because he worked a lot on it, and also the OC and the helpers. So I have been finishing to manage with the kind of mixed emotion, I enjoyed this role. I enjoyed being part of the NB. I enjoyed being part of the network one more this year. But I felt somewhat quite afford, I would say, mainly during this type of events, national assemblies, and even web during the Swiss rally, etc. Because that's really the core of ESN. And not seeing your faces and not being part of this fun part, it was a bit complicated at the time. All these memories, I think, yeah, for me, I think it's important to close the chapter and wait for, I think, to continue being that's implicated in the network. But that's not yet finished because I have to transition in the coming days and probably weeks and even months. And yeah, that will be, I think, not my last slide. This is my last slide. So yeah, this year I was in Montreal. So I learned to live. I mean, I spend more time with myself, I would say. And yeah, so I started a PhD. I successfully completed my PhD year. Yeah, became more closer to my professor than students, but so that's something else. And yeah, alongside my being research assistant that I started last semester, now I started like beginning of this month a position as the research project coordinator, and yeah, traveled quite a lot back in Europe, and I am very happy to catch up with friends in the next weeks. That's it from me, and I'm giving the mic to Val. Woo.
Okay, thanks, Agri. I'm Barb, I'm the Vice President for Governance. I got the color pink, so I apologize to your eyes. Thankfully, it's not very bright. And I'll be talking about HR and network today. This goes next. No. Oh, yeah. Of course, there's no HR and network without the HR and network team. And I really want to emphasize that the lack of a vice president for the first 6 months of the mandate cannot be understated. So for reference, I got elected 9 months after a normal vice president would get elected. So this really had an effect on the planning and the execution of the action plan, and also on kind of just generally the advancements towards the 3-year strategy goals. Waldo, the section manager, and Benita, the HR manager, thank you. They really kind of kept the flame alive before I was here, and they really welcomed me with open arms, and we got to work once I got elected. And I would say that despite this like lack of resources, we really did make some progress towards the 3-year strategy goals. Also, as Agri mentioned, the portfolio transition, we had the split of the vice president position. So my position really only started in December. So this was clearly a transition year. I think Dana will also talk about it. We did kind of update all the official documents. There are still some kinks to iron out, but I think that the next board is kind of really well set out for next mandate. On network care, yeah, this is kind of really a lot of tasks, especially for the section manager, that just have to be done every year. I would say that the progress remains steady. We didn't change that much to what we were doing last year, but I would say that, we still kind of managed to do the things that were outlined in the 3-year strategy. We did the stability and quality assessment, and we also kind of have a more structured feedback that we got from Waldo compared to the previous years. And yeah. Speaking of network care, we have to mention our 3 amazing NAs and 2 amazing ENAs. This is something that we never know if you put it in the VPG or the VPG slides. But yeah, there's no picture from this one yet. And yeah, one topic is alumni. This has been in the 3-year strategy and the action plan forever. And this is the first time that we're actually doing something about it. So we're going to have the anniversary NA, which is going to be partially organized by alumni. Thank you, Laura, and thank you, Elena, the alumni coordinator. And yeah, it's really like, I'm really happy that we are doing something and that we are kind of building some the way towards having a proper alumni network. HR at the national level, this is the task of the HR manager, Benita. We've had this position for only 2 years, and I must say, like, this is such an essential position. I could not imagine the national level without one. Just generally the check-ins, the team buildings, the ongoing input on HR matters, also coupled with the kind of lower workload on the national board members with the VPD split, I think really contributed towards the kind of mental well-being of the team. One last thing, knowledge management. This was kind of, we didn't really do much here, I must say. So the main thing here would be the sharing is caring folder, which is where we share documents with the network, and also the network can share documents with each other. A lot of people don't know about it. It's not really being updated. So I would say that I'm not very happy about the fact that we are in this state on the sharing is caring folder. Yeah, a personal reflection. This is me at the National Erasmus Games, so it's relevant. My personal reflection is, well, I can't believe I made it this far. My life my half year in ESN. So I started like about a year ago. I was thinking that I would slowly retire, and I was wrong, as we always are. Yeah, I must say that I never thought I would make it this far. You know, when I first joined ESN and I was looking at the website with the national board, I was like, wow. But you know, I'm very happy that I stepped up and I was the first vice president for governance of ESN Switzerland, and that you know I really helped like shape this position a bit and just the future of how we work together in the national board. And you know, I learned a lot of things. I also made a lot of mistakes, but yeah, I'm very grateful for you know how ESN helped me develop and turn into the person I am today. Last slide, my personal life. So I moved to Brussels. I moved back to Switzerland. I moved back to Brussels. Now I'm kind of living in between. Sometimes I wake up and I don't know what country I am in. I'm about to finish my master's if I pass my exam on Monday, so you won't be seeing me a lot this weekend, unfortunately. I'm entered the workforce. I work full time now. I'm a big girl now. Yeah, I don't know. Growing up is scary, and also saying goodbye to Switzerland after living here for like my entire adult life is kind of crazy. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. So my turn to talking about training and activities. Basically, they have already mentioned, but one of the main things that happened during this portfolio was the split between VP and VPD that happened in December. So this was kind of a transition year, and definitely the first challenge was just to readapt technically and readapt myself in this work, because I was a project manager, so new tasks, new dynamics. And so that means that some things that were done before had to be tamed down and other things had to be taken care of. And yes, it was a lot to set up and deal with. That's very clear. So now this position has many things, people that were not in this team but were already in function. And so we had to build up a team around that from a weird thing that was happening before. And so now the position, for the ones that are not aware, have trainings, grants, national events, projects, the event managers community and its meetings, parts of the national assemblies with the OC support also from events, and some transversal tasks that you always have as a national board. But now it should be set up. Augustin will have a way easier way in, I hope so. And to dive a bit into that, the training and development part, we had half a year without a TDO. We had now a TDO like in the second semester that was working for 3, but the first part of the year was kind of harsh on the NB, since we didn't have the person for that. But we were able to actually do the events, the community weekends, the community meetings were on each NB member, and the NAs, all of them had training events. We were able to give what I think was quality workshops on these events. So on that, I'm kind of happy with what we were able to deliver to you. Maybe done at the last minute sometimes, but it was, I think, qualitative. We were able to integrate needs assessments on each of the events when we were preparing the content, even though sometimes you look at them and you're like, what the fuck am I doing with that? But they were done, and Julia started to really work on the TSO database, which will be probably something that we might be next year very proud of, to have something that is structured, clarifying a bit also questions of authorship, how you can reuse the TSOs that we have, and all the long-term knowledge management for the future, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel each time. And finally, tomorrow you'll have the presentation of the Swiss pool of facilitators that Julia. So I'm really looking forward to this, and I hope you will give a lot of input so we can make it very well. About the national events and the question of the event managers community, there was also a lot being done. All the community weekends, the community meetings on the OC part, let's say, on the logistics part, national assemblies, the national Erasmus games were done by Zurich, and well done, and it worked. The 2 Swiss train rallies, and also some kind of management for the intersection events. that you did. There was a new dynamic that we proposed to have a national yearly calendar of events. Still getting used to, but it had the merit of existing this year. I think that's something that the next board will be working on, because it, I think, helps the section to really see through the year. And now with the international one being also a bit set up on events, we will not have a lot of surprises. I hope so. And then after that, some positionings of the training events moved around. Like we tried in the second semester to have the community meetings at the beginning of the semester, so the local boards could get into their position, and keeping the community weekends for a moment where the newbies are already in the sections. This was a trial. I think it kind of worked this semester. We'll see if next year, for a full year, if the NBLect want to keep this logic or come back to the other logic we had before. The Swiss event policy paper was revised not that long ago, 1 month ago. But I think now it's kind of clearer. When you want to dive into how to do an event, you have all the information over there. We had to put it somewhere. Well, when WebLink Instrumental happened, and I still don't know how, but it happened, and I think quite well. The event managers community suffered this year. To be very direct, it suffered. The meetings happened. The community was kind of there during the whole year, and that is something to improve next year. About the grants and project support, we had a lot of grants requests this year. So that means that the message reached you. 26 grants asked around the causes. It doesn't mean that all were accepted, but 26 were asked. Intersection grants 11 and training grants 3. If you want to see the details in the report, there is like the numbers and the statistics. And so that means also a lot of application review, feedback, budget clarification, follow-up, decision for the boards. So that is kind of a huge background work that you don't always see. But globally, the system is functional. Every section this year benefited from one type of grants in Switzerland. So I'm very happy that you do know that this exists now. And all the tracking is clear, at least from the VPT side. This is set up, and I will recommend for next year to actually include the treasurer a bit more in this tracking, so everything is together and makes sense. This is long because the trade strategy was thought for 2 positions, so it's all in one. On the sustainability reporting part, this is the part that started getting a bit less activity through the year since all the other part was included. So for the project manager action plan, there was a lot of ideas, and now the reality starts to kick in. The internal survey on the demographics of the ESN volunteers had been conducted. The results are nearly there to be published. Everything is on tracks. We promoted the activities website. It doesn't mean that it worked, but we promoted it. For the grants, it worked because there is money with that. And then we had the template set up and one issue of the project and causes info doc that we sent in the previous semester. It kind of didn't follow up with lack of people to do it. But the template is there. NEG happens, but unfortunately the document of how to do NEG didn't happen. And the carbon footprint report from the national level travels also was not published, but the calculator is a bit better than what we had before, so something that we can build on. And on the 3 topics that I merged into one slide of empowerment, innovation, and connection, some things were done, workshops on causes, grants promoted, and international presence in calls. Even though the tracker says that we are not at 100% in this position, but at the same time, we planned the numbers based on last year's and this year's. For example, there was no IET calls at all. while last year's were like 7 or 8. So the numbers are quite surprising in the reports, but there was no calls to attend. Partly done all the work around safety, sustainability and inclusion framework of ESN events. Things were identified around needs and so on, but the final tool that was thought to happen didn't exist. And some things were not done, lack of time, lack of strength. There was this idea of having a mentorship program, the idea of having a project incubator and an employability fair. There was an aim for a proof of concept that did not happen this year. And also the UNESCO posts, the cookbook, and the sexual health campaign, and the recycling guide were not there for this year. Personal reflection. So it was a year of trying to build a portfolio while running it. And somehow, despite all this chaos, it started to make sense now. And I leave the national board, I think, in a better place than when I found it. So I'm happy. My in ESN, I said last year for the project manager position that it was not working, so I killed it. I explored a lot more the training side of ESN that I like a lot. We organized an international event in Switzerland, still unbelievable for me. Somehow, there is both an IB member and the community manager of TNA that I worked from the last 2 years together at one of our NAs. I'm so happy about it. I'll brag about it for the rest of my life. In ESN Genève, because my uni ESN is also a local level, we've done a great job, I think, to have a new, very good structure for the next years. We still miss the people for that structure, but I think the structure is there and will be good. And I leave the national board feeling proud of what was done and confident that it's in good hands for the future. Personal life. I had my midterm PhD defense in March after the NA. I think I aced it. I'm happy. I keep presenting my work at conferences. You can see up there 2 of them, 1 week apart. And then I traveled quite some time from the last NA until now. My cousin got married. Very nice picture I took in the middle. And next week I will officiate the wedding of 2 of my closest friends. I still don't know how. I still don't have the ceremony planned, but I will have to do that somehow. And so I was in both bachelor and bachelorette parties. So guys, kind of moving a lot. Nice and Torino are very nice. I went to the Erasmus destination of the year city. So, and turns out I actually now have a thing for traveling. It was not the case before, but I think I got used to. And that's it for my side. Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to business and finance, and I never know which one is wrong. Okay. So first about the team, as you know, we have a pretty big team for once. And Flavia was appointed in the 2nd open call, and EC and Nick, she were appointed in the 3rd open call for the business and finance team. Thank you so much. You helped so much, you did so much, and thank you for all what you did. And the community manager position was opened in the first 2 open calls and was not filled. So I took care of it. About the community, so we had about every 2nd month, we had a call. We had updates and consultations on documents in the call. We did 2 community meetings physically where we also had workshops. One was in November together with the event managers, and the other one was in March, just the business and finance people, as our team was not available to do it together with the other communities. Then our team attended the monthly calls of ESN International, of their community, and the international community meetings were attended, both of them attended by Flavia and one of them attended by myself. Moving on to more national stuff now, so about the national funds and the budget. We did an application for the Movetza grant of 25,000. It got accepted for 20,000. And we also successfully submitted the office grant in April. Technically, if it goes all right, because we had more expenses due to that, we should also receive more money, which would be about 70K. Normally, it's more about 50K. So we will see, either it will be more in the what we normally receive, but technically, as it's based on expenses, we should get more because we have more expenses due to that. Then we ended the 2025 financial year with a small profit. We used that profit as well as the retained earnings to increase our safety fund to 15,000, as the safety fund was a bit lower before, and 15,000 is a bit better, but will not sustain us that long either. So this is a work in progress for the next years. Then the budget for 2026 was voted on at the NA1 in Winterthur, and it was amended twice already in the at the ENA and the NA in Lausanne. Firstly, to have some more real numbers, and then we also did some structural changes because we are planning to change, or I was planning to change and to give it further to the next treasurer to change the structural way of the accounting to have it to make more sense. Then regarding the accounting, as you know, the audit report of 2025 was not finished and not submitted. Therefore, we recommend highly to have an external auditor for the next time. Also, there are other reasons why it's good to have an external auditor, but especially in this case, it would be good to have one. Then moving on to partnerships. So as we had two partnership managers and an ESN card manager that was also working on partnerships, we have moved here a lot. We had two partnership managers. One of them focused more on the community and interacting with the community, feeling or asking what the needs are and acting on the needs of the community. And the other one focused on acquiring new partnerships. Here are some partnerships that are in the final stages. Those are just 4 Eurocenter, Yes Trips, and Brands for Students, but we have many more that are in the developing stage where we are in discussion and it's moving forward. Then about the ESN card, as you know, thank you, Flavia, for showing your presence. So as you know, position has been filled, and Flavia has increased the visibility of the ESN card literally, as you know. So take the opportunity to take a picture with the ESN card. Yes, but he has also developed on the visibility or on the awareness of the esncard.org platform. So we have now partnerships on it. We moved from 1 partnership to 13 partnerships being published there. So we have seen a big change on the ESN card topic. And there are now 2 new guides, ESN card and partnership guide. Both of them have explanations and templates in it. So we have more guidance for the sections for you that can be used if you want to use it. Yes, and there has been involvement in the process for the digital ESN card, and you will get to know more tomorrow. Okay, personal reflections. So some of you know that it has been quite a tough year for me with a lot of ups and downs. And I'm still happy with what I've done and achieved. And also I'm still happy that I'm here. So that's about this. And then about my year in ESN. So I still even if I sometimes was not responding as fast or was sick for some time, I really enjoyed the year and what I could see in ESN, how I could be involved in ESN. So also organizing the 2 community meetings for the business and finance community. Those 2 were a highlight of the whole year. Thank you for all the ones that were attending. It was a real pleasure, and also that I had the possibility to attend the community meeting, the international community meetings in Vilnius. Community meetings are my favorite event, so if you haven't been to any, just go. You will have fun for sure. And thank you again for my team that I had. You were a blessing. Thank you so much. And I am looking forward now to be more involved locally again. So that's about ESN. Personal life. So I moved to the Berner Oberland, so Bernese Mountains, and I'm super happy with my new job. It's very challenging. So that's why also, if you see me tired tonight, if I leave early, it's not because I don't want to be here. It's because I'm dead from season start that's happening right now. So yes, and I'm trying to get more work-life balance right now. So I started dancing, and I'll be doing something new academically as well, and I'll be starting CAS certificate in certificate of advanced studies, something that is only in Switzerland, so you might not know it. Anyway, sorry.
I guess that works. Okay, which one? No, the other one. Okay, can you hear me? Yes, okay. So on to the communication and IT part. So first, I'm going really by the points of the, sorry, like that? Is that okay? Okay. So I really went by the points in the 3-year strategy. So first up, the increase in teamwork. So all communication team positions were filled at the beginning of the mandate, which ensured a stable and well-distributed workload, especially for me. We organized 2 physical community meetings for the local communication managers and also IT, which led to increased collaboration every time afterwards. I got a lot more messages, and I think Danny as well. So that was really, really great. And then lastly, we supported the national events through graphic design, proofreading of basically everything that gets published, and just in general, the communication guidance for the local sections. Now to the visibility and attractivity. We created live and recap contests for events such as WEB and EGM, and for every other event that I attended or that was going on, we did as much live coverage as possible through stories and reposts, which is why I'm once again encouraging everyone to please post stories. Thank you. So we promoted a consistent branding and awareness of the VIM through workshops. Like there was a dedicated VIM workshop at every community meeting, and the regular screenings. Like I've been doing the screenings daily, so they were very, very regular. And we also expanded the variety of content compared to the previous mandate, because to be honest, I barely did anything last year content-wise. Just yes. So that was really, really well, went really well, but there's still, of course, a lot of room for improvement. And then lastly, the optimization and development of the Swiss guide for exchange students remain a future improvement area, but an updated version has been published. So like it hasn't been promoted, but just as a side info, the link in the link tree has an updated version of the Swiss guide. It just hasn't been revolutionized. These are some examples of the posts that we did. Of course, web, we went hardcore. Shout out to Frank for the videos during web. Shout out to Benita's communication manager, and Dani and Leonie also for taking all the pictures. And of course, an EGM recap, social impact days, some campaigns for the 25th anniversary. And then, of course, a shout out to Laura for being elected in the end as main arbitrator of ESN International. So yeah, just a few examples. There's a lot more reels. Some of them are a bit cringe, but in a fun way, so go check them out. Now onto the causes. We ordered, so for sustainability, we ordered merchandising stickers on a needs-only basis to support more sustainable resource management, meaning like the stickers that you see, they stay. I take them everywhere. I don't order new ones until we run out. Same goes for the merch. We promoted the causes through targeted campaigns. However, they were mostly on mental health and social inclusion. So an improvement would for sure be to diversify more to cover all the causes. And then lastly, we created and published a nationwide mental health resource guide as part of the Blue Monday campaign. So there was a post for this, and it's also still in the link tree. It's a document with resources for mental health from all over Switzerland. Now on to the IT part. We maintained and supported the Google Workspace as a central platform for communication, meetings, and document management, like everything runs through the Google Workspace. We started the preparations for the migration of the ESN websites following the end of life of Satellite 4. This has been mainly done by Louise, so I don't think she's here, no, by Louise, and is going to be continued hopefully by Rolando next year. I already told him he's in for a ride. And then we also provided the section support to the sections through the account creation and access restoration. So like almost all accesses, I think, have been restored by now. And then lastly, there was no real improvement made regarding FADP. There were some workshops were held, but no like clear guidelines or anything. So this also remains a priority for the future. Onto the personal reflection. For those that don't know, this picture is me getting a sunstroke at EGM in Ancona, arriving to the party, and then people just holding like the cold drinks in my face so I would survive the evening. It's not even about drunk or whatever, it's just me and the sun. For the personal reflection, this was another year of me saying this is going to be my last year. And guess what? It's another year of me being happily very wrong. So yeah, my year in ESN. Oh, why is there one picture? Okay. Yeah, there's gonna be more. So I did my first full mandate in the NB, considering I only got elected in October for the last year. And it was quite an intense year, to say the least. I went to even more events than last year, but I was a trainer for most of them that I attended, which was very, very nice. I got to focus on more different tasks thanks to my amazing communication team, meaning I got to actually be, I think, quite valuable board member because my team took over, well, everything else. I got a very deep understanding of ESN on the international level, so I feel very prepared to be a national representative next year. And I'm still super excited and hyped to be here, and I can't wait to do this for yet another year. This is what it was supposed to be. Communication manager, right. Now onto also this, what the hell? Okay, onto my personal life. So not much has changed. I still have the same job. I still live in Zurich in the same apartment with the same roommate that steals my stuff. And I went to even more shows and concerts. Like it keeps on exponentially getting worse and my bank account goes the other way. Here, concerts. Voila. And Matteo as well, yes. Like this counts as a show, as a comedy show. And I think that's it from my side. What? This.
So for international affairs, I would say first starting off with general assemblies. Consultations were done and LRs presented topics during each of them. To the LRs, each of them. I'd say the first consultation that was done for GA Autumn, it was a bit, I would say, not very up to the mark. Because again, it was new to me as well. For the second one, I think I will talk about it later. So moving on, National Board joined the GA Spring for Consultations call, increasing the quality of the national level consultations. Thank you to Daniel and Domi joining the calls for presenting some candidacies, which could include Emilia as well. Moving on, ESN Switzerland, amongst other minnows, was specifically within the web region, was very vocal about what we had thought about all of the GA and what was going on. And it was nice to have a good team of people who were at the GA with us, Leonie, Tommy, Agrippin, Matteo, and Matteo as well. So it was very nice to have all of your opinions as well.
A local member was amongst us as well. Again, as Domi said, there was a person who was doing a show, Matteo. He was amongst us as a local member, but he's also an LR, so it was a good plus point for him to be there as well. To know about not just the national level, but the international level as well, how they go about their lives as well. International events or web. Linking Samantha and AGM split took place with an amazing Swiss delegation. I must say I enjoyed EGM a lot, specifically for the people that were around me. I cannot name all of you at once, but it was amazing that we would go at the pier or the harbor and not just terminal, and just sit there and stay there till however long. So that was amazing. It was very nice to see Switzerland being present in everywhere, everything that is going on. Sadly, there was no NBT. Otherwise, I would have been there, or the whole board would have been there as well. So it was very nice to represent WEP Germany 2026 coming up. But I mean, all I can say is be very proactive and be. I don't know if you were in Lenk or not, but if you were not, I would suggest you go. And because it's one of the main platforms where you can actually learn and interact with people more, and you can make more connections, if that's the word. Yeah, moving on. CLR, Council of Local Representatives. It's been very iffy for me. I hope it's going to be an easy ride for Domi, because specifically, I had only one person to help me along with it, and then 13 LRs under me as well. So having regular calls, don't even ask about it. We did not have that. Like, it was just not possible for me specifically, taking time out of my time, and my other board support, which does not have the task description for this, was not available as well for the first part of the whole mandate. So it was just possible for me to have one community meeting for the LR. And I was happy with the fact that Domi specifically, and Louise was there as well, who helped with social program, and Domi with the venue. Special thanks to Excel. I didn't put this in. He was there to specifically give presentation on LR 101. Oh, sorry, that was Matteo. Whatever you give, I forgot. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. But not only the LR showed up, I was happy to see the people that were not part of the community showed up as well. And I'm happy to see that Capucine is going to be the next LR. Hopefully that was the motivation. I don't think so. Yes, one thing that I have to commend all my LRs, that they were very vocal. They were very present on what was going on and what was missing within the community. And I don't know how many of you are here, but thank you. And yeah, moving on. Well, not so much from me, by the way. So personal reflection. This is a picture from EGM and Kona when there were plenaries, and I just left outside the plenaries room within the break, by the way, not during the plenaries. Chill. So, unlike others, this is going to be my last year. Oh, sorry. I have to get married. I made it clear. I know I have to propose first. So, my year in ESN, it was a pleasure to work with very dedicated people. Thank you very much. Not just these people, all of the people who ever helped me along the way. I was literally almost everywhere representing ESN Switzerland, which I said I would. And I feel like Domi is going to enjoy that part as well. So I hope you were represented well, hopefully. I'm thankful for Domi and Louise for helping me all the way to the finish line. But specifically Domi no, really, I don't know if I've said this enough times or not, but if not just Domi, obviously the whole board, but specifically Domi, she's been like everywhere and every time as well. So I would have to appreciate her specifically, and Louise for stepping out of the uncomfortable zone wherever she was and doing a bit of her part. So I'm very thankful. I got to know that it's just not an organization, it's just more than that. And for me, when I joined it at the start, when I joined ESN Basel, for me, it was just like, oh, people. So, but at the end, it's different kind of people now. So I understand ESN very well, and I'm very happy that I was a part of it. I have to say this goodbye to this beautiful organization, to Progress in Life, because like Barbu, I don't have an EU passport, so I can not go here and there and there and here. So sorry. So, yes, like Barbu. So yeah. Anyways, lastly, thank you for everyone here, everyone I met who accepted me with no reservation or hate. For me, it goes a long way, and I have a thing like if you are amazing at your job, I don't care. If you're amazing as a person or humble or whatever, if you see people, that's what matters to me. So thank you so much who's ever been kind to me and not shown any hate. So thank you so much. Also, Lara Franca is very cool. Just a bit of context. Just a bit of context. When I was running for applying for my mandate, I was very scared that Laura is gonna ask questions. Which she did as well. I don't know how I answered. I don't know. Probably Excel wouldn't tell how bad it was. Also because I was fasting. But at the GA this in Prague, it was amazing. It was nice knowing you as well. So finally, thank you for showing your true colors. And lastly, I think, yeah. Also, Anya is here. That's why I'm actually saying this. We actually talked. So we actually talked for the first time in GA Prague as well, which never happened before, and she complimented my watch. So yeah, along the way, some pictures. Have a look at them, whatever. My personal life. I work at a bar. I don't know if you know. Whoever was at Jake's. What? So whoever was at Jade's party for engagement, they know I work there. Congratulations, Jade, for being engaged, by the way. Yeah, I'm going to be the chef, as they say in Switzerland, over there. So probably some progression. Yeah, moving on. Planning on a trip to Spain again. Why not? Maybe Galicia. Galicia. We'll be moving in the same apartment as my girlfriend and my friend from Pakistan as well, so that's good. And who knows gaming over here? I need to see hands. Who games? Okay. I have 2,000 hours on Counter-Strike, by the way, so you should know how much that is. I know someone over here who has 6,000 hours on Dota, but we don't talk about that. Yeah, this is my girlfriend, Anna. And yeah. Thank you. And let her know.
Presented. So now we're going to have Iside join us online to
That's right. It's free stop.
It's still there. She's not in there.
That's true.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you as well. Okay. Can everybody hear? Can you talk? Can everybody hear Sida?
Hello?
Try again. Try again, Sida.
What, sorry?
Okay, try again. Can you keep talking for a second?
Yes.
Could you keep talking for a second?
I'm here.
It is. I can't. Like.
Wait, I'll remove my camera.
No. I can hear you and everything. I just need to find a way to broadcast you better. This one's sensitive. Oh. Okay, try again. You see it? Okay, try again.
Yes, I can talk.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Everybody can hear you. You can share your screen with your presentation.
Yes.
Yep.
The slides. Okay.
Okay. Okay, turned also.
Now?
I don't think it's a microphone.
No, I cannot. We cannot see your presentation.
Can you see something?
Yes, I can see it now.
But you cannot see my presentation.
No.
Present something else.
Yeah.
Now? I think that you cannot see it. Something. I have a solution.
Oh, now we can see your screen. Hold up, that works. Yeah.
Now?
Yeah. Can I have?
Can you start?
start? Hello?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
Just use the other microphones. It's this one because you're holding it to your head properly. Yeah, both. If you want, you can use both. Here.
All right, is it okay? Try again.
Yeah, can I start?
Yes, it's one this.
All right, everybody, can you all hear Isidre?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, good,
Okay.
good,
I
good.
can start.
Yes, yes, you can start.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm sorry that I cannot be there today, but I
No, we don't hear you. Okay, Isidre, 1 second. We can't hear you.
Yeah.
And also yeah, but we can't hear you. Your presentation is also not showing. Oh, now it is.
But we can hear her.
Yeah.
I think you can hear me, but if I go to the presentation.
This is a speaker.
It's like in the thing.
This one?
Can you speak?
What can I do?
If this is not working, I can also share it for you. Okay, 2 seconds.
I can see that. Can I start?
2 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, I think you should be good to go.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. And I'm really sorry to not be there, but I'm in the middle of my exam sessions. I have 3 exams next week, so I could not really do, and I'm really sorry to not be attending. But yeah, so this is the annual report for education. In the next slide. So the first point is increase awareness and section on education. So the goal at the beginning of the mandate was to be present and present some workshop and presentation for on the education. So within the education team, we tried to do all the national events to share content about education updates. So regarding also what we were doing, for example, of the mandate or during some update on the both political domain and institutional domain. In general, the goal was to help the education topic to be more visible among the sections. In the next slide. So as I said, so the goal was to make an education culture. The main community that is related is the president community. That's why from this mandate, the education team was taking care together with the president to the president community. So mainly from Oriande, so the institutional domain. There were the education team present for the president community meetings, and we organized also the president community on site. So at the end of the day, the goal was
since the local section is the president that take care of the connection with the stakeholders, mainly the IROS. The idea was also that from this year, the education team was taking care of the resident community and share of the updates, and also be the main responsible for the community itself. In the next slide. So from the political domain, from Dario's side, the main goal was to continue the Erasmus is a big plus campaign. That's why Darius organized and create position papers, mainly about the Erasmus big plus campaign with together with the other stakeholders, but also on position paper whenever there were some updates on education, for example, for the increasing of the tuition fees, to make sure that also ESN Switzerland has a voice on that, because education should not be luxury. And then we participate, Oriana to the, and some local members, and Leonie to the EIE Bottom going to 2025, in which we collaborate with the Swiss University, Movezza, and the IROS, also to show our support to these institutions. I personally also participate in the symposium on university alliances that, fortunately for me, was in Lugano. And in general, we try to make sure that ESN Switzerland had a voice and a position in projects like that are shared with the other stakeholders. In the next slide. So, I don't know, it disappeared, the personal reflection, but you can, I think if you move on, yes. So that is my dog, Otto. And I probably said that I want to stitch in ESN events, but anyway, I want to share this picture. But yes, this was my last dance in the national level. I joined in the ESN officially in 2019, but then there was COVID, so for me it's 2021, also because I didn't know anything about the national level before 2021, because of COVID, and also because Lugano was really small at the time. And so I'm really grateful for this journey, and I want to share that that was my last year in the national level, and I think if you move on, I was something else, yes, but I still be around in ESN. Next year probably will be my next last year in January in ESN. I want to be active in the local level. So my personal reflection that it was really a crazy and nice journey in ESN. Next slide. So my year in ESN, yeah, you can move. Yeah, like when I took the role 2 years ago, David said to me, education is sexy, and I think it's still sexy. So I hope the next AEO will also find education sexy. I don't know. And yes, I'm really grateful for the work of David, Oriana, and of course Agri, because they did so much. And the next is time to go to retirement. And yes, as I said before, I will still be around. In the next slide, my personal, I didn't get married. My twin sister get married. Because everybody talks about getting married. So I'm doing my housing exams right now, and next, my twin sister got married, so I was a little bit involved in the organization with her in the last year. So I was attacked by a seagull in the Jaeger Porto. Because I went to Jaeger last weeks ago, and as you can see from the picture, maybe you can see the seagull that attacked me. From that, it was an amazing experience. But yes, I think it was really fun. Yeah. And I also did a theater show. I don't know if you can see me now, but I have a monkey head behind me. But if you cannot see in the picture, you can see that like last week we did also the show, because if you were in the EGM, you know what I'm talking about, that I'm supposed to be a monkey and a seagull in my theater show. So it was fine. I got a haircut I don't know, you want to share. And yeah, this summer I will do a research fellowship in Lugano, so I'm really happy about that. So this is all, and thank you very much for this crazy journey in ESN.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Isidre, and to the whole NB for presenting the annual report. So now we're going to open the speakers list on Slido. We're going to show it in just a second. But in the meantime, just a few reminders. So please keep your questions and your answers concise. For now, we're going to go with 30 seconds for questions and 1 minute for answers. So at 10 seconds, respectively, I'm going to give you the blue and then the red once your time is up. Remember, name and section always. And yes, so in a minute, you'll be able to start typing your questions.
So just a comment, when you write a question, please also write your name and section as the name so that it's easier, and the whole question, because it's a lot easier for the minutes. Bar we in Switzerland. Yeah.
Okay.
Also raise your hand in order to you can see me.
And also, please wait for me to call you. So, 1. No. And also, please specify to whom you're asking.
This just to test like, the one you said, like, is the sequel okay?
Yes, so I think it's okay because he also at the pasta de nata. But yes, I mean, at the end, was me because I enjoyed the pasta de nata of my budget. So yeah, I think the sequel now is happening.
Thank you, Isidre. Emilia.
Yeah, thank you. Emilia, clearly committee manager is international. Yeah, I think you were expecting it because it's for many NOs. I don't know at what stage of negotiations you are, so if you cannot share something, feel free just to say that you cannot say it. But what are the actual benefits for ESN Switzerland from the partnership with ES Trips?
Leonie is in Switzerland. Do I need to? So we are in the developing stage of the partnership because we have some concerns about people having a visa or something for Switzerland but not being able to go abroad. So we are looking into options for ES Trips in Switzerland. It's difficult with the pricing because we can already benefit from good prices for the trains for groups. So it's difficult to actually find a way that ES Trips is a cheaper option for students. So we really have to compare many different things. So it's really in the developing stage.
Okay. Thank you. Matteo.
Matteo, ESN Zurich. I was wondering why, like, I know you mentioned it there in your presentation, why we expect an extra 20,000 from the large grant because of web. I was wondering if web operated at a loss, and is this why we are expecting the extra 20K?
Leonie is in Switzerland, so we did not make a loss from web. We did a small profit. The thing is that the offer spread is based on expenses that we did the whole financial year, and due to web, we did more expenses, about bit more than 20K more expenses than usual, so we can expect also like I think it was 30K more, so we can expect 15,000 more income because they give us half of the expenses usually, and half of what we used, they grant us.
So
Even if like we get this, even if we don't make a loss, so it doesn't matter if we did a small profit with that or loss.
follow up.
Yes.
So this, whenever we would organize an international event, we could essentially make 15, like a fair bit of money. That's why people might get extra from a grant.
Technically, the thing is, it's really difficult to do the budget. Maybe Daniel wants to say something to the what?
Yes, Daniel, Switzerland. So yes, the thing is, next year we probably don't organize a national event, so the expenses go down, and then you don't have the next following up year. It equilibrates in the end. But maybe one time next year we might have more.
Next we have Elena.
Elena is in Geneva. So I have a question about causes, not the projects, but in general about both. So I wanted to understand what type, from Daniel, like what type of causes were accepted, like because they're different. So how was the distribution? Because I mean, you're not project manager anymore, but you still manage projects. So, yeah.
Daniel is in Switzerland. I think if you go to the report, you have all the information also with the amounts. So I really did like a visual thing of a graph with the type of causes, sometimes to whom they have been given, the amounts and the numbers. So with that, you can see more or less, but it's always the same logic. Health and well-being gets more, culture gets more, and skill and employability, no one asks for it. Still the same logic.
Next you have again Emilia.
Sorry, I'm from ESN. This is ask too many questions. Emilia is an international. I'm so happy to say it. I have a question to Daniel, officially. Since you were saying that events manager community was not functional this year, do you really believe that it's worth to put the effort to actually have it? What would be beneficial? Or if it's naturally died, maybe keep it dead would be also fine for the network.
Thank you, Daniel. By the way, stand.
Okay.
I mean, if you want, you can, but you don't need to.
Okay.
The event managers committee this year was a bit particular because we had the two national event managers managing the community in the first semester, but they didn't have the national board link, like there was no VP. So they had to manage all the events and in addition to that, community. So it was kind of an additional task on their tasks that were already a lot without support. When we changed the board structure, I became the board link with them, and we tried to set up the things, but both doing the transition plus setting up the things, this was what went kind of away. But the organization for the next year is that the tasks are better distributed and the management of the community falls up on the BPD. And I think that organization will be better. And so should they finish? Yes, I still think there is benefits and mostly around the meetings, but to have people at the meetings, you need to keep it alive.
Thank you. Next we have Axel.
Axel, ESN Capitalist International. So I guess my question is for Hamza. It was not written on the annual report, but I was wondering how did ESN invitation perform this year compared to last year, and if you have any recommendations about how to make the project evolve or make changes.
Thank you for your question. Actually, a good question, and also why it was not added. Was it still going on? Even 2 days ago, I posted one from ESN Neuchâtel. So that's why it wasn't put in. But there were a total of 21 applications. Well, in total 24, but 3 of them said it's either too late or we don't want to carry on with it. Most of them were from ESN Neuchâtel. So I'd say around 6, 7. So no, I just did it for the sake of you guys. But ESN Neuchâtel were the ones that had the most applications for it. So yes. Is there anything else? Good, thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Pete.
Walid, ESN EPFL, ESN Switzerland. So to Babu and to Daniel, so now that it's reaching the end of the mandate and that you have sufficiently, let's say, some sufficient insight after a year, what's your take between the split VP to VPG, VPD? Is it something that, in terms of workload, met the expectations, in terms of ambitions, interest? What's your whole take after a year of thinking at both about it?
Barbu is in Switzerland. For me, it turned out okay. I think it turned out to be a lot more work for Daniel than for me. Not a lot. I mean, I still don't think it's like perfectly balanced. But for me, I think the VPG position is pretty well defined. I think that for the network and care team, I definitely think that you and Benita were a bit, you had more tasks than is like what to be expected from a board support. So it's definitely on the side of the team than just the VPG that I would see some room for improvement.
Daniel is in Switzerland. On my side, I see a difference with the project manager position because beforehand the position was as heavy as you wanted to. If you want to do a lot of projects, then it's heavy. If you don't want to, it's not heavy. And this time with the VPD, I think it's quite better because the tasks are set. So yes, there is more work. Should be more work, but at least it's organized and it makes sense to have a structure from one year to the other. And it's not like reinventing the wheel each year. So it's heavy. Obviously, it's events, trainings, projects, but at least you know what to do. And with the new board supporter structure, I think it will be better for long.
Here. Again, Matteo.
Matteo, ESN Zurich. I'm not sure if this was actually mentioned during the presentation, but I'd like to zoom out for a second, ask what is the main purpose of the annual report? Is it for future NBs to look back and see what was done? Is it used for grant application, etc.? Yeah.
I can be in Switzerland. Thank you, Matteo, for your question. I would say there's not like one main purpose, like they have multiple purposes. Because basically we use it for our grant application, as it was said, we need to translate it into either French, German, or Italian. So thanks to Domi who did that amazing work. But also, I would say like for any organization, it's a document that we should have. It's the way to also like towards our stakeholders, also present what we did during the year, how we spent our money, all the different projects that were carried on by us, but also by the sections. And also, as something like us said, for the next MB, as you read, I'm sure you read that document, there's a recommendation part. And it's also a way for us, like if a transition, we don't know, for whatever reason, it's not done correctly or not done completely, it's also a document where that the MB Alliance can refer to have all the feedbacks from the MB.
Barbu ESN Switzerland. I would also like to say that it's not just for future NBs, it's just also for you and for everyone in the network, because it's not just about us, it's also about the events that we organize, the community meetings, the community weekends, the NAs. So there's like pictures from there, you can see what happened. And for me, I also went through the old ones. I saw myself in some pictures. I didn't read it last year when I was work. And then I read it and I saw it, I saw that I was there and I was really happy about it. And it like kind of made me like relive the memories from last year. So I think it's really good for, everyone to look back in a few years.
Just also lastly, like it's also about Domi is in Switzerland, sorry. It's also about accountability, like to actually show that we did what we, or at least tried to do what we said we would do at the beginning of the year. So it's kind of a summary of everything, because otherwise we could just be like, yeah, I had it in my action plan, I did it. Did you? So it's also about accountability at the end of the year.
You can go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And it's also about actions. 15 years in Switzerland. I've been here since 2007, sorry. So yeah, it's also a way for the future boards, I would say, to try to treasury strategy, because like beside the documents and the treasury tracker, there's nowhere else in our documents for them to see what have been done, to see what have not been done, because we try to be as say as transparent as possible in that document, and also like put forward what have not been done. Yes.
Thank you, Irene. A reaction from Irene?
It's not a reaction, it's just a clarifying question, if I may. You may, thank you. So the annual report is not the action plan. It's a report. Okay, now I understand.
Okay, are you done answering? Perfect. Then we're gonna go with Valerie.
Hello, Valerie. Yes, I think great. What work have you done over the past year to promote Switzerland's return to Erasmus Plus International?
Answer.
Yep.
The main effort was done internally. I say that not much was done internationally from my side, unfortunately. So yeah, this is the short answer. But whenever there were some international events or with the stakeholders like a symposium and so on, we tried to show our position in the Erasmus Plus campaign. So I would say that. I don't know, Agri, if you want to say something.
Yeah, I can add a few words to that. I'm 15 years in Switzerland. So yeah, I really want to thank Daphnis. We did a lot on this topic. So like we attended, like you might not know, but like every Friday, last Friday of the month, we have a call with different stakeholders in Switzerland. So I can name like the Swiss Council of Activities, the Swiss Student Union, and other student associations. We discuss the different debates that take place at the Federal Council, and also we collaborate with them on writing opposition papers, also press communication, etc. And something that's also quite important on the international points that be or not, we haven't been this year, but many of the Swiss Council of Activities is in very much contact with the Delegation Office of Switzerland to the EU. So through them, we kind of also raise our voice and bring it to the European level. Yes.
Daniel is in Switzerland. Also, I would like to mention that tomorrow there is a big vote in Switzerland that will determine if we are joining or not. So we can go until a certain point and reach out to different elements on politics and politicians, but in the end, there are big barriers. So rejoining is still a big question. And we have this thing of, should we go political or not? How political we can be, and what does it mean to be political? So this is also a big question that is always on our mind.
Thank you. I apologize. I was looking at the wrong column for the time, so we're gonna speed up a bit. So first of all, is anybody still typing a question? Then just, is anyone else besides Anya still typing a question? Then I propose to close the speakers list. Is there any objection? Then the speakers list is closed. And we're gonna do 20 seconds for questions and 45 for answers, both with a 10-second warning. So, Edna. Yeah.
Hello. So basically, I just wanted to. Clover. I just wanted to suggest that maybe ESN Switzerland can update the website, because there are lots of outdated information. For example, new section dated 2024 last time, and in history it's stated 14 seconds instead of 13. Yeah. That just, and some also calendar to update section for NA. So yeah, that's all. It's not the question, just maybe.
Thank you. Since it was just a comment, we're going to move on to the next question. So, Laurie?
Laurie is an Ishtel. So many communities were a bit dead, like LR, EM, or VP this year. So do you have any recommendation to motivate members to be active in the communities or like and be member that took care of the communities?
Hamza, ESN Switzerland. I would say my community was not dead. It was my part that was more dead. No, like to be very honest, like LRs were quite awake. I just say I would say on my community specifically, I wouldn't suggest anything to Domi. Yeah, because I was missing the main part that was supposed to take care of the whole supposed community. So from my side, I wouldn't say LR was dead at all. So yeah, if anyone wants to.
Technically, ESN Switzerland, one of the reflections we could have is to have a dedicated position for each community as board supporter. But the problem is also we have so many positions that are still empty. So the question is adding more positions or not, maybe solve the problems if you have no one. I think it also comes from the sections to be active, but at some point there is a meet that needs to be done and to define exactly what we need.
Next, Anya.
Anya International Board. You mentioned in your presentation, and I'm very, very curious about this. Why exactly do you need a secretariat? We see this need and desire in many NOs, but many struggle with this for a long time, but still keep it as a desire.
I think yes in Switzerland. Thank you very much, Anya, for this very interesting question. That's what to say where you want to get some time. But so I would say that ESN, the way we function is that we do not have an office, right? So we depend on one of our stakeholders, this council of youth activities. And that's where we have our address, and they're the one who receive all our mails and all different stuff that we can purchase whatsoever. And sometimes, I mean, it's not difficult. We collaborate quite well with them, but the idea is also to become a little bit more independent, I would say. But also, like, we have also internal needs, mainly like to manage our tribe, because it's a huge thing, and I think like a little bit of support on that will be welcome. And yeah, I'm going to get it.
We can pick it up at the coffee break.
1 second.
1 second. Sorry, ESN Switzerland. So, I mean, I've also heard, and we've had this discussion for a long time. The issue is also that the board, we are very occupied with kind of day-to-day tasks. It's really hard for us to work on the things that we want to implement for the future. So having, like, the idea would be to have someone working there like 20%, and to give them the kind of daily tasks and the operational things, so we can focus more on the actual like action plan and research. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Axel?
So ESN UPFL, ESN International. So you did many great things this year, and like each of you, like, could you quickly tell what is the achievement that makes you the most proud? Like quickly. Thank you.
I think I will go first. For me, the most Domi is in Switzerland. Sorry, I'm the most proud of having had like a really, really good team that supported me all year. And I think for me personally, I found the perfect balance, and I am still going on for another year, and I'm thriving, and I love ESN. So I think the proudest, or like what I do for ESN, the proudest thing for me would be to finally have been able to find the balance, which was largely thanks to my amazing football team.
Hamza, yes, in Switzerland. I'm very proud with the fact that I was able to go to every event and make Anya compliment my watch.
Very brief, please.
Leonie is in Switzerland. For me, it's reviving the BFC community.
Daniel, yes, in Switzerland. For me, it's to leave the board with a better structure.
I don't think yes in Switzerland, I don't have time, so I think all my question answered. But I would say honestly, to be proud to have been able to be here today, like to do my mandate this year, because like I would say being that for some moments, we know most of us are in the board. We know that sometimes it can be quite difficult, and yeah, just like to be able to rely on the MP and yeah, making things work.
Barbara is in Switzerland. For me, I think it's a lot about the fact that I joined so late and that I was able to kind of integrate into the team and actually provide, like, feel like I'm really useful, even though I was there so late. And, you know, the fact that we made it work with the new structure. Thanks.
Thank you. Anya?
Is it down now?
Is she still?
Is she still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. The work of the education team, Orion, Darius, and Agri, I would say that is the most things that make me proud for my last months.
Thank you very much. Anya?
Anya International Board. Have you thought about sharing the annual report with the wider network? Because I think this is an amazing practice that you have. I've never seen it. But the fact that you mentioned that you link it to the 3-year strategy, you do the evaluation. So all of this, either sharing it or bringing it to annual calls or any of these spaces, I think people can learn a lot from you. Because usually people just do a report on.
We just have a procedural from
I have a comment, sorry.
Good.
At least Laura is an international. At least when I was in the board, we actually put it on the wiki. On the wiki. So the other notes could have seen it there. Not sure if that's a break that's still on board.
We have a reaction from.
No, but not within international network. We did not send it to by network.
Okay, moving on with the answer.
Wait, they just became the.
Yes.
Yeah, Domi and Sensation, I was actually going to say the exact same thing. I just checked. I thought it was on the wiki as well. The one from last year is not. So I definitely plan on putting it on the wiki. It's going to be either Hamza or me. And then maybe for the next year, figure out a way of actually sharing it to the network as well, because I did not know that not everyone does this, to be honest. I thought it was quite a common practice. So yeah, I agree. It should be shared, and it will be.
Yes, comment.
The Osprey's NNL, just for the record. ESNL also does it. But, you know, it was presented at MP3 last year.
Okay, thank you. And the last question before the coffee break.
Yes, Anya International Board. Do you have any practices of sending your members to other events, specifically NAs or maybe trainings, maybe in the region? Do you track this? Like, what is the practice with this? If you have it, of course.
So Domi is in Switzerland. We don't have like a straight practice of like getting them to go to NA, but what we do is we support at least the national level, and everyone gets to go to one NA fully refunded every year during the mandate. And what we did last year as well, because not everyone in the national level uses that one NA, is that we also, if local members reach out to us and want to go to NAs, then we also refund them if it is possible. So we support it in that way, and it is part of my action plan for next year, actually, as national representative, to promote the opportunities more. So to actually spam in some way everyone with all the NA opportunities to increase that. But we have quite a few people go to international NAs already this year, but not only web, also a bit everywhere.
For example, Matteo.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So now we're gonna have the coffee break. So is anyone from the OC in the room? Okay, so
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay, so we're gonna be at the cafeteria. Sydney is gonna lead the way. You have everything ready there. You have a lot of sponsored stuff. You have brands for students, so take your goodie bags and lots of drinks, snacks, leftovers from breakfast. So go enjoy and be there in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. So we'll be back in 15 minutes.
With you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. So we're directly going to get started with the financial report presented by Leon. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 1 minute. And then.
Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone for quietly sitting down now. I will start presenting the financial report. So first, the good news. So you already heard it in the annual report before. So despite that we hosted web, we made a profit last year, and we were able to increase our safety fund. As explained before already, we used the profit as well as some of our retained earnings. So about the income, so you can see on this graph, the blue column is the budget that we had, the last amended budget of 2025, and then the red one is the actual finances of 2025. So you can see for the income, it's very equalized. For the web, you can see that we have a column and we in red, and we don't have one in blue. This is because we didn't put web in the budget of 2025. But yeah, you can see barely. You can see the sponsoring. We had in our budget a little bit more that we actually got, but we had a tiny bit of income for partnerships. We hope that this will change for next year. And the extraordinary, you can also almost barely see it. We have a little bit of extraordinary income, which was due to overpayment that was done in 2024. So someone had to pay us back a little bit. So this was extraordinary income because we couldn't put it in a different category. So overall, the budget of our income, the budgeted income was 113,345, and what we actually received as income, which mostly is due to hosting web, was 143,388.39. Sorry. On this graph, you can see the expenses. Again, the blue one is what we had budgeted for the expenses, and the red one is the actual expenses that we had. So it's, how should I say, it's overall, it's still very equalized. If you look at the numbers that we budgeted, 123,550, and we had the real expenses of 140,910 and 13. This difference that we see there is again due to web, because this was not calculated there, but for the accounting and for the for the whole accounting of 2025, we included a web, but the specific accounting of web was done separately by the web treasurer. This was to separate it, but for applying to the grants, we had to implement the final numbers of web, so the overall income and the overall expenses that we had for web. So now you can see on this graph that I created afterwards, after web, another budget line, which was for the accounting mostly, which is for web. And then you can also see that international affairs and the network care development columns, so the two almost to the right, are very different. So the one for international affairs is because in the international affairs, we have international accommodation and the accommodation of web went into that budget line. So this was already done before I was treasurer. We put the expenses in that budget line. So that's why I kept it in that budget line. But for other expenses that were done for web, I created the web budget line. So this is where this difference comes from. Then for the network care, actually I have a slide for this, I'm sorry. Yeah, so here you can see the point if you didn't fully understand what I said. And for the national level support, which is the second to the left, we can also see a difference that we spent more. This is because we had a big national level team, like many people, and high participation as well in events and national assemblies as well. So for the projects and grants, like in the line here, network care development, you can see that we budgeted a little bit more and we spent less. So the explanation for this is partially here, that we budgeted 9,500 for grants, and we actually only spent 5,457.28 on granting grants. This is because there were some causes where we budgeted an amount that was not used. So, for example, sustainability, we only used a tiny bit of the budget that was planned. And for social inclusion and skills and employability, there was nothing. No grants, so no budget used, which overall lowered the usage of the project and corpus grants budget line. Then for section cooperation, section cooperation is also in the network care and development. You can only see network care and speed because it's too long. For 2025, we had the intersection events also in that budget line. For 2026, as you might know or remember from NA2 in Lausanne, we split this to put it together with projects and causes, which was renamed to grants. So we have all the grants in one budget line. So this will change for the next year. But in this year, it was together. And for we only spent of the 11,000, 2,284.78 on intersection events. And also, as you know, we have the section cooperation event that a section or sections could apply for the grant. In 2025, we did not have such an event taking place, which is also why this budget is not reached. And then probably interesting for you to know is that the section support. So what we, how we support you to actually attend the NAs, refunding your travel and refunding the participation of 2 delegates and the travel of a third one. This goes actually on section support. And as you can see, we only budgeted 8,500, but we supported the National Assembly with a total of 10,354.01 francs. And this is due to higher participation, but also knowledge that you can actually get this refund. So as Daniel mentioned before, you have more awareness that you can actually get grants. And this is also partially there that you can actually get refunds for coming to the NA because we want to support you and your participation here. So this is why we have higher participation. And this actually affects the NAs in Lucerne, Lugano, and Winterthur from 2025. So as mentioned, we had an increase for the reserve. So my goal was to increase the safety fund so that we could actually do something with the safety fund if actually needed, because 3,882.85 is not that much to actually sustainably do something. 15,000 is still not like we couldn't sustain long with 15,000 we couldn't sustain long, but we can sustain longer than with 3.8K. So this is why we increased this, and the retained earnings have been reduced a little bit. And the idea for this is to have a separate safety fund account. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're going to proceed with the question round on Slido. So the speaker is now open. I'll let you start typing your questions. Please be concise and don't forget to state your name and section. Is anybody typing a question?
Yes.
We have the first question from Elena. Go ahead. 20 seconds per question, please.
Hello, yes, engineering.
Please write your whole name, section, and the whole question. Because otherwise it will be hard for the minute.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
You can ask now and
yes, that is slowly. No, so I want to understand, but this is the question. Say on concrete need. What's the concrete need?
Okay.
The question.
Thank you for your question. Leonie is it. So the concrete need is that right now we are relying on grants for the income. We are mostly relying on grants, and if we should not get a grant or get lower of a grant, because okay, let me phrase it differently. So right now we are relying a lot on grants, and if the grants are not permitted the way we expected, we might get financial problems. So to actually be able to sustain longer if we receive less grants, the idea of the safety fund is to then hop in, let's say, so that we can actually use the safety funds and cover what we didn't receive in the grant and figure out a new way of financing for the next financial year. Did it clarify your question?
Yes, I mean, then it's me again. It's just a comment. Mike.
1 second, just reaction from.
Thank you. Just reason NL, and I also want to clarify that not all NOs have a very good financial system or financial reality as Switzerland does, I have to say. But a safety fund is something that you have in every budget, and it has helped ESN NL specifically as well stay afloat. So honestly, that's a reason to have it.
Thank you. Elena, you can also say.
I don't agree, I'm sorry, with neither of you, because I mean, as I know, obviously in Switzerland, the most grant comes from the OFAS grant, and the OFAS grant needs spending. So if you have, I mean, I'm a little bit afraid that when the OFAS grant is going to see that we spend, but then we have savings, I mean, I'm very confused. If it was another national association, sure, because I don't know how they, but we work on spending money because this is the main one, except the Movezia. But so I'm like, I'm not really convinced that's a common.
Leonie is in Switzerland. It's okay if I react on the comment?
Yes, you can.
Okay. I understand you're thinking about the OPAS grant with extending with the expenses. So right now for this year, it was 2,900 something in profit that we moved to a safety fund. So the idea of the safety fund is not that we spend less, that we get less of the OPAS. It's right now it's moving the retained earnings to actually have the safety fund on like also number-wise and physically on a different account on another side.
Was that your answer?
It was like a comment to the comment.
Thank you. Waldo?
Walid, ESN EPFL. So I'm curious as to just the format of presenting these reports, because ultimately it shows last spring and this fall. And so, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the budget of 2025 was done by your predecessor as well, meaning that you're presenting what is done relatively to the person before you. And is there like some kind of way, I mean, is there a specific reason why we do it this way instead of doing it for all the accounting that you did this year rather than building on the past for people in general? Maybe.
So Leonie is in Switzerland, so the financial year, it's like, it's, I don't know how to say it. It's how, yeah, Elena, maybe you can phrase it in a way.
It's just there's no other way because that's how it's the rules for us Switzerland. We need to do it for the solar year. Yes. No, for the grants that we get. We need to do it for the solar year. So they ask from January to December. So it's mandatory. No, for these specific ones. I mean, it's a rule. And I agree with him as well, because I mean, you're showing something from other past, and then also there is some discrepancy with events, for example, because you include in the annual report, you include other events that you don't show in your budget. So I agree, but unfortunately for these grants, it's like this.
Technically, if we speak technically, we could do one financial report for the grants and one financial report for the mandate. But then the professor would need to do two financial reports, and already one is a lot. So, yeah.
Thank you. Is anybody still typing a question? Is anybody besides Matteo still typing a question? Then I propose to close the speakers list after Matteo. Is there any objection? Then I will now close the speakers list. Thank you. And we can move on with Matteo's question.
Hi, Matteo from ESN Zurich. Thank you so much for your presentation on the financial report. I know you mentioned putting the web accommodation in the international events, events accommodation section. I was just wondering, asking for further explanation on this, because for me, reading through the financial report, it seemed a bit misleading because it looked like web made a profit of 15,000, and even if the web accommodation is hidden in this international events accommodation category, we don't know how much it is. So we do not know if web how it performed financially, and also how much was spent on international event accommodation, because the web number is also in there.
Yes, thank you, Matteo. So the whole web accounting is on a different sheet that let's say external. If like considering the part of your question for more information about web, regarding the other part, this kind of goes into what Walid just said. It's something that Emma defined, and because she defined it, I followed it. So there we have this discrepancy of now me presenting it, and I'm not able to answer your question. Why? Because I don't know. Because it was decided by former treasurer, and I followed the fact that the accommodation goes into that bottom line. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Elena?
Yes, Elena is engineer. Just I actually wanted to say something during the annual report, so also before, but then I didn't type it. So about the Movezze grant, because it's been going on for many years since we started doing the Movezze grant, that we get 20,000. Oh my God, I really don't have time. So then we ask for 20,000. We always try to ask for more 25. They never give it to us. So just also for the next board, please maybe the new, if you elected the new education youth officer and also the board in general, please have a discussion with Movezze, because just sending them, asking them for more money, but they just give it to us. We asked this for like 6 years now. It's a long time. So just maybe have a really true discussion with them. Can we actually, how we can improve it? And then it makes sense, because just doing a full report to ask it and never get it, it's nonsense.
Thank you.
I know it's a comment.
Thank you, Elena. Question from Matteo.
Hi, Matteo, ESN Zurich. The financial report shows that ESN Switzerland made a large profit off of selling ESN cards, about 15,000. Can you explain this? Did we have like a large reserve of ESN cards that we sold this year?
So for the ESN cards, we can, like in the report, you can see that we sold a lot because we also bought a lot. So we have higher expenses for the ESN cards than before, but we also have higher income, of course, because of it. So it's relational to what we buy. So the stock that we have is not too big. It's about 200 cards now. The stock 600. Okay, we have 600 ESN card stock right now. But we bought more, and we sold more because you ordered more.
Then may I respond? I understand that we sold a lot, but I'm just looking at like on the income section, it says 24,000 for ESN cards, and then in expenses, it's 8,000, which leads me to believe that, or which kind of paints the picture that we bought 8,000 worth of ESN cards and sold 24,000 worth of ESN cards. Maybe I'm missing something, but like there was a real profit generated. As an explanation.
Okay, thank you for the question. I would need to see it visualized now because I can hear your number. I see Flavia has a comment. Okay, I will let you talk first.
Maybe just to clarify. Sorry. Just to clarify, we don't buy them at the same price as we sell them. So we buy them for 2.5 euros to ESN International, and we sell them to the sections for 6.6 francs per ESN card. So the difference comes from here.
I didn't know that.
Okay. Thank you, Flavia. Thank you, Matteo.
Thank you to everybody. Thank you, Leonie. So we're directly going to move on with the presentation of the amendment to the standing orders by IBC.
Hello again.
You're warning when you have 1 minute.
Sorry?
I'm going to give you warning when you have 1 minute.
Okay. I'm gonna have this, or do you take it?
2 seconds. I almost forget. Exactly.
Thank you. So, hi everyone. I'm going to present the only amendment of the weekend. So the standing orders and the statutes amendment on the definition of ESN Switzerland's official documents. Okay. So the first statutes amendment. So here we, at the moment, we only have one article in our statutes covering the amendments of our documents, but focusing mainly on the statutes and standing orders. So here the idea is really like to bring a little bit of clarity and also have more bring more clarity, sorry, to the all the other documents that we have in our network, and also like to distinguish how we can amend it. Sorry, I completely forgot about the presentation, but sorry. So yeah, maybe that's it. The new article that I would like to add to our statute. So first of all, create another part to this statute that will be documents of ESN Switzerland, new articles on official documents that will be to define the documents. So here we have listed the documents that actually are already voted on by the National Assembly, so by you. So you have the statute, have the standing orders, you have the code of conduct, the Swiss events policy paper, and the sustainability policy paper. The little editorial is not like to have this article quite fixed, and like to leave space for other documents that might bring up in the next mandates. So here the hierarchy part, sorry. So we have the statutes that can only, I'm going to present it afterwards. Oh no, already. So again, we have the statutes that's the highest level that always prevail, and it's the only document. It's documents that the MB cannot change without that cannot be changed without a vote of the NA. Then we have the standing orders, the code of conduct and policy, or the policy papers, so SPP and police papers. So yeah, that's pretty much it in the different part. And what have been added is that in case like the resolution, conflict resolution, or maybe interpretation of the documents, that mainly relies on the latest version of the paper, and also in case more discussion has to be given to that, we have the audits, the audit body, sorry, that could intervene. That should intervene. Then now going to the amendment procedure. So as I said, the amendments of the statutes only approved by the National Assembly. So with the absolute majority, went to go quite quickly. Don't hesitate to have questions afterwards. Then amendments on the all other documents. So regarding the standing orders, Swiss event policy paper, sustainable policy paper. Here we have also the fact. So here the amendments can be proposed by the NB or by the NA, the section, sorry, for the NAs. But also this specific part is regarding and change that will be voted on, internally by the NB. So as you know, as we did for the national level restructuration, so the NB approved the change internally, and then we communicated the change to you, and you had to vote. You voted on it with the vote of confidence. So here, actually, this article is already in the statutes. And what we actually more explicit stated is the timeline. So we have 7 days to send information to the sections, and then the section at its 2 sections can call for a referendum, which would cancel annul the decision that was taken by the MB, and would the MB will have to present the documents to the National Assembly to have you voted on it. Yeah. And then we have a final part. So sorry, Benita. We have final part. This document, we all have it, right? There's nothing new here. It's only like to also present, to have it in the statutes that ESN Switzerland have this different documents. So you have the guidelines, procedure documents, have the task descriptions, the transaction documents, etc., etc. And yeah, that's it for me. And I'm very much looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agrippine. We're gonna open the speakers list. Please be concise. Again, don't forget to state your name and section. Yes. Is anybody typing a question? We're going to do 20 seconds for questions with 10-second warning and 45-second answers with the 20-second warning. Lorraine.
Lorraine, yes, in Michelle. So in secondary documents, are you including status of local section? And if yes, is it not contradictory to say that we don't vote on them since, for example, section vote on them?
No, it's really like the national, sorry, I don't see you, but only the national level, so national ESN Switzerland's documents. No, there's nothing related to the section.
Right. Thank you. Waldo?
So Waldo, ESN EPFL, so changing it's Article 19, there's one part in particular, which is the fourth, changing the refunds and grant procedure. It's just being specified that it can be modified with no consultation whatsoever, no timeline, no. I mean, it can be something that impacts, and actually is something that impacted sections, and just why adding it in the previous point and not in this one.
Daniel, ESN Switzerland. Actually, it was never a document that was voted on. It's a practice from the national level to have this document so that we know as a guideline. I mean, you can always request an amendment on these documents. But what has been done in the previous mandates is basically to give you even more time, because before it was 30 days and now it's 15 days before the event. So we are going even more benefiting for you. So actually, I think a document that we kind of need to work on. I'm not sure the section should, I would say, be consulted for every little working document that we use.
Reaction from Waldo?
Yes, as a reaction, I mean, yes and no, in the sense that if it's a refund procedure of section members to go to an A, for example, this is something that impacts them. This is something that, I mean, you kind of have to know if, like, starting like from today to tomorrow, you have to fill out like a whole bunch of 15 pages to get refunded. I mean, just giving that kind of example, that's not something which is not concerning the sections, for example. For the ones that touch only the NL, I'd agree, but for the ones that touch the sections, I wouldn't.
Yeah, yes.
Daniel, yes, in Switzerland. On that, you can always request propose an amendment and change these documents. You still have the power to do that. But I would say we are not here to make your life complicated. We have too much money and we have to spend it.
Can I add something?
Yeah,
just like a few words. Also, like I think that's what we also did with the national level restoration that we consolidated the sections. I think it's something that we should also keep in mind as MD, that any changes that would like bring, like we can be there. I mean, we can share it with one of the maybe not everybody, but one of the communities, and also to have your feedbacks on that. And as Daniel said, I mean, we work for you people. So like our aim is to make your life very simple, and also like any change will be communicated timely so that you are aware of everything. And so yeah, that's.
Thank you. Axel.
Axel, yes, and EPFL is international. So I see it as very highly problematic to have the code of conduct that high in the hierarchy, because the code of conduct is very complicated to interpret. And we have many procedures where we actually have a contradiction because we discriminate people toward their role and position. And it's mostly related to the reimbursement or spot allocation for events, for example. So do you consider the challenges if the code prevails about, for example, SCPP reimbursement policy and extra spot policy?
So just before the answers, anybody still having a question? Okay.
Yeah, I believe this is already understood your question. Can you please rephrase your question?
Yes, basically, we have many procedures toward reimbursement or spot allocation for events where we do discriminate about the role or the position of some people, which is in contradiction with the code of conduct. So actually, I see it quite problematic to have the code of conduct that high in the hierarchy, and I was wondering if you consider those challenges. And give example.
Yeah, you can.
Typically, last NA, we approved an amendment that we can actually choose, like the NB could choose some people to get reimbursed or not for the event. So it could typically, depending on the reason, be something like this, or typically for the spot for EGM, some local section have some procedures to choose, and they can say, oh, you went already to EGM, so you will use some points to go to EGM this year. But so actually, it doesn't go like it's also going against the code of conduct based on that. So if it prevails over all or over documents, I think we will have a lot of interpretation needed and a lot of problems coming from like basically rules that make sense.
Just 1 second. Is anybody still typing a question? And is anybody besides Axel still typing a question? So then I propose to close speakers list after Axel has finished. Is there any objection? No, then the speakers list will be closed after Axel has written his questions. And there was a reaction from.
Yeah, Emilia Brzank, ESN International, maybe this time as the legal expert of ESN International. This is all the idea of having the hierarchy of norms, and this is fine. This is actually something that we have this, and it should be implemented in different legal systems when the legal systems are getting developed, because you have contradictory norms. So I completely see the point and the reason of having code of conduct over any other document decided only by the national board, because it comes natural that the rules that are voted by the National Assembly should be more important than any rule that is decided internally by the national board. So it's actually protecting the National Assembly from the dictator, of any national board in the future. So if you have such a situation that there are some rules in any of the internal documents that are contradictory to the code of conduct, this is amazing to have the hierarchy of norms, because they will not be valid anymore. Because this hierarchy will just protect you.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the next question. Axel, are you done typing? Then the speaker list is officially closed. Laurie?
Laurie, yes, initial. So it's not a new thing, but about the referendum, what are you expecting actually?
So it's I'm going to say simply that it's like 2 sections, send an email to the MB and say, hey, we do not agree with the decision that you took, and that will definitely block the process.
Thank you, Waldo.
Waldo, ESN TFL. So you extend the NB amendment procedure to the standing orders to all the ESN Switzerland official documents with a shortcutting of standard NA process. Well, of course, there can be referendum and so on. There is this shortcut which is extended to all the documents approved by the NA. What's the heuristic? Why this extension in general? What's the reason behind this?
I don't want to say things that are correct, but I think that so far in the statutes only, I mean, like as the state, we only rely. Sorry, I'm going to start. So the statutes only took into account the statutes that have at the moment the statutes and the standing orders. So like we kept the statutes outside the power, I would say, of the NB, and like as the standing orders that was already having this. Giving already this possibility to the NB to have like just like the continuity of that, and yeah, and what else also, like I mean the SEPP, yeah, I mean like it was just the continuity of what already had in the statutes, and it felt like more important for us like to keep the statutes out of the decision making process of the NB. We didn't think about the. Thanks for your question.
Thank you. Reaction from Modo?
Just to clarify, in the past, at least the previous version, this was only applicable to standing orders, meaning that all the other documents, SCPP, sustainable policy, all the documents approved by DNA were not impacted by the NB referendum and so on. It was not included in the standing orders, and now it gets included specifically in it, meaning that, I mean, it's not just clarifying the situation, it's actually extending it clearly with that. Yeah.
Is a reaction?
Question from. Oh, my, sorry. There was a reaction from
Daniel, yes, and Switzerland. The logic here is also that the standing orders are quite considered higher than the others, like the CPP and so on. So it's kind of a bit weird that we can change and there can be a referendum on something that is high as standing orders, but not in more practical documents as the other ones. So it's also a bit of coherence within the hierarchy of the documents. If you can do of one that is higher, not lower, it's a bit weird, let's say. And many of the changes, sometimes we just need a practical check at some point. That can be done by the NV easily. And that doesn't require to go through an NA or an ENA for the things. And you are still protected by the referendum.
Reaction from Waldo?
Sorry about this, but at the same time, yes and no, because you have seen typically this mandate that some amendments were proposed to such documents, not necessarily approved by all the sections, meaning that you would just induce a referendum inducing an extra NA to what is an overly tight an overly tight agenda, when you could just propose it regularly at DNA. So why such a shortcut when it's not necessarily something that makes consensus?
Daniel, yes, and Switzerland, because sometimes there is no, like the sections are okay with the change and we don't need to add one thing to the NA each time. At least the sections can decide, oh, this I don't agree, so this is worth discussing, or this I agree, this is not worth taking time at the NA for that.
By adding an extra, and it's to clarify, by adding an extra NA on an overly tight, an overly busy schedule, that's the first thing. And second of all, say an amendment is proposed in August, sections do not review it, referendum is just not considered at this point, a change passes and sections are not really concerned.
And Switzerland, then the next NA sections propose an amendment to remove it.
Hello. Valerie, it's a more technical question. So there is in one article 18.4, it's saying changes to standing orders. I think it should be replaced by changes to all other documents. And then there's like few typos and something like this. So should it be changed before voting? Because like for legal procedure?
I think we can thank you first of all for accompanying in Switzerland. Thank you for spotting that out. So we could vote on this as it is with the result of changing that, or we can also amend it. We can send it tonight, and for you to have voting on the amendments to the amendments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Axel?
Axel, yes, and is international. Second question is, like, I really love that you want to change the majority, to change the status, and you want to change it to absolute majority, but I was just wondering the thought process to choose this majority instead of a 2/3 majority, for example, because it's the case in many NOs or ESN International for status, for example.
Yeah, thank you for your question. How can I answer that? If we look to our minister and others, we only have two types at the moment of voting. If I'm not wrong, to have the simple majority and the absolute majority. And I think it was just going with what we already used to, but I believe that this is something we could also think about by going from the either the simple majority or the absolute majority that we pursue now to the two-third majority. Two-thirds, sorry.
Yeah.
Just a comment, Axel, using the ESN International, we use as well like two-third majority for many different things, such as approving new section or dismissing one MD members. So this is something we have. But
sorry, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Axel, yes, in ESN International. So usually in our statutes, the arbitration board is supposed to be the dispute resolution body. But in the case of the interpretation for those statutes here, it was said that the audit body is the resolving dispute body. So why is that choice?
So here, just want to precise that we're talking about documents and not like people, like disputes among people, and also because in the I know it's different from what we have in the international level, but like in our audit body, we also have the procedure auditor, and we believe that it's a good profile for this type of discussion and legal auditors for.
Comment. Axel, yes, in ESN International. So standing orders article 17.3, the interpretation use the statutory document, the code of conduct, and other official documents. So it's part of the task description that is in our statutes. So that's why I'm a bit confused about it. But I mean, both make sense anyway. But
yeah,
it was just a comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Axel.
Last question, Axel Yussin, ESN International. So thank you for answering all the questions first. And I was just wondering what would happen in case of the dispute resolution body is vacant, because as we can see, we have no one applying for arbitration board. We had to push someone last year to have a financial auditor, and we still have the other position missing. So it's very likely that we will not have all the time those bodies not vacant. So what will happen?
Thank you very much, Axel, for this question. And I will actually turn it back to the NA and motivate people to apply for this position until you have the motivation, the capacity, the knowledge to deal with that. It's definitely, I think the same question to ask, what if we do not have VP in the board, like the House of Evidence? And so far we were more relying on the advisory council or the national board, depending on the layer of the disputes. And yeah, I think it's something that we'll probably continue doing because it's like the practice that we have. But yeah, it's a good question that I also already try to motivate people to apply to the position that will be open for anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
I'm sorry, but you didn't really answer the question about what would happen. If we have a dispute, but no one in position to actually take the decision.
Yeah, I said that at the moment we have in the code of conduct, we already have like who can be who can intervene. For instance, yeah, we have like if there's dispute between one NB member and the section member, this is the person to refer to. This is dispute between it's more in the section, sorry. So like if you're talking about the dispute on the documents or the dispute just on the documents, yeah, the end insights. The end insights. That's the
Just to clarify, if there is a problem in the middle of the semester, we need to call for an extra NA to solve a dispute if it's something urgent.
Dispute on documents?
Yeah, like it can be about anything, like a procedure, that something happens and that section is not agreeing about anything, but.
In ESN Switzerland, well, yes, no one else has the competency. So the only one that has the competency is the NA. We go for an NA.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we are going to proceed with Bartle's presentation.
Sure. Yep, correct.
Okay, thanks. So coding with multiple options. So the motivation behind this comes from having like multiple kind of election rounds, especially where we elect people, where we have more than one candidate. And the voting system that we have is currently really not working very well. So this is, I wanted to put it as an amendment, but I think that it's wise to kind of present it to everyone, see what everyone thinks, and then kind of come with a very robust amendment for the next NA because it's something very important. Is it? Wait. Okay. Yeah, so this is just a proposal, but I'm here to like gather feedback from everyone, and I think it's very important that everybody sees this. So welcome to a fictional ESN then where 13 sections need to elect a mascot manager. The candidate is Luke Leckerly. This is mascot of ESN Basel. And if Luke runs unopposed, the voting ballot is going to look something like this. Do you approve Luke as mascot manager? Yes, no, or abstain? And then with an absolute majority, Luke will win if he gets 50% plus one of the sections voting yes. So that's 7 out of 13 in our case. And then, so when we just have one option, this is kind of straightforward. You have 2 options, yes, no, and there's no possibility for ties. It works well. This is not the issue when we have one person. The other issue is when we have a second candidate. Now Mustafa and there's the race, and Mustafa and Luke are running for the position of mascot manager. And the voting ballot is going to look something like this. Who do you elect as mascot manager? Luke, Mustafa, none of the above, or abstain? And for an absolute, it's the same rule with the same absolute majority. And this also looks simple. You have 2 options, Luke or Mustafa. It's straightforward, no ties, right? Wrong. So you have 3 options, Luke, Mustafa, and none of the above. I'll get this in a second. And this results in a lot of problems with the voting procedure. Just a clarification, abstain is not an option. It's not a preference. It just means I don't want to express an opinion. Whereas none of the above means I prefer none of the current candidates. I would rather have no one rather than any of the options that I'm given. So abstain is not a preference, but none of the above is one of the options that you can choose. So then if you go to the examples from before, when you have one single candidate running, you have kind of yes or no, which could also be translated into this, which is like, who do you elect as mascot manager, Luke or none of the above? When you have 2 people running, you already have 3 options. And the problem is, I have an exam. My exam on Monday is about voting procedures. The problem is that whenever you have more than 2 options, so when we have 2 candidates, we already have 3 options. Then there's no perfect voting system for it. Like there's nothing that can really like fully satisfy us. But the way we currently do it is probably the worst way possible. So the current voting method, you know, the biggest fear in the life of a vice president of governance is we all say together, a tie at the NA. So problem number 1, ties. We have Luke, Mustafa, and none of the above, the 3 options. And then let's say that the 13 sections, 6 vote for Mustafa, 6 vote for Luke, and 1 vote for none of the above. In the current system, this would just be a 6-6 tie, and there's no clear winner. There's nothing we can really do. And also, this happens when we have 2 qualified candidates. So the more like equally qualified the candidates are, the more this is likely to happen, which is a problem. We don't really want this. And right now, what we could do is like repeat the vote. And then if nothing changes, then we cannot really elect anyone. And this happens a lot. Like we've been quite close to comfort with this. But now imagine that all the sections who voted for Mustafa, they're like, we like Mustafa, but Luke is also okay. But the sections who voted for Luke, they're like, yeah, we only want Luke, we hate Mustafa. Then, you know, Luke would be the option who makes the sections happier on average. But with the current system, we don't really have a way to like see this. Another problem is, this is mostly because it's going to be a question, but when you have this one section that's like votes none of the above, if they vote none of the above, it's a tie. If they vote for Luke, Luke wins. If they vote for Mustafa, Mustafa wins. So you have kind of this like really like kind of like marginal section who can just like change their decision, and it changes the whole outcome, which is intuitive. But then when you think about it, where the kind of the sections that, for example, I don't know, want Luke really hate Mustafa, it could be that on average everybody is like less satisfied than if Luke would win. And then the third problem is vote splitting. So let's say we have a third option, the method of ESN Fribourg, and then you can And then let's say that Luke and Fribourg really have like similar opinions and similar plans for the position, whereas Mustafa has very different options. Then you could get a result like this, where kind of you would get 6 votes for Mustafa, 4 for Luke, 3 for Fribourg, which under our current system, either Mustafa wins with a simple majority or it's complicated if there's an absolute majority. But then when you think about it, because people are kind of like indifferent between Luke and Frivold, some have a slight preference, but if either Luke or Frivold ran against Mustafa by themselves, they would probably win. So by adding this kind of extra option, we make the vote like harder to decide. Yeah, so the issue here is that we don't really know kind of the full preference of each section. So what we know is kind of what their first option is, because that's what you vote for. You always vote for the first option, but you never tell us, you know, for example, section 1 likes Luke, but we don't know if they would be okay with Mustafa as well, or would rather have no one on second place. So the solution is just to ask for this, ask for a complete ranking. And this is the points method. So the voting ballot would look something like this, where you just have the 3 options, A, B, and none of the above, and then you rank them. And you give out points depending on your ranking. So we will go from something like this to something like this, where, for example, section 1 says, I like Luke, Mustafa is okay, worst case, no one is elected. Section 2, for example, says, I like Luke, but I really don't like Mustafa. I would rather have no one over Mustafa. And then section 3 would rather have no one, but then if someone has to be elected, they would prefer Luke over Mustafa. So this is kind of the thing that you would put on the voting ballot, and then you give out points. So every time, like the first option gets 2 points, the second option gets 1 point, and the last option gets 0 points. And if you abstain, you give out 0 points to everyone. So in this case, kind of Luke would win with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. There's one caveat. 5. There's one caveat here, which is that we still need an absolute majority for someone to be elected. So we have the total amount of points, which is you just add up everything for each option. And then you also have the question of approval. So as a section, you approve of a candidate if you rank them higher than none of the above. So in order to actually be electable, you need to be ranked higher than none of the above by at least 50% plus 1 of the sections. I will get into an example after. So the rule would be that out of the options that are majority approved, so at least 50% plus 1 of the sections approved, the one with the highest total amount of points wins. Example. For example, here we would have a clear favorite. So we can look at candidate A, ESN Basel, for example. They prefer candidate A the most, so they give out 2 points to candidate A, 1 point to none of the above, and 0 points to candidate B, which means they only like candidate A, and they would rather have no one rather than candidate B. Then from Bern, and then you can, this is like for an example for 13 sections, it doesn't mean anything. And then all the sections who rank, for example, for candidate A, if candidate A is ranked above none of the above, then it's approved by ESN Basel. So in this case, ESN Basel would approve of candidate A, but they wouldn't approve of candidate B because they rank candidate B lower than none of the above. And you can do this for everyone. For example, Hur would approve both candidate B and candidate A. They like candidate A, B, but they're also okay with candidate A. And then you add up the points. So in this example, both options would be approved by a majority, meaning that they would win if they ran by themselves. So A is approved with a majority of 12 sections, B with a majority of 7 sections, and then A wins with 23 points. So yeah, under this rule, A would win, and under the old system, also A would win with an 11-2 vote. Is it done? Okay, just one more example. This is when we previously had the tie, but now we can break the tie because we know like what sections want. And this is the option where the first 6, like ESN Basel abstains. The next 6 sections really like candidate A. They're also okay with candidate B. And the last 5 are, they like candidate B, but they really don't like candidate A. And in this case, kind of candidate B would win with the most points. And then there's a couple more examples, but I will just let you ask questions.
Very much. So thank you for cutting off the presentation.
That's like extra slides.
So speakers list, event size, and don't forget to state your name and section. We have first question from Juan.
Yeah.
Juan, ESN. I have three questions. So first is, how long will it take to count the votes? And second is, are ties still possible? And will a second ballot ever be necessary?
I'm sorry, we're gonna go. Yeah, I was gonna say you have to go one question at a time.
Okay, well, how long will it take to count the votes?
Can I just answer all of them so it's done quicker? But this is not. Okay. How long will it take to count the votes? I have. Okay. So Barbara ESN Switzerland. So there is an Excel template. You just need to put how many points everyone gets, and then it decides, like, it tells you how many points everyone got. So it's actually quite quick. You just need to look at the ballots and put in the data.
Second question, Juan. Giuseppe.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Giuseppe, ESN Zurich. And this is kind of the same question that Juan was also asking. How does this system kind of address the issues of possible ties and solve them? How do you handle it?
Yes, Barbara ESN Switzerland. So it solves a lot of the ties. So this is an example, for example, where I was saying that some sections would also be okay with the other candidate, some sections wouldn't be okay with the other candidate. It can, like, so ties can still happen. It's very, very rare, which is when you have everybody having exactly the same, like, mirrored preferences. And then there's also a tie breaking rule when everybody gets the same points. If someone is approved by a larger majority of the sections, so then there is a tiebreaker, but there is a very slight chance where everybody is approved by the same amount of sections and gets the same amount of points. And at that point, you're just as good as flipping the coin. So the NA decides. There's really no good, like, solution for that, but it shouldn't happen.
Thank you. Next question. Sorry, next question from Emilia.
Emilia is an international. Do you know any democratic legal system in which this actually works and still stays as democratic system that way?
Switzerland. Also, my professor of social choice theory, so this at the University of Zurich uses this in the Department of Economics at the University of Zurich.
Which scale? How big are those buildings?
I don't know. It's just like the board of the faculty.
20-ish.
Yeah. But also Switzerland uses this.
Yeah. The entire campus of Zurich, this exact system.
Yeah.
Yes, as well, apparently.
As well. That's very Australia. Yeah, on a national level.
It's national level system.
Okay, we're gonna next question from Axel.
Axel, yes, we definitely listen international. So yeah, I do agree with you that this kind of system will work perfectly in an ideal world, but in reality, even more when it's about candidates and people we know, like people tends to do like everything possible to make like the people they really want elected to be elected, and we might have some cases where people would actually prefer to none of the above before someone else because they know it will increase the chances of their friends being elected, for example. Or do you think don't you think it will just replace an issue by another issue because of strategic voting?
I mean, it is an issue. I honestly, just by being a local section, I don't see myself being so incentivized to lie. Also, because then if you lie about your preferences, then you risk getting like the worst option. If your first option, the candidate that you want doesn't win, then your last option wins because you like acted strategically. And also, this is kind of something that is not decided by one person that's being strategic. It's usually kind of like the decision of a whole section. So I really wouldn't say that's strategic, but it is an issue nonetheless.
Thank you. Next question from Waldo.
Yeah, so my question is, you're proposing a new votation system, but the previous people in charge that actually introduced the current system we had are like legal officers that had like reasons to do it that specific way. And the question is, why, I mean, did you consult with them as to why it was like this in the past and not another system around? Because this is something that was considered in the past.
But we essentially, so I only talked to Sandrine, who, by my knowledge, is the one who wrote the current voting system. And she had a lot of questions, but she was like not opposed to it. She said that like we need to like consult the sections properly, which is what I'm doing right now. This is why I'm not pushing it as an amendment. But she was generally in favor of it, and I think that for all the questions that she had, I had good answers.
Thank you. Reaction from the.
Sorry, Domi, yes, in Switzerland, just to maybe add that already, like this being my second year in the board, this was already kind of an issue that we talked about last year, that we need to find a solution to do it. So it's like been known that it currently doesn't work, and this is just the currently proposed solution.
Thank you very much. Is anybody still having a question? If not, then I propose to speak the, I propose to close the speakers list. Do you have are you typing? Okay. Is there an objection to me closing the list after Elena? Then I will close the speakers list after Elena's question. Thank you. Lau. Sorry, that was I'm seeing first.
Nope, my sugars. So it's Juan. Let's just.
My bad, Juan.
Juan, yes, in Switzerland. You already answered my previous question. So will a second ballot ever be necessary, or will you just stick to the results of the first ranked choice? And regardless, even if the difficulty of voting, would you just stick to that and never ask us to vote again?
Part we in Switzerland. So in principle, no. I can see a scenario where someone voted wrong and they ask for a revote, or if, for example, if you actually get a tie, which again is it's possible, it's very, very unlikely, then we could propose to do the vote again, but there's no kind of procedure that would require a second ballot.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just to clarify, the are ties impossible question was.
Yes, they are possible, but highly unlikely.
Yes. Emilia?
Emilia, ESN International. Okay, I'm trying to put it together, I'm sorry, but it's a really interesting proposition. If sections vote strategically, you have to logically think, if I want my candidate to win, then the second very strong candidate has to receive as low points as it is only possible. So logically, sections could strategically decide that if we have 3 candidates, 2 of them are really strong, and 1 is like, no. Then you have to put your candidate on the first, the second strong candidate on the last, because that person cannot have many points, and you put the mediocre candidate on the second place, which ends up that none of the strong candidates actually wins, but the most mediocre and person who was actually not on the first place of anyone's list wins, because has the highest number of points.
So I mean, should I answer, or do you wanna?
No, I want to make a comment on it.
Yes.
Yes.
So I think.
Name and section.
Oh, sorry. Regulations and Switzerland, ESN FHW. I think this has more to do with the decision of the sections than the actual system itself, because you also have that problem in any system whatsoever. So I don't really think that it makes a lot of sense asking how sections actually decide on their priorities. Like strategical voting always happens no matter what the system is, but I don't really think that it's really that relevant to the system that is being proposed right now.
Then actually, first of all, so why do you change the system if both of them create the same problem? And second of all, if you have the situation that one of the candidates didn't get more than 50% of votes, but still get more than the other one, then you vote, then you have the second voting
only about this one candidate, and section can express only that. And in the system that you're proposing right now, there is no second voting, just automatically the mediocre candidate gets elected.
Sorry, just a reaction.
Then they pass it on.
Yeah, just to comment on your point. I understand where it comes from, but this system is called ranked choice voting, and it's created precisely to eliminate that because it in essence works as like multiple ballots at the same time. That's the point of ranking them. And yeah, as Frank mentioned, it mostly depends on each section's like individual choice. You're kind of risking it if you want to put your mediocre candidate on the second place instead of the second best. But in essence, your vote is 1 in 13, so it's not really gonna change the complete election, and so most people are not gonna act that way. At least that's how it works in real life in countries.
Reaction from Flavia.
I have a comment on this. Maybe I come from a country that was is very strategic voting. I can tell you that for one national assembly, where there was 2 strong candidates and the third one was good, but not as good as the other 2. If it was this proposal, the mediocre was selected by the section. And I get the point that we want to avoid the risk of the ties, but keep in consideration the risk of the strategic vote. You cannot, in my opinion, in that section will vote considering the best, but they selected what they want. So keep in consideration when you make the proposal, please.
There was a reaction from Flavia.
Answer the question. No.
Just maybe to put this in perspective, the point of the system once.
So just say your name and section.
Sorry, Flavia, ESN, Basel, ESN, Switzerland. The point of the system is exactly that someone that is mediocre, so okay for everyone, but not strong opinion, should get elected above someone where some people are strongly for this person, but some people are strongly against. So the point of the system is really to count for different levels of who you want or you don't want.
Thank you. We're gonna let Barbara answer.
I mean, there have been like I don't even know what to answer anymore. But yeah, first of all, to Frank's reaction, I would say that it's important to also think about how sections would kind of try to cheat the system, let's say. For your question, I think that, you wouldn't put them like, yes, you can, but at the same time, if you put the mediocre candidate above the candidate that you prefer more, then you risk the mediocre candidate winning, and then you're worse off. So I think it's really kind of also a question of risk, or of do you want to risk playing strategically and someone bad winning, or do you want to kind of be truthful? And yes, also Flavian's point, the idea is also that you want the person that makes everyone on average the happiest. You don't want someone who makes 5 sections really, really happy and everybody is crying. You want someone who on average makes everyone the happiest, and that's what the system does.
Thank you. Patty?
Santiago, ESN Fribourg, local nerd. I'm more in the logistics side of things, so voting already takes a lot of time just by counting like this. Would we need to build a new automated counting system for this kind of method, and how long will the new decisions take considering this?
Part of ESN Switzerland, so you would just get the ballot and you would need to rank the options on your ballot, and then there is an Excel template that took me 5 minutes to build that counts the votes. Which is going to stay on the drive. But also it makes it easier because the chances of having to have a second round are there's no second round. Whereas now it happens very often if we end up in a second or in a third round of voting.
And also consider that usually when the city is counting the votes, the participants are doing their workshops. So there is a timeline so that we are not taking time from the agenda to do that.
Reaction from Jasper?
Jasper is in a notice. Barbara and I have been working hard to get the GA app, which is a tool for voting online. This is not supported by the GA app, so keep that in mind if you want to implement it.
Reaction from Flavia.
Very similar voting
Name and section.
yes, a very similar voting system from St. France, for instance, is supported by the GA.
And can I come? Also, you like Jasper? Can I answer?
You think it's important? It's the point in not doing account.
Yes.
If Jason France implements
Name and
Marco on a separate international desk, if Jason France implements something and doesn't provide the network, it's still a problem. I don't think that, like, from my current knowledge, there was no changes and it's still a problem. You implement something and maintain changes of a vote in an app that is adapted every time. I don't think it's a solution make changing the GA app and maintaining it. The ring skill. From my knowledge.
And can I answer? So from my knowledge, the GA app is Switzerland. From my knowledge, the GA app is open source, so we can make changes to it if someone wants to do it and has the technical skills. So it would be implementable, but we could also do it with a paper if it doesn't work out.
Is it a reaction? Okay, your reaction.
Sandy is in Fribourg. To be honest, even if you cannot fully modify the app, even if it's open source, building a tool just for this, a private tool for ESN, so Switzerland makes a lot of sense and would be very easy. Happy to help.
Well, we hope to see you on the national level next year.
Okay, moving on. Next question from Axel.
So, yes, and PFI is international. So as Fabien said, ESN France has kind of a similar system. I think it's a bit different because we really need to just say how much we like one candidate separately. But from what I got as a feedbacks, it was like not very liked. People, I saw a lot of people complaining. Some of them loved it as well, but some really didn't like it. So I was wondering if you try to reach out, or maybe you can later on try to reach out to some of the people from ESN France to get some knowledge about our system.
Or we in Switzerland. So actually they discussed it a bit with Flavian. And from my understanding, they have like a star system where they give out the stars to the candidates, but then you're not forced to rank it. So then you're even more incentivized to be strategic about it. My opinion. So I did this. I also discussed it in the HR network community, in the international HR network community. We discussed in the chat. I got some feedback there. And yeah, this is.
Thank you. Matteo?
Hi. Matteo, ESN Zurich. I was wondering, what gives you the impression that Mustafa would be a right-wing authoritarian?
What?
Say Barbara ESN Switzerland pass.
Waldo?
Authoritarian. No.
Flavien?
Yes, and Barbara, yes, and Switzerland. So following up, are you also considering the majority judgment, which is the system of ESN France, which would allow to give options about every candidate using a common scale that goes from excellent to reject? According to some papers, it is the voting system that measures the most faithfully the opinion and puts an end to everything that prevents useful voting, without voting, and then voting. And it gives a full end to ties, by the way. You can't have a tie. Unless everyone's voting exactly the same mentions, but this will never.
Or we in Switzerland, I don't know this, but it feels like everyone is gonna vote excellent on their top choice and like reject on their lowest choice. Because here at least we force people to rank their options. So they cannot put their preferred option on in like the top and then all the other options at the bottom. Here they're like actually forced to rank them. But I can look into it. I will look into it.
Thank you. Is anybody still typing? Oh, okay, because in there you wrote a question, but I think the speaker system was already closed when you wrote it.
Oh, then
So
I didn't know. Okay, sorry, then it's not.
Right. Next question from Laura.
Laura, yes, and international, my question was actually already answered by Babu, so.
And you're also in the chat.
I know. To be honest, I had so many chats, I'm not gonna watching all the messages, so.
Okay, Marco.
Marco, yes, I'm back out. Yes. Do you think this make more easy to understand the results? Maybe it's me, but I think voting this received 24 points, 23 this 12. I'm confused. What do you think also to make clear to also?
For ESN Switzerland, I mean, the point is to be transparent with the system, and then the results are just these two options are approved by the NA, and this option receives the most points. This is the voting result. I think that it's more complicated than what we have right now, but I think that people can also like I don't think it's kind of like a mystery box of equations. It's just like you need to add up points.
Thank you. Right.
Frank is an FHNW, he's in Switzerland. Have you considered any practical issues that arise with this system in case a section wants to delegate their vote and they're absent at the name?
But we in Switzerland, I mean, no, because you delegate the same. The problem is when you have a delegated vote and you have to do a second round, then you don't know how to vote. Whereas this one is in one round, so I would say that it's even better than what we have right now, because you don't have to make decisions for the other section or like I had to do for you when I was delegating the vote.
Thank you.
Thank you. Axel? Sorry, a reaction from Modo.
The reaction to typically what you said, Bahu, sections do not have to assume something from other sections when votes are being dedicated, because you kind of ask, in the case of this person going to second round, what would you do? This is the way that you actually delegate votes. Like you're not supposed to make choices.
Yes, I was saying
Yeah, well, ready.
On this example, Frank is and Switzerland is an FHW. On this specific example, Barbu was texting me when he wanted to vote for us. So yeah, he was considering that, and otherwise he would have abstained.
Also comment, you might remember I was always abstaining in the NA in Lugano last year. And also it was a joke.
Reaction from Hamza.
It was me. I was voting abstain.
Axel, yes, and Peter is international. So when I was a section in the Spotlight coordinator, I worked with a system like this where to elect the section that was section in the Spotlight. We have multiple sections and we had to rank them, and with a point system, we decided which one wins. And the personal feedback I had, it was like not really working because the impact of people putting some section very high compared to some others was very high, and didn't solve any issue.
Yes, in Switzerland, I'm personally not familiar with this, but I guess the issue there would also be that that people that vote don't care equally about it, whereas here, everybody is like has the same level of involvement and is actively thinking about. I'm really not familiar with it, so I cannot comment much. But I guess Daniel has a comment, or will you?
What's Daniel?
Daniel, yes, in Switzerland, if we come to a situation where a high number of options are there, I would just be very happy to deal with this problem, because having more than 2 or 3 candidates will already be something out of this world, I would say.
Thank you. Martin?
Yes, and Vinci, just a hypothetical question, because we all want the best for ESN, of course. Wouldn't it be possible to just prolong an A forever by just blocking the voting system with just giving one answer and leaving the rest out, which makes it easier than the current voting system where you have to give an answer?
I mean, Barbu is in Switzerland, so assuming that they would do this strategically, they can also do this now. They can give us an empty ballot. And I guess it just counts as abstain. I don't know. I mean, I didn't think about it, but they can do the same now by just giving us an empty ballot. It doesn't, we have to redo the vote.
Yes.
We would have to redo the vote forever, yes, but this is also the state of it now.
Action from Juan.
No, for the minutes, please.
Juan, yes, in Switzerland, just note to a question like, you ever had like 5 or 10 things on the same ballot? Or what's the most things that you've ever had to vote on in a single question in the NA?
The question of
I think someone who's in
13 positions before we actually have the current structure of the national level. So we had to vote also the board support positions. So 13, and that's, some time, but they were all on multiple pages.
But are we in Switzerland? I mean, I guess the comment is on whether you would have more applicants for the same position. And this is infinitely scalable. Like it doesn't.
Yeah, and that would be 4, as far as I know, 4 positions for one.
Reaction from Axel?
Yes, actually, ESN, ESN also, to reply to the last question that we had like a few years ago at NA Bern, 3 options for the transitional procedures. And there was a time and it was really complicated. So it was one of the things that happened. And I wanted to react to something else, but I forget since then, so I think it's not that important.
But we can Switzerland. So I've heard about the Bern thing. I know that, so this is currently made for when you have candidates, but it's called voting for multiple options. We get it could be extended to more. For example, when we have 3 different versions of an amendment and we have to decide on one, and then we rank the options of like the different options of the amendment or the new document. Yes, I see you.
Yeah, and actually, yes, and I just remember what I wanted to say. Before, whether like if a vote is under empty, it's considered invalid, but it's still considered as a vote because it has been underlined. But if they don't give the paper, then it will be blocking the NA because we don't receive the same number of votes.
Yes, I mean, but yes, and Switzerland, in any case, you, in order to be qualified to win, you need to be accepted by an absolute majority. This is like the criteria. It's not just the points. It's just that you meet at least 7 of 13 sections or whatever of how many sections are in quorum to actually want that candidate to win. It's not just the points, which this is meant to prevent, like a couple of sections really preferring one candidate and giving it a lot of points, and then the other ones not liking it, and then the candidate wins without actually having an absolute majority.
Thank you. Last question from Elena.
No. Elena is in Geneva. I just wanted to ask you if you're using this presentation for a practical application, and if yes, please ask for extra credits or points. Very fun.
Are we in Switzerland? No, I'm not using it for any extra credits or points. Unfortunately. But I did ask my professor about this, and he said that this is, I asked him and he said you have to use a board account method, which is this. I didn't ask him more because I didn't go to class that much, so I thought I'm showing up every time with like questions about the ESN voting procedure, but yes, I also discussed, no extra credits.
Thank you so much, Barbara, for your presentation and for everybody for asking questions. Before the OC announcement regarding lunch, Julia is just gonna speak very quickly. You can stay at your seat, just grab a mic.
It shows the slide. It's super quick. It's just to make sure that everybody has answered for the workshops. So this is the list. Sorry, see. So this is just the list of people who have replied that they would be attending the workshops. If anybody do not see their name and will be there tomorrow morning, please come to me and let me know, and I'm just going to add them to the list. And tomorrow before the workshop, you will know in which workshop and which room and everything you have to do.
Thank you, Julia. And now an announcement from the OC before lunch.
Hey guys, so after this intense first morning, we all deserve a break. So lunch will be served in the hallway. It will be a pasta salad. We will have 3 types.
you will have to queue. There is like some stuff on the wall when you see like which types of pasta you want. There is like one for the vegan and allergies, one for Parmesan and vegetables, and one with mozzarella and tomato. So, and if you want like list of ingredients for a salad or whatever, we have it. And also please for the forks are reusable, so do not throw them out. And there will be like a disposable stuff to put them.
And also, like, you can either eat like outside, there's spaces to go eat, like stairs or anything, or like if you want to eat inside, you can go to the cafeteria.
And on lunch issue, I will be sending a link in the announcements chats for tonight's social program. I would appreciate if all of you vote on all the departments that we added. It's a very serious voting, okay?
And then last announcement, question, the sugar cubes are out in the hallway, pens are there as well, so go and write it. It's all posted, yeah. Explain sugar cubes. Sugar cubes, for people who don't know, are envelopes on the wall, and basically you can write 3 things on it. It's like with post-its, it can be an inside joke or something preferably nice, but if you want, you can also. No, that's not true. So just nice things you can write on a post-it for someone, and then per person it's per section or international and the those kind of things.
Can we leave our stuff here, like computers?
Yes.
Thank you.
There's another. No.
I cannot shout. Does 1:30 still make sense to be back from lunch?
No, I was just gonna say I'm gonna update it and then send it in the announcement, but it's still gonna be 1 hour, 15 minutes for the picture, but I'm gonna send out the.
Okay, thank you.
Anja? Picture, where do we go? We come back here, we go out. The picture will be outside, just right there. There's like 3 steps where we'll be able to stand on, but I'm gonna send everything in.
Don't forget your flag, the colorful ones.
Don't forget your flag.
Oh, darn. No, these are 100.
Before moving on with the 2026-2027 action plan from the NBLA, we're just going to have a very quick announcement regarding a basket challenge from ESN.
Hello, right now I'm not representing the OC, I'm representing ESN Fribourg. We had ESN Basel's look for 3 months now. They couldn't do their first challenge, so now I'm giving them their second one. They will have time until tomorrow afternoon. And we decided that they should find a song that represents their section and create a very funny and amazing dance for it and show us their skills.
Thank you. So without further ado, I invite the NBLX to come to the front, please.
Hello, Eleanor. Hello. Hello, everyone.
Yes. Right? Are your speaking times equal approximately?
Our speaking time.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So you each have 8 minutes, and I'm gonna give you a 3-minute warning, then 1 minute, and then right off.
It's sorry, not presenting, so it's okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no idea. Hello everyone, Frank, he is in Switzerland, he's in FHW, and your president-elect. Small update on my health. My arm extends to this right now because I don't have it often. So yes. And you can drink half a beer or a Coke at this point. So, okay, but without further ado, the action plan. For the past couple of months or weeks, months, we've crafted an action plan for the mandates that are being filled by the NB elect at the moment. So yeah, without further ado, the action plan 2026-2027. So on governance, my part, one of the first goals that I want to do, kind of copying what the current NB is doing as well, to highlight our progress with the 3-year strategy and the rest of our action plan as well, through some structured sessions, preferably at NA1, NA2, and NA3. Basically, the only thing that I kind of added in here as well, to have a dedicated check-in session with the rest of the national board, proposed by January 2027, so half of the mandate, to see how everyone's doing, if there's any issues, and if we can help out each other to reach our goals, and also those in the 3-year strategy. So yeah, one of the other things that I want to continue on the national board and national level is to strengthen the efficiency of our meetings. Basically, for people that propose topics, I would like to encourage the national boards to evaluate those topics and see if anything can be delegated before actually being brought to a meeting. Basically, this allows for the meeting times to be a bit shorter, to leave more room for discussions on other topics that meet the rest of the boards. Like if it really is between two board positions, they could figure that out maybe offline already, and just follow up with us in writing or with a couple of sentences at the start of a meeting. This is relatively new as well, so I would also have the feedback of the national level and the national boards to see if this is effective or not, and if we should adapt this practice during the mandate. Another thing is the clarify leadership roles at national events. So basically by NA2, I would really like to introduce in-person session that allow for you as members that might be interested in joining the national level or national board, but you're not entirely sure yet, to ask questions, see how we're working, what our timelines are, how we combine our work, our studies, our private life, and all the work that we do for the national level. This could be, for instance, like a roundtable or Q&A panels. The format is quite open. I'm really hoping for your feedback as well in the upcoming months. So yeah, and basically it's to kind of see that there's a good stream of potential candidates, so all the positions are filled. That doesn't only go for national board, also for the national level, and to kind of make sure that people that are interested in their next step to kind of get that hurdle out of the way. Then the enhancing recognition certificates with micro-credential badges. This was proposed by Cyril from ZHAB, that basically we can upgrade our current recognition certificates with a micro-credential badge. You basically, just to say it really quickly and really shortly, and probably the technical details I don't have to a very elaborate IT extent, but basically you could tap your certificate. You can share it instantly on LinkedIn and add it to your profile as well. And you can even add it to your digital wallet, like Google Wallet, Samsung Wallet, whatever, which kind of adds to the validity of the certificate itself. And also for you, it's easier to actually highlight what you did during your work at ESN. Because if some recruiter, for instance, looks at the certificate, clicks it on LinkedIn, they see a direct overview of what you actually did and what your competencies are that you developed during your journey in ESN. We already had the first meeting with Agripin about this, and we're kind of trying to test this out over the next mandate. And if everything goes all right, then your next recognition certificates, so in a year, they will have the micro-credential badges, and then you can take your certificates to anywhere with you, even in the summer. If you go to Bali, you can whip it out of your wallet, show it to anyone on the beach. So I'm very excited for this. So yeah, another thing about recognition is national level recognition for local impact. A lot of NOs have comparable practices already, and Switzerland is kind of left out on this at the moment. And so basically, my plan for this is that by NA1 or Community Weekend 1 or both, and to organize kind of feedback sessions in the form of a workshop or a survey to gauge your perception on recognition from the national level on things that you do on the local level. Because, for instance, maybe you do a very interesting event or a fundraiser or something like that, which is extraordinary. And maybe your local board can say, like, that was really cool. But if your national level or your national board said, like, hey, actually, we want to put you in the spotlight for this, that might motivate you to also maybe join the national level. But actually to stay within the network, to be motivated by your recognition, and also to have other volunteers reach a little bit higher on this as well. My proposal is, after the feedback has been gathered on how this should look like, and your feedback is more than welcome here, we would launch it by NA2 in 2027. And basically, the sections would nominate 1 or 2 initiatives that really stood out in the times before it. And then the national board would select 1 or 2 projects to highlight and maybe give out their certificates that is different from the recognition certificates as well during the National Assembly. But then again, this is just a concept. It's really based on your feedback, what the end format would look like. And then basically continue this program after my mandate has ended as well. So the road to the secretariats, basically, if ESN Switzerland would go back into Erasmus+, it would kind of open the world for, would open us for some more grants for the secretariat as well. So basically, we would have to collaborate with business and finance to identify and see if we can apply a grant for a secretariat as well. And also, okay. So yeah, and basically also see an assessment from the national level and the national board on the specific of the secretariat as well. Why is it needed? What are the needs of us? And how does it benefit our network's growth in the end as well? And I really hope also based, if we get back in Erasmus, to kind of have an outline for a grant and then have something for your approval to vote on at NA3. So yeah, see you in a year on this. So yeah, that's my part. So yeah, thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to your questions.
Hello, everyone. I hope it's not too loud. It's fine. Okay.
It's a down arrow.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Hi, my name is Suruchi and I'm the new Barbu. Vice President for Governance. And yeah, basically I have 5 slides with 5 main targets condensed from the last year's action plans and the 3 years strategy. So basically working together with the section manager, and hopefully we will be able to elect the HR manager as well. Yeah, so I will just read the slides. Sorry. So first one is that we would like to publish a team responsibility matrix, which covers all the 3-year strategy goals, and we would segregate what responsibility would be assigned to who, the VPG, section manager, or the HR manager within the first 2 weeks of the mandate, and propose revised 3-year strategy subcategories on section care, national level HR, and the governance and community. And yeah, also think about the team size, or if we should have another board support position. Moving on, yeah, rebuilding and standardizing the community management across the national level. So we would survey the section's VPs and HR managers by the end of September 2026 and identify key shared topics that we could use throughout the mandate on the things that we should improve in the sections and how we can provide better support and care. And hold at least 4 VP and HR community calls throughout the mandate, and publish recap, which we can share to the sections within 5 working days of each call. Well, we are aiming to have section with visits, but yeah, if it's possible to do it online, 4 of those calls and 1 section visit to each section throughout the mandate. And yeah, also the plan is to develop 1-page community management guide with all the national level team leads by the first National Assembly. Yeah, conduct structured need-led section visits and be reliable point of contact. So the plan is, along with the section manager, to visit all of the sections at least once in the mandate. And yeah, so 13 in-person section visits. And to acknowledge section queries within 48 hours. And also to send a monthly digest to all the sections, which would outline what we're doing each month as national board. And yeah, build and distribute a transition toolkit for all local section boards. So the plan is to draft local onboarding guide and a transition checklist for outgoing board members, because I think on the local level, the knowledge is kind of distributed and not properly transitioned to the new boards. And to upload all toolkits to the digital knowledge archive. We have a sharing and caring folder, which could be updated with all kind of transitional documents, and to collect feedback from newly elected section boards in spring 2027 and publish the updated versions before the end of the mandate. Yes, and I think we already have this, so I would just like to build upon it, this section health tracker to enable proactive network support. So yeah, I would like to implement it at the beginning of the mandate and update it after every visit, or as I said, we would have 4 calls throughout the mandate. So after the calls and after the section visit, I would like to update it along with our support structures, and to present a network health overview to the national board once per semester, highlighting the sections that actually require targeted support. And also, maybe this is a bit of a negative point, but to also flag sections that have missed 2 or more consecutive NAs to the NV and proactively contact any section that has not confirmed their attendance for the next NA at least 3 weeks in advance. That was it. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Steve from Genève, stepping in the shoes of Daniel. So let's present for development. Okay, first of all, training and development, the big part. Moving away, moving away from for now from the spot Swiss pool of trainers, we move towards a Swiss pool of facilitators. So the first goal would be to present the SPOF. So at the National Assembly, this document will include membership criteria, expectation, and how the pool, so the pool of facilitators, will operate throughout the year. We would like to recruit at least 5 members by the end of the first semester and map their competencies and areas of expertise. Next, organize at least 2 online meetings per semester with the SPOF. We want to mobilize the pool members as facilitators for at least 3 national events during the mandate. Next, draft an agenda or workshop plans for each national events, including training, so outlining topics, facilitators, and target audiences of the national event at least 3 weeks before the event. Also conduct a needs assessment at each NA, community weekend, community meeting, through a short form or structured moment, and document findings to inform the following events content and make it as useful as possible. Next, based on this information and the needs assessment results from the previous years, as well as the data collected by the other national level members, create a draft or a training plan for the upcoming semester as well. Also, obviously, update the TSO archive within 2 weeks after each national training event throughout the mandate. Next, event management. We want to ensure all sections are registered and attend at least 1 National Assembly and 1 community weekend per year, through timely communication, and so direct follow-up when needed with the sections. We want to publish a national events calendar before the start of the academic year, and obviously update it through the mandate
as dates are confirmed for each event. Next, collect structured feedback after each community weekend, community meeting, Christian rally, national Erasmus games using a consistent format, so it's easier to use. Document at least 2 concrete improvements per event cycle, implemented on the basis of that feedback, and share them with the rest of our team within 1 month after each event. Formalize at least 1 intersectional or international event collaboration with another NO. During the mandate and building on context we initiated last year. Hold at least 1 dedicated call per semester with the local event managers. To share updates, gather needs, and maintain active engagement in the event manager community. Next, sustainability and connection. So we would like to publish at least 2 team activity issues per semester, sharing updates on the TNA activities, the international opportunities, and also good practices from the local sections for you. We want to promote the activities.esn.org platform among sections at least twice per semester as a tool for documenting and sharing event reports. We want to participate in at least 10 ESN international calls on TNA, ING, if there will be, and Acticom related topics throughout the mandate. We want to share key takeaways from international discussions with the team and where relevant with the broader network through team issues or national events moments, and hold at least 1 TNA team call per semester to update each other on projects and share key takeaways from other international discussions. Then empowerment, we want to deliver at least 3 workshops on ESN causes, topics at national events throughout the mandate, design the structure of a national mentorship program in consultation with the network, and present a proof of concept at the national event during the first semester. Also promote ESN Switzerland grant opportunities to section at least twice per semester through presentation and dedicated moments through the community meetings, national assemblies, with the internal project officer providing direct support to sections preparing the applications. Also organize at least 1 structured call per semester with section president or local project reference with a set agenda shared in advance to collect information and plan initiatives and identify at least 1 project per semester that could be developed into a national opportunity or an open role. Final innovation. Design the structure of a project incubator for ESN Switzerland and present a proof of concept at the national events during the mandate, gathering network input before any formal launch. Also build a clear and accessible master document per section, famous one, covering project development steps, grant application guidance, key deadlines, and the right context depending on the topic, so that sections have a single entry point for NL support, and also conduct a section project mapping during the mandate to identify planned local initiatives, potential national collaborations, and dates section want to protect, so that national planning supports rather than competes with local activity. Yes.
This feels very weird not standing up here talking about comms. So for next year, I'm actually presenting the international affairs action plan. So first off, this is very much based on my application, just putting it into action. So I want to strengthen the communication and transparency within the network. So first thing that I'm going to do over the summer is establish and then hopefully also maintain a timeline overview of all known international deadlines and like consultations and reporting requirements and everything, and communicate the relevant deadlines to the sections throughout the mandate. How exactly this is going to happen will be determined with the local representatives. I want to create and implement standardized templates for recurring international affairs, such as international guest invitations and things like that. So it can just basically be a copy paste for the future as well. And then lastly, I plan on disseminating key information and outcomes of international events, meetings, and discussions to the network within 2 weeks after each event. So this mainly goes for the General Assembly, of course, but should there ever be anything else, this would count for that as well. Then, as mentioned a bit earlier, I want to increase the awareness and participation in international opportunities because there are a lot.
So first, of course, is to promote the ESN opportunities mailing list to all sections at the beginning of each semester. So I think this might even be done a bit more often, but at least once per semester. Then I want to present the ESN international opportunities, the communities and support structures during at least one either national assembly or a dedicated local representative call where it actually will just be about that. And then lastly, I want to share the international opportunities and events and call for participants with the network at least once per month through established communication channels. So this is either going to be a newsletter to the whole network, maybe also just through the LRs, because I want to figure out with the community like what makes the most sense. Lastly would be to explore at least one collaboration with another national organization regarding the promotion or participation in one of their national events. Doesn't mean that I plan on organizing a national event with another national organization, but just explore the possibilities that we have for the future. Then, of course, deliver efficient and sustainable delegation management. So first up would be to create communication channels for the official Swiss delegations within 1 week of participant confirmation. So this goes again mainly for EGM, the Erasmus Generation Meeting, and the Western European platform that we have. Then I want to secure accommodation and major logistical arrangements at least 4 months before the event, whenever possible. So this goes again mainly for EGM. I've been looking for accommodation already. It might be done within the next month. And then I want to include at least one dedicated delegation bonding activity during each international event that we attended, like we did this year at EGM, where we all had dinner together one evening. I think that worked pretty well. Then lastly, I want to strengthen the local representative community. I think it's one of our most active and most valuable communities that we have. So I want to create and maintain a safe and accessible environment where LRs can provide feedback, raise concerns, and share ideas throughout the mandate. So this is supposed to be an ongoing collaboration thing. I want to encourage LRs to actively contribute to consultation discussions by actively including them in the presentation and exchanges during consultation calls, meaning I might bring back the way that Axel used to do consultations or explore new ways. So really make sure everyone gets super included. And then also I want to organize at least 2 physical community meetings during the mandate, because I saw communication is, in my opinion, the best thing to do. That's it.
Okay, so now for communication and IT. So looks like a lot, but again, it's split in 2. And we're gonna start by comms, on which I work with Seki, and then IT, which was mainly Rolly as the elected WPA. So first, of course, strengthening ESN Switzerland's visual identity and digital presence. This is, like, I guess, the basics of our comms. I think that worked well, is developing a semester-based calendar so that we can keep track of special dates, for example, Volunteer Day, things like that, to highlight the effort that you all do. And also, for example, ESN international projects, there's a lot of stuff that can be done. This also goes into the direction of diversifying and updating more content. Of course, we have to find ways, because it's always it can be complicated, also because we rely a lot right now on sections, but I think even through communication and maybe community meetings, we can talk about how to go on with that. And hot topic, try to find a way to highlight sections through, for example, section in the spotlight. So really find a way to make it work. And going for it, highlighting at least 3 sections per mandate. So we're starting slowly, but ideally it should work. Then foster sustainable and transparent communication across the network. This goes both within the team. So in this case, with the elected social media manager and elected WBA. We want to define clear responsibilities so that we are all on the same page, we're all updated, and we communicate with each other, avoiding misunderstandings or missed deadlines. And then we can consider together the possibility of opening more positions.
Also, I would like to establish regular collaboration touchpoints with other national level teams, because I think it can be nice to highlight, for example, the causes, or maybe communicate with the section manager to have some blogs about this. There's a lot that can be done. Establish and maintain contact with other NOs, for instance, web, because it's, I guess, closer, to learn from them and just exchange communication. And help, of course, local sections, NOCs, so providing them with templates, with help or clarifying points of the BIM that could be a bit misunderstood. Then improve accessibility and usefulness of information for exchange students. So we are done with the discount for exchange students for this year. Came a bit late, unfortunately, but there's always stuff that we can add or modify. So probably I'm gonna have to work on that as well. And I would like to work on a social media friendly version of that. So a bit like the too long didn't read version that you can find on Instagram and pin it and have it there for everybody to have. And help students who sometimes come to ESN Switzerland to find their local sections and find specific help they might need. Now onto the IT part. Here was mostly Rolly, because it's really not my field of expertise and we haven't done the transition yet. So for the maintenance and upholding of the current service, of course, we're not gonna change everything and for sure not at the start. So ideally we would start with an onboarding and handover of the current IT services and see also the known issues or recurrent issues that we might have and see how we can at least identify to then decide how to work on them. The creation and update of central documentation for IT processes. I mean, this is self-explanatory, I would say. Then regular contact with IT managers. This is something that I think is very nice also because not every section has webmasters or not everybody has the knowledge to do everything with it. And establishing the possibility of the necessity of a specific process to ask for IT support. This might not be needed, but it's still interesting to look into just to make sure that if it's the case, then we can try to have it as soon as possible. I'm sorry if it's a lot. You can blame Rolly on this. On data security and privacy, hence why it's a lot. Of course, there's the website has to be reviewed and a lot of problems have to be identified. This would also lead into the possibility of a FADP office role within the national level to take some burden out of him, and also to have a person that is really just looking into this and ensuring that data security and privacy are respected. Then strengthening the national digital presence and making content easier to upload. Again, also because not everybody has the knowledge to do complicated stuff, me included. The migration of local section email inboxes away from legacy systems, reviewing how that personal data is collected, stored, accessed, shared, deleted. So again, it's a lot. Reviewing account permissions, which is also very important to ensure that we don't have any complicated situations. And then the organization of at least one training session or workshop for local sections. So I guess this works into the whole community meeting sphere. Then AI and automaton implementation where they can help, because this could help save some time, both from national level as well as local section. And this would be ideally for low-risk tasks, again, going back to data protection, creating basic AI usage guidelines to avoid, again, having outbursts of data and sharing data that should not be on those platforms. Exploring the feasibility of a searchable internal knowledge base or retrieval-based documentation system. And lastly, piloting at least one small automaton or AI-supported workflow, again, to try to remove workload from us, I mean, also you, and make, ideally, everything a bit easier.
Thank you very much to the NBLX for presenting your action plan and also for being super efficient. So we're gonna move on with the Q&A. We are a tiny bit in advance, but we're still gonna try to keep it 25 minutes. So we're gonna open the speakers list. Please be concise with your questions. For now, we're gonna do 30 seconds for questions with a 15-second warning, and then 1 minute for answers with a 20-second warning. So let's go, and don't forget to state your name and section. Is anyone writing a question?
Is anyone not writing a question?
Valerie?
Hello, Valerie, ESN Brain. So, thank you. But first, thank you for this action plan. It's like really nice, and I have a bunch of questions, but they're not critical. So I really enjoyed it, and it's so nice. So at first, I have a question. You don't have any external representation goals for the president. I can believe that like probably in a previous action plan, because Agrippina was outside of Switzerland, so there was no like reason for external representation for the president. But right now you're going to be in Switzerland and you will have this opportunity to externally represent the ESN at different events. So I'll sum it up as quick as possible. Of course, I will be seen abroad, most likely also in Ukraine again, by the way. And yes, I know. I know. This is, I know. Your question left some things open for interpretation. But basically, this is a very hard question to answer at this time, also because of the possible rejoining of Switzerland in Erasmus+, and it will very much shift the agenda for external representation as well. If we would be accepted back into Erasmus+, which is relatively likely, let's hope as well, we would get more invitations for stuff as well. There would be more, for Switzerland, more reasons to go abroad in Europe as well. But it's very hard to really make a plan for this at this moment. Like, I'm also not excluding an amendment to this at a later stage, but it's really depending on what the upcoming half of the year will be.
Thank you. Next question from Daniel.
Yes, Daniel, yes, in Switzerland. This is for Frank or whoever wants to answer. You have a local initiative in your governance plan, like a local promotion initiative in your governance plan. Why is it in governance and not TNA? Isn't that redundancy with what Augustine proposes and also with Daniel's section in the spotlights?
Delegate this to someone else.
So I started the section in Estonia in Switzerland, so maybe just to give a bit more idea on the section in the spotlight that would be planned for the Instagram. So I think what Frank is saying is it's one initiative, one event, one thing that will be shown, and the section in the spotlight would highlight the whole section. So it would be about it behind the scenes in the section. So on this, those two things are completely separate. This is what I can say to that. The rest is all. Yeah, and if I can add, Tony, you said in Fribourg, Switzerland. What I also had in mind with the section in the spotlight, or again, things that go into highlighting the sections, is also not just that, but also finding other ways that we can use to highlight the sections. For example, at the last community meeting, we talked about maybe making like small competitions, things like that, that should be very easy. So shouldn't overlap too much with that.
I have one more comment for this.
Thank you. Yes, comment.
So basically, frankly, is in Switzerland. So yeah, basically for the part regarding governance, as I said, it's a concept. This can be delegated maybe to another part on the national board or national level as well, depending also on the needs from the network as a whole. So this is also not set in stone yet. Just as I highlighted in the presentation as well, it's a concept.
Thank you. Next question from Laurie.
Laurie, Lisa, Michelle, thank you for your presentations. Then I have a question for Augustin. How would you like each section to go through at least one community meetings? Because sometimes the dates are announced really late, and the problem is not that people don't want to go, but they are already booked.
Augustine is in Switzerland. Absolutely. So it will be announce them earlier if possible. And so obviously that goal is on us to make sure that you know in advance and make you come, make it attractive. It's not on the sections to be there, right? It's just for us to make it attractive and make sure that everyone can be there. So announce it earlier as much as possible.
Thank you very much. Next question from Leonie.
Leonie is in Switzerland. My question is to Augustine. So you mentioned that you want to implement a calendar for the annual events. This already exists right now, but it's not working. What do you plan to do differently?
So Augustine is in Geneva in Switzerland. Well, as soon as the transition is done, look at what didn't work with the calendar and see what would make it better. I mean, it's also just communicating with every section and just starting the calendar quite early.
For me, yes, in Switzerland, just maybe also on the reasoning on why it didn't work that well. First of all, it was the first year that we did it like that. And a lot of the changes also were because of events of ESN International that we learned later, or like we had to make guesses, which now has also been kind of taken care of because the international event calendar has also been introduced. So this combined with the fact that we didn't have a vice president for half of the mandate made it hard to actually keep up with all the tasks, because who was going to do it if we didn't have a VP? So now having two, this should be a lot more feasible.
Daniel, yes, in Switzerland, this is for Augustin. You plan on having a needs assessment for every event, and at the same time have the agenda of the contents 3 weeks before the event. But the needs assessment usually closes with the registration process that is done 2 weeks before the event. So how does the 2 and 3 weeks work?
That's a good question. Augustine is in Geneva in Switzerland. Well, probably see within the first the 3 weeks before what needs were already assessed. To be fair, of course, a lot of people sign up last moment and therefore put their needs at the last moment, so 2 weeks before. I'm sure we can adjust that and adjust the needs within maybe make a first plan 3 weeks before and then adjust it 2 weeks before the event.
Thank you. Before the next question from Axel, is anybody still happy to say it's Agrippine? If not, then I propose to close the speakers list. Is there any opposition? Then after Agrippine, the speakers list is closed. Axel?
So yes, I'm PFA is on that first. So my first question is to Soichi. So when you applied your application, you mentioned a lot of transparency, and you said you wanted to work a lot toward that, but I didn't really see any focus point on it on the action plan. So I was wondering if you had some planning regarding that and why it was not implemented in the action plan.
Suruchi, yes, in Zurich, yes, in Switzerland. Thank you, Axel, that you remembered my candidacy presentation and the transparency word especially. But if you look at the presentation carefully, I mentioned about the monthly digest, which means what the national board does in the month. It would be sent to the sections each month. So that's the foundation of transparency, but I would like to build upon it.
Thank you. Emilia, I think is it the question or?
No, it's feedback.
Okay. So feedback for.
Yes, in Geneva, yes. Augustine, yes, in Geneva, in Switzerland. Thank you, Julia, for the amazing goals.
Thank you. Okay, so question from Daniel to Augustin.
Yes, Daniel, yes, in Switzerland, Augustin, you mentioned that you want to share the key takeaways from the TNA calls and so on to everyone, but you don't say how you'll measure that a smart goal? How would you do it?
Probably for each goal, I have one thing that can be implemented or implemented in the future, and so have so not necessarily for each goal come back with one thing. Oh, we have to do that, but for each goal have something that could be implemented for us, either in this mandate if it's like that's really easy to do in that doable in that mandate, or put it in a for next mandate. So one per goal.
Thank you. Next, Julia, question to Frank.
Julia Gibson, sorry, from Switzerland. So it's actually similar to the question that Valerie did, but it's more specific to the recognition side. So you mentioned a lot of actions you would like to do from like inside of ESN. So I was wondering if you also plan on discussing these kind of topics outside of ESN to potential stakeholders or something.
Just for clarification, you're talking about the local impacts or like the national level recognition from local impact, right? Not the micro-credential recognition badges.
More in general of the recognition, like within ESN Switzerland and also international and other NOs, the topic of volunteering recognition and like engagement recognition is a big topic. You mentioned a few actions that you would like to put in place. I was wondering if in this big picture, you also consider like discussing with outside stakeholders.
Yes, I think I can answer your question. But it's a good one. It's a complicated one. It's a challenging one, but thank you. So basically, I have taken that into consideration as well. I don't want to start with the recognition certificates that we already have in place. Like that is something that I'm not touching. That is not changing at this point. Then again, this is also something that I want to discuss with the network as a whole. Like, is there a need for it? Like, do people from a local level really want feedback or basically anything that fits in with their with certain stakeholders or external parties as well? So this is depending on the feedback during this process, what I described before as well. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Thank you. The next question is from Emilia.
Emilia is an international. First of all, congratulations to all of you, because really it's a huge fact and looking really ambitious action plan, but I have no doubts that you can manage it. So good luck and fingers crossed, because ESN Switzerland will be in a different place if you really manage to do it all. And the question is to Agustin. You mentioned promotion of activities.org. What's the plan here? How do you want to go?
Agustin, yes, in Geneva, in Switzerland. Thank you for the question. I definitely can imagine incorporating it into one of the workshops that we could do at the event manager community meeting. Basically, if we do a workshop that's a part of organize some kind of specific event, we can just incorporate parts of activities.org that are that can be useful for that. So in terms of using resources or updating or creating an entry at the end of the event, something like that. So just incorporate it into a workshop of the event manager community meeting.
Thank you very much. Question from Hamza.
Before I ask, is it okay? Like, do I have to send it again?
No, I'm doing it.
Okay. Hamza is in Switzerland. Question to Domi. Do you have anyone interested in the board support positions currently? And will you be going with both positions or one? Thank you.
So Domi is in Switzerland. Potentially, yes, I would have someone interested in CLR officer, so Council of Local Representatives officer, LR community manager, basically, in short. Maybe, yeah. So there's someone that was interested, but they didn't manage for the last open call because of exams and just time constraints and everything. I mean, the mandate hasn't really started yet, so there was no pressure. So yeah, potentially, but I think I would stay with just the CLR officer and not the vice NR. Because as I've said before, I think the task description of the vice NR doesn't make that much sense, because most of the things that need to be done kind of have to be done by the national representative, just because it's based on signature or accesses or whatever. So I think having the CLR officer there with the task description kind of updated to support where needed, which is what I did for the last open call, makes more sense than having two positions. Also,
having like so many positions in a team that other NOs are all like killing is, yeah, that's why.
Thank you. The next question is from Access.
Yes, international. So my next question is to Tommy. So like since the 2 last years, we always had the same focus point about bringing a local member at the different games. And this year it has been removed from the action plan. So I was just wondering why.
So Tommy, yes, in Switzerland, the main reason I did it is not because I don't want local people at a General Assembly. However, I am not sure this should be a very big priority. Just based on the fact that, yes, it can be a valuable experience. At the same time, it can be very, very overwhelming for local members, first of all. Second of all, it also requires a lot of background information to be given by the national board that is present there. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. Like I was very happy to do it as well, but it's also seeing that most other NOs don't necessarily bring local members, and a lot of the things that are discussed are not always very relevant for local members. I am not 100% convinced that this should be the biggest priority. Like if people apply, have a good motivation, I'm still super happy to have local members there. It's just in my opinion, there can be more valuable things than bringing a local member to the GA. Except for Matteo was amazing, don't get me wrong. Like this is not what I'm trying to say, but that Matteo was great. But I just also, and talked to him about it as well, there are also negative things. So yes.
Thank you. The next question is from Valerie. Procedural from Barb.
Yeah, just please write the whole question because it's impossible to like take minutes off.
Reaction from Waldo.
I mean, okay, but like a sentence.
Valerie, yes, in your brain. So there is no, I know that you did not put them properly because there is no educational officer, but still you're president and you will be present, for example, at educational community meetings, the ESN International, and you did not mention like any educational goals in the action plan.
Yes, the reason for that is that we indeed don't have one at the moment, and I didn't want to overstep my boundaries on behalf of the rest of the board to add something in like this, waiting for an application. So that's kind of the long answer, the short answer on this.
Thank you. The next question is from Axel.
Axel, ESN International. Second question to Denis. So there is also like some points that are being removed about the external representation toward the network, typically into attending in the calls, proposing topics, or attending web calls. I was wondering why it was removed and what are your plans toward that? And how do you plan to involve also the other members of the NB?
So Dominique is in Switzerland. Very simple answer. The reason I didn't put it in the action plan is because for me, this is basic part of the task description. So there's no need to like parade that I'm going to do this because this is what I signed up for by applying as national representative. So that's why I didn't put it in because I will be doing it. And then to your question on how to involve the rest of the board, I mean, I hope they are already all very interested. They seem to be at least. And I would just be building up on that. I mean, I can't force anyone to go to calls, but from what I've seen and lived myself, they can also be quite entertaining and a really nice way to get into the network and get more knowledge. So I would just share my experiences. There's, in my opinion, not much more I can do on that.
Thank you. The next question is from Emilia.
Emilia, yes, international. I'm not sure if it's to Domi or to Agustin, so feel free to answer whoever has it in your more in portfolio. What is the future of Switzerland at international Erasmus games? Do you plan, don't plan? Do you see benefits or not? Or are there any risks for your NO here?
I will take the first part, then if you add Sodomi, yes, in Switzerland. I mean, as far as I know, we were there this year, we were present last year as well. We try to somehow always make it work. This year, shout out to Lugano for making it work. So I think if possible, we will keep on going. We will keep on organizing also the national Erasmus games. It's part of
of the calendar for us as well. I think it's a great event. I think everyone in the network agrees it has so much potential, and we're slowly getting there, I think, as well. So there's no big risks for ESN Switzerland, none that I can determine at least. And if somehow possible, we will keep on going to the international announcements because people seem to love it as well. And we get good content out of it, which is also great.
Okay. Reaction from Daniel.
Daniel, ESN Switzerland. I would also say that this depends on the sections because we need NOC each time, and each time it comes very late. So please start already considering, do you want to organize next national?
Next question from Valerie.
So Valerie, yes, any question to Domi. So Domi, where are you? How do you think ESN Switzerland is seen right now at the international level? So during J, international events, and what are your plan? How are you planning to represent ESN International? Well, yeah, it's seen by Hamza, but like, what is your plan?
Yes. So Domi is in Switzerland. I think like currently within the last year, it switched a lot to us being there, very vocal, very loud, having Axel and Arnaud there, asking a lot of questions and being very involved in that sense, to, well, Hamza's memes. First of all. No, so I think ESN Switzerland is still quite well represented in the international level. I think one of us, at least, me for a lot of events this mandate, show up at all the events. I think we are active whenever possible, try to be active whenever possible, or reactive at least. We have our opinions. We don't just go with the flow. We think of our own thoughts, have our own ideas. So I kind of want to maybe build on that for the future. Keep on representing wherever it is possible to represent. And I think I haven't been representing badly for the last year. So I plan on continuing that, basically.
Thank you very much. We have a reaction from Anya and then
Anya International Board, and also what absolutely helps is the fact that you have representatives on the international level. Axel, JCT, we have Arnaud in Educate team, we have Laura as the HR manager. Next year we will have Daniel, so this is next level, and this is how you should continue. And the fact that you were present there 2 years for IG also says a lot. So thank you very much.
I mean, yes, and international, I will just say that actually it was not only a question to Domi, probably, because what is very important is whole board is responsible for how ESN Switzerland is seen in the network. And for example, for me, it was mainly Daniel because it's my community. But I just would like to underline that it's super important that all of you actually represent ESN Switzerland whenever you go to the network.
Thank you. We have a question from Annie.
Our International Board. I just realized I spelled this wrongly. I hope it's not. There is my board. Yes, so I have a question. I'm very curious, why is the president the only one listed under the governance point, while you obviously have a vice president for governance? Don't you think that this is a bit limiting in some capacity?
First of all, I didn't even notice your typo. Second of all, sorry, Ephraim, ESN Switzerland, ESN HNW. Basically, since we only have VPG, VPD since about half a year, in this entire implementation and project, you kind of overlook things sometimes as well. This is, I think, with the handover in a year, we will alter that. I'm kind of sure about it as well. The only thing is that again, it's since half a year. Like, we're really trying to see how to implement and how to work with the new positions as well. And in this, we basically just decided to keep the precedent under governance. Okay, yes, comments?
I didn't see you went first, so I'm just gonna. Okay, comment from Barbara.
Yes. Oh, ESN Switzerland. So governance is split between president and vice president for governance right now. We haven't, Agri has been doing a lot of the tasks, and I think it's not very visible, but it's technically should be a task for both.
Thank you. What also
Name and section?
Yes, excellent. One thing that we could also add is that the action plan, actually the action plan of the board, even though it's not like one person like presenting it because it's more related to the portfolio, but basically if it's representation, as Emilia said, like all the boards included, and also like for the representation, if ever point is not available, someone else who attend an event. So like the action was really for the board, not for the position person group having the position.
Perfect. The next question is from Axel.
Axel, yes, my pleasure is international. Discussion is kind of waiver, but maybe a bit more Sorochi. So next year we'll have the ESN card digitalization where we are gonna start, and it's not only business and finance, but it's also like very related to some other topics such as membership and so on. So even if I understand that we don't have a treasury yet and it was not implemented in the business of finances, there is still some parts to be covered. So I was wondering why it has not been put there, why we will need to work on it quite soon.
Thank you, Suruchi ESN Zurich. For digitalization of ESN card, as I know, the prerequisites are to have a treasurer, which I know we don't have, but also to have the IT manager in the national board. And we don't have the IT manager in the national board. So I think it would have to be a collective agreement if we want that position to actually be in the national board. Only then we can be part of the digitalization of the ESN card.
Reaction from, I didn't hear was first. Laura. Laura, probably the same reaction.
Laura is an international. Actually, you will be part of this, but not in the first round, because in the first round, only NOs were taken that had the WPA in the board. But you will be in the second round, which actually starts next year, if I'm not mistaken, 26, 27. So it will come very soonish to you, that you have to take or bring a thought on this, actually.
Comment from Flavia? Okay, no comment from Flavia. Yes.
Yeah, I think it would be more relevant for Domi or.
Yes.
So Domi, yes, in Switzerland. The reason why it actually didn't happen is because first of all, the onboarding plan already was sent out, meaning we will be onboarded anyways. Now what we need from our side is also the treasurer to manage this with ESN card manager and everything. And knowing we knew that we were going to have an applicant for the treasurer, we have been knowing that for quite a while, meaning that we didn't see the need to actually include also all of which is also the practice that we didn't do in the past. But knowing that we are going to have someone that will probably take the lead on this, or hopefully we will have someone after this NA, we decided to not include any of this because like the first things are going to happen anyways, and otherwise we would have updated the action plan in the summer to this. So that's kind of why right now there's nothing yet, because there's no one to take the lead on this officially.
Thank you. Before the next question, we're going to shorten a bit the time to 20 seconds per question and 40 seconds for your answers. So please try to be concise and kind of be aware that I'm going to wave at you. Thank you. Flavia.
Yes, excellent. Question to everyone, but maybe more to Frank. In the action plan, there is no mention at all of Erasmus Plus. And if you type education, there is one time that education is written in the document, and it's only regarding communication with teams. Is it because it's aimed to be directed only to EYO, or you still plan to share education with people, hopefully EYO?
I mean, you kind of answered the question. Frank is in Switzerland, sorry. You kind of answered part of the question indeed already yourself. It's highly tied to EYO as well. And I would also like to highlight that right now, politically speaking, with Erasmus Plus, it's an extremely volatile situation. So to really make an entire plan for it for an upcoming year, it's really difficult as well, especially when there is no EYO. And this will probably be constructed during the summer as well if we have an EYO elected.
Thank you. The next question is from Marco.
Marco is a very international guest. I'm really curious, how do you
How do you plan to automate tasks if you also say that private data should not be given to the LLM? Do you have already some ideas?
Daniela is in Switzerland, so Fribourg. So again, as I said, the IT part was mostly done by Rolly. So again, because I'm not an expert in that, I think the idea is first seeing if this is a possibility, if there are like parts that can be automated, and if not, of course, then just I think not go for it. I guess Domi can also give more context.
I'm sorry, I didn't see who raised first.
So Domi is in Switzerland. I can also not answer the how. I mean, that is a wide known fact. But I would just like to add that Rolly is a cybersec major that takes cybersecurity extremely seriously, like painfully seriously. So this is not something that we need to worry about. He's, which is why I kind of, if you read his application, I bullied him into it apparently. No, but this is why I brought the topic up to him because he's really, this is what he excels at. And it's going to be annoying for us, but it's going to be great for the network. So we're covered on that part.
Just one last part. His whole house is smart. Hamza is in Switzerland. His whole house is smart, by the way. It's all run by farmers.
We have no second, please.
Sadly, as in Fribourg, just TPAs and everything related to the technology makes it very safe. It's just data anonymization and it is very protected. I trust this person without knowing it because it is what it is. This is a concern for big industries, so you don't have to worry about this part.
Thank you. The next question is from Barbie.
Barbu is in Switzerland. My question is for Suruchi, the new Barbu. You mentioned that you're considering potentially another HRN team member, and this was also one of my recommendations in the yearly reports. Do you have any concrete ideas for what?
Currently, oh, sorry, Suruchi is in Zurich. Currently, I'm not sure if we would need another person in the support structures, but I would, after the transition, probably I would like to see how the task load is, how we can actually divide it amongst me, HR manager, and the section manager, and then decide if we would need a new person in the support structures so we can better take care of the network.
Thank you. The next question is from Valerie.
Valerie, yes, any great. So I have a question about activities and causes. So right now, this is something what we see even at the ESN international level. So in different local sections, many events right now are more targeting parties, more and more. Like we checked with Pablo some data, and it's like rising trend. Meanwhile, events which are targeting education, their number is decreasing. Any plans of how it's changing? Because like we try to talk about education as much as possible in ESN. Meanwhile, local sections, not in ESN Switzerland, ESN International, are targeting parties more and more.
Augustine, ESN Genève is in Switzerland. Well, first of all, it's a good question. I have two parts. First, in the training events, targets a bit more what opportunities and what kind of events could be done on the education topic, as well as the other one is the project incubator, have the sections share what kind of projects they're working on or could be working on that is targeting education. And yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. The next question is from Anya.
It's okay. Anya, International Board. I'm curious, how did you align your action plan with the 3-year strategy, given that there are many parts in the 3-year strategy that you have, but you're missing in the action plan, or you did not take this into consideration?
Yes, and Genevieve and Sudan. Besides, there's some parts also that are building on what has been done in the plans, the previous action plans, and the previous plan points that were reached or not during previous mandates. So it's mostly aligned on it from my space, I felt. Yes.
And are you talking about
section?
Frankie in Switzerland?
Are you talking more specific about the entire 3-year strategy or only the parts that are missing because we don't have that position?
Education and youth, business and finance.
Yeah.
I can see from that.
Okay, yeah. The reason is because we didn't include this in the action plan because these positions are still open and we don't want to assign basically projects to potential candidates. This will be something that will be worked on during the summer and be presented at NA1 if those people are elected. Like I was clearing that out as well.
Can I have a clarification question? So at this
section.
I'm sorry. At the international board, so at this NA sections will vote for the action plan, and they will vote for the people. Then you will amend the action plan, and then we will vote again. Okay.
So the next question is democracy. Please remember to be concise with your questions and answers.
This is kind of to all of you. Do you think the community meetings should be organized independently by each community as it has been done so far? Or should it be more centralized? I don't mean necessarily to do them all together. I just mean that it should be organized by the national level altogether, or it should be separated by community.
So you mean separated by, let's say, communication, finance? Okay. Okay. Frank, he is in Switzerland, sorry. So basically in the last or this semester, we had a combined community meeting. For those of you who attended, it was, I think it was a good success. That was also the feedback from the network. And I think it also lies on the network, so on you again as well, to see if it makes sense to combine, for instance, let's say communication and event manager or communications, IT and events. So if there's a need for the network to combine this, then sure, we're open for it. If there's not, we can also do it completely separate. So it kind of depends on the network as well.
Dominis in Switzerland. I actually, having done both, like I've organized 3 community meetings, all of them were joint for communication because it's always communication and IT together. And I personally think that those are super, super valuable. It's also what's done on the international level. You usually have like 4 and then education somewhere else. But I think those are like really, really good. And I would personally want to push for them to keep being joint with as many communities as we can manage at that time. Because I think that this is the way for people to, first of all, network with the most people, meet the most people, and also have like cross-community ideas, because the communities all end up working together anyway. So in my humble opinion, I will try to push to have them next year. But this is just me. This is not the whole board.
Thank you. The next question is from Valerie.
Valerie, ESN Grain. So it's a question about EGM points. Do you plan to work on it during your mandate or no? Or do you like it?
Domi is in Switzerland. No, it's the best. EGM never has any drama. No, so I do think that the way it is currently handled in Switzerland is quite fair. There's a lot of things in place to ensure that it is as fair as possible. However, I do plan on at least like going through everything again, seeing where there can be improvements made. There were some improvements already over the last year after consultations that we did. There was an amendment at the last NA. So it is something that we continuously do work on. But just with EGM getting less and less spots every year, the tensions rise anyways. So it is unfortunately never a super positive topic to talk about. And there's always people that feel that it is not fair. So I do plan on like working on it, but I have no like concrete measures yet that say, okay, this is what I'm gonna do.
A reaction from Hamza?
Yeah, more like a suggestion. Hamza, yes, in Switzerland. I feel like at this point, every section is very capable, and I would suggest talking amongst you guys and the section manager to take the XG boost up, please. So.
Thank you. Next question again from Valerie.
Yes, and in Ukraine. So I really like this part about external representation and the different national assembly. I really like the part that
you told me privately or someone that you have some budget for board members to represent you outside. Do you plan also to do something to like maybe move part of this money like to members, but like official, not this? Because you told that it was done like.
So yes, in Switzerland, I have no plan to like fully officially move it. Also just because in the past years, from what I've seen, it has really been like a requirement or something that sections were necessarily interested in, based also on the fact that those opportunities weren't promoted that much. So for me, I think it's going to have to be a combination of both, like seeing does the interest actually grow, and if the interest grows, do we also need to adapt the financial support for it? Right now, I can't say yes, I can't say no, but it's something that I plan on developing based on the need of the network. We were not just going to allocate money for no one to use it at the end.
Reaction from Hamza?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Excel. Hamza, ESN Switzerland, sorry. Correct me if I'm wrong. If my knowledge is correct, every section has one person who can go to an external NA and get fully reimbursed. Yes, no?
No.
Okay.
The next question is again from Valerie.
Valerie, yes, any brain. So can you tell just a bit more like, okay, half a minute about national mentorship program? It's the first time I hear about it.
Yeah, Agustin Sangenelis in Switzerland. It's a pretty new idea. We would probably go as people, especially I was thinking about NAs, so people who, of course, you're with the section, but if you're a newbie and maybe have some mentorship from other experienced members from the section, could also increase intersection involvement. Yeah, it's still a pretty new idea, so not much more for now. We will. It's also a project to be developed with the internal project officer, who thankfully is a role filled. Thank you, Edward.
Thank you. Question from guess who? Valerie.
Celebrate. Sorry, it's question to the president, fine. So in your action plan, you have this evaluation efficiency of the meetings. Why is it like for you and not for HR, who I believe should be responsible for this? Because like president already had a lot of duties and responsibilities.
So in that case, I will refer upfront he is in Switzerland. I can't get used to it, so you get used to it as well. Okay. Basically, I don't fully disagree nor agree with that HR is fully responsible. I will refer back to my application for president as well. I have 6.5 years of management experience in my job, where I lead countless meetings, and 2.5 years as president in my local section, where I led the meetings as well. And I would like to have this professional knowledge kind of transferred to ESN on the national level. I do have to say that for the past half year, really saw a greater improvement in the meetings and the efficiency of it as well. Thank you, Barbu. And I would like to kind of continue this as well and put in my feedback on this as well. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is from Mark.
So yes, I'm Benjamin. Maybe it's me that I don't see the action plan, but there is a plan to adopt GAF for the NA, or this idea has been removed?
Suruchi and Zurich. Actually, me and Barbu, we were having a conversation about implementing the GA app for this NA, but due to an absence of an IT manager, we were not able to do so. And also now that we have this new point system that was proposed today, I think it will be decided, but I would let Dani or Domi comment on it more.
Go first.
Okay. We is in Switzerland, so we actually almost got it working with Jasper, but then we had an issue with like AWS, which is supposed to host it, and it didn't work out. But we really tried.
Reaction from Jasper.
Jasper is now on technical chair. Hopefully, if AWS gets back to the email account, you'll have it in like 2 days. Just the timing's really, really shitty.
Yes, Domi, yes, it's time to maybe actually answer your question. It is still very much a plan. And I think the reason it wasn't included anywhere is because we were supposed to have it done. So it wasn't a plan for the future. It was a closed plan that unfortunately 3 times we tried didn't work out for a number of different reasons. So that is why it is currently not in the action plan.
Thank you. Next question from Anya.
On international board, can you tell us a bit about how did you come up with this premise, with the action plan that you're proposing? Did you have any consultations, talk to the outgoing board? How did it come to life?
I will speak mostly on my Frank uses it. If you do meetings at my work, we have meant to do so. That's fine. But I will speak on behalf of my own part of the action plan for this, to be more specific. Basically, what I did is that I saw certain issues in the network before I applied as president. They are also part of my action plan and both of my application. I had a consultation with Jacqueline as well. Thank you very much. And of course, the 3-year strategy, which is a very good basis for the action plan as well. I sadly did not have a consultation with the president's community due to my own health, because for a good part of it, I couldn't use my left arm to actually type something. So yeah, if you want, this is just a reflection of my position. If you want, maybe a comment.
Obviously, ESN in Switzerland. Well, for my part, it was both consultation with the current BPD. It was also basing a lot on the 3-year strategy, and also for some parts of the action plan, consultation with my team. So yeah, they wrote actually the parts that were relevant to their mandate.
Thank you. Comment?
It's a clarification, but I don't know what to do. So clarification question. Okay. So you're saying that each of you wrote your individual action plan that you put in a document, and now is the action plan of the organization.
I mean, amongst the board, we of course discussed this as well, just as a clarification. Like we have as NB elect, and then we have also discussed this before we actually submitted this action plan. Like it's not that everyone writes for itself, it just does their thing and then copy paste done. No, we talk with each other as well.
Thank you. The last question is from Agrippine.
Yeah, sorry. Getting tired, sorry. So the question was Sushi. So our complaint was a request from the sections to receive a report from the HR difficulties, mainly because like these are quite, according to me, sensitive positions in the sections, where also because like the communities are serving as a safe place, for all the community members to bring any topics that they're dealing with in the sections and make like, some sensitive questions or topics. And so I was wondering like, why are you planning to do that? And also, sorry, like if you're thinking of taking like part of the outputs of the meeting to share with the sections.
Thank you. Suruchi ESN Zurich. So I personally attended, I think, 3 community meetings, and I got to meet a lot of people from the sections, newbies, and most of them don't have an idea of the scale on what ESN is on. So, and also, since I promised a lot of transparency, as Axel can vouch for it, I want the sections to know more about what's happening in the national board and how we are doing things, and if we are actually achieving the goals that we promised. I hope I answered the entire question.
So we have a reaction from Sylvia. Okay, okay.
Sylvia ESN Balso. Of course, this is big topics in the sections, and of course, not always we can put everything that we talk, but it's also for them to have a safe space with us, to have a place to talk, because sometimes they will maybe not have the answer and need this support. So it doesn't need to everything that we are reported if they are not agreeing to be reported. So yeah, but it's always good to talk in either way.
Thank you very much to the NB elect for presenting, and all of the network for asking your questions. It's very important. We just have, before the introduction to meet your family, just have a very quick reaction from Agrippine.
Yeah, sorry, I missed the deadline for the slide. So like it's really like a little clarification regarding the micro-credential. So I said that sections will be delivered as micro-credential like next year, but I just wanted to precise that this year will be a testing phase. So maybe it might only be ESN Binti who will receive it in that form. So I just like test how it works, and then maybe like depending if they go like super fast on the initiative, that all the sections might receive, but it's possible that only two groups that the rest of the sections are going to receive in that form, as well as the NO and structures. Just
Thank you very much. I'm passing the word to Daniel.
Thank you. So the next point in the agenda is the Meet Your Family. For the people that are not aware of what that is, it's a moment that you meet your family, the family you are attributed during the previous days by the OC. And the point is that you use that moment to get to know the other people. So you are out of your bubble a bit. Each family has a leader, and you know if you are the leader of the family. So I'll ask all the leaders to come up front. And the idea is that you will split and scatter a bit by family around the building, and you will just discuss whatever the family leader has prepared, but mostly is to get to know each other.
Just a small decision. So if there's no objection, we're just gonna do 30 minutes instead of 40.
Yeah.
And I saw someone had a comment, but I don't see them anymore. So I guess you're good to go.
So just that you know who is who, I'll just say the names of the family leaders, and you fixate the name of the new person, and then you go outside. So we have Charlotte.
I'm here. I'm standing for her.
Okay. So the butterflies go with Charlotte afterwards. Capucine with the family number 2 of Moth. I will not say the name. Claire with the family number 3. Walid over there with the 4. No. Frank.
Not here, but I'll take his place.
This will be Frank. For the family 5, Martin is over there for the 6th, Loris over there for the 7th, and finally Flavien for the number 8.
It's 6, 7, not that.
So yeah, spread it around. Benita will tell you when to come back.
Yes, so we're gonna do the meet your family and follow directly by the coffee break. So you have 30 minutes of meet your family, and then right after you can go to the coffee break for 15 minutes. So that means I'm asking you to be back and seated at 4:35, please. Thank you.
Butterflies, come here. I will take you to your leader.
Okay.
Oh,
It was not me.
Power of the voice.
Okay, can I start? Just to save time, because we also don't have a lot of it. So once again, hi everyone. I'm here to give a short, very short 2-minute presentation about the international board. Of course, you will not hear all the information here, but if you're interested, please do approach me. So who can tell me how many positions are there in the international board? You don't count. I want to see hands there. The Axel, no. New board, no. Tell me. I want to hear. 6. No, not 7. 6. And how many are field? Not 6.
Which mandate?
5. We are talking about the current international board. Who can name all of these people and their positions? Not the first row, not Axel, not new board. Yes, tell me. Bravo, bravo. Perfect. I was in SWEP. They said that Marco is an IT manager. Yes. What does the international board do? So basically, it's similar to the national board, but only on the international level. We are one of the statutory bodies. We are also in charge of fulfilling the 6-year strategy, all the strategic documents, leading the organization, but also representing externally the whole ESN, right? Not just the president, but all 5, in best case scenario, 6 board members. Where do we live? We live in the ESN house. Where is the ESN house? Brussels, Belgium, exactly. So if you ever need accommodation, hit us up. We might have a bed for you and you have free accommodation. Where do we work? ESN office. No, it's not the same place because we do not sleep at the same place. We work with our employees. It will not be a professional. So here's the ESN office in the Brussels. It's right across the commission. So if you're ever near, please ring the bell and you can have coffee or go to Grazie Mille, very good Italian restaurant. Yes. Okay, and this is the international board for next year. We have the full board finally. And just for the fun fact, you have a very nice trivia from one of the board members. So whoever can take a guess. When I was little, my dream was to work at the railway station and announce the trains. Who do you think from the new board said this? No? Marta, exactly. So the new communication manager has a very strong inclination towards trains. That's it from my side. Anything else? This was very, very short. Thank you.
Yes. Hello, I'm Jan. I'm here from Denmark, specifically from ESN DTU. DTU is the Danish Technical University. Okay, I was thinking for a long time what the national board does, and I couldn't figure it out. So I decided to focus on my section because stuff. We collaborate a lot with ESN Copenhagen because they're bigger and they have money. And our biggest achievement is the Denmark road trip, where we visit most of Denmark. You can see some creations from this edition. We do it twice a year. So we had a very special bus ride this edition where the window broke and someone said that they see the windmills better, which was very exciting. And then people kept forgetting stuff, so I didn't give them any bananas. Yeah. We also have sections in Aarhus and Odense, so they give us tours, which is cool. And that's a group photo where the 2 seas meet. It's the northern tip of Denmark. It was cold and rainy, as usual. Then we also love democracy, yay. We have elections in Denmark. The local ones, everyone can vote, everyone who lives there. So we do a workshop on democracy, how to vote, because you get a ballot that's about this big. And then you have to find the person that with a weird Danish name that matches what you stand for. And that's it. And reach out if you want. Cool.
Next is Lizzie.
Ah.
New angle.
Hello. This is me, Lizzie. I'm talking about ESN Estonia and ESN Tartu, which is my section, and also about myself. My section is the first section of ESN in Estonia, and it was established in the year 2000. And right now we have 30 active members, and 9 of them are board members. ESN Estonia, as a national organization, was established in 2011. And in the entire country, we get around 1,200 international students yearly. And Estonia, in general, is very known for digitalizing everything all the time. We have almost no paperwork. We have all of our identification devices. Everything is on our phone. We can vote all the way from Italy in 5 minutes. So there is literally absolutely no need for any printing anywhere ever. We don't have any hills, unfortunately. So that's a very big downside. And in the picture, you can see our delegation for EGM Ancona, part of our delegation. And this is me. I have a bachelor's in biology. I am the vice president of my section currently, and soon to be president of my section. In my everyday life, I do bar management. And then I also have a book club, a craft club. I have 2 cats and 60 dying plants. So contact me if you wish. You don't need to talk to anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Next up is Gueste.
Press the arrows.
You can do it. Oh, it's like you can just pretty soft type.
Hello. I'm Gueste, coming to you from Germany, from my little section, yes, I'm Ingolstadt. So Ingolstadt, you probably have never heard this city before. So here's a quick introduction. It's a city in Bavaria, so south of Germany, and we're around 1 hour away from Munich, so you can visualize. We actually have around 2 universities, which is a lot for such a small city, and around 150,000 people. So it's tiny, but we have ESN, and that's what makes the city amazing. Besides Audi, you probably have heard of Audi. That is the Audi city. That's why I'm there personally as well. And ESN Germany, it's a very big ESN country. I think it's the 2nd biggest ESN country right now. We have 46, but actually, since 1 month ago, 47 sections. In the map, they're not included yet, but with those dark blue sections in Bavaria, there's one that's just in the middle there, and that's Nuremberg. So a bit of information. We have right now around 63 members. For whatever reason, the semester has been going really great with recruiting, but don't be fooled. We maybe have 10 or 20 active members. So this is our main university. We have, let's say, around 40 Erasmus students every semester, but from my experience, I've met maybe around 10. So all of our events are mostly focused on international students who are full-time students. Sorry, oh, and the mascot, Pookie, little black panther, he is on my desk, you can meet him. And board members, very quick, because I'm actually not on the board. Some summer events, so we go to Adidas headquarters because they're very close. We do beach events, and we have this very cool area, Eagle Sound, where we can do any kind of event we want, given from university. We do international dinner, which is the only event per semester when we get around 80 participants. Everything else is around 15. And that is it. Thank you for accepting me to come to the CNA. This has been very, very interesting experience.
Thank you so much. And next up is Jan, also from.
Yeah, so first of all, I would like to just start off with the question, where am I even from? I am from ESN Darmstadt, which is in Germany, contrary to popular belief. It's written ESN Germany, but I'm not that active on the national level, so I can tell you something about Darmstadt. For example, on the picture, you can see recent achievement of Darmstadt. It's the Mathildenhöhe, which was actually named UNESCO World Heritage. So if you are into Art Nouveau, come visit Darmstadt. It's actually quite nice up there. It's not a picture just of our section, but it's from a city tour. It doesn't really reflect like all of the active members, but I think like still like a fourth of it were some of our members which also joined for the tour. Okay, one of the questions you probably ask yourself that where the hell even is Darmstadt in the first place? Just put it on the map. It can be found in the southwest region down here. And well, now you know where Darmstadt is, but the question is, what even is Darmstadt? What is Darmstadt even famous for? On the top left, you can already see our mascot and a missing butterfly, which is not properly shown. But for example, TU Darmstadt, the university where I studied at, is famous for one of the first universities having electrical engineering on the curriculum. You have a huge particle collider as well. Like it's not as big as in CERN, but yeah, it's a heavy ion research center, and it's also quite famous worldwide because they also discovered some new materials on the periodic table there. So, for example, Darmstadtium. And quite interestingly, Darmstadt is also quite famous for a company called Merck. And during the early 20th century, they were one of the largest sellers of cocaine. And on another side note, they also invented ecstasy. So, and quite interestingly, the European Space Operations Center is also in town. So, yeah, you never heard Darmstadt, we have a problem. There have been no movies yet made about it. And last but not least, on the bottom right, you can see our mascot, which is sadly absent today. It's Otter Mathilde. Last but not least, who am I? I'm in Cindy. I'm an active member of the section. I mainly am someone who loves to organize events, bring people together. So, for example, on top left, you can see me give a city tour, but in the section we also have like a hike, or we have some members organizing Finnish sits. And last but not least, why am I here? I'm here to meet some wonderful people of ESN Switzerland, because going forward, I plan to relocate here. So I want to network, get to know how ESN Switzerland works. And yeah, just to get to meet you amazing people. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up is Marco.
Okay, okay. I'm here. I'm Marco from ESN Italy, but I will present what I do for ESN International as AGM content team is one of the support structure of ESN. And that's it. Okay. We're taking care of the events and we're taking care of the EGMS project. So we are 6 volunteers that are taking care of EGM. And we're not managing only the last events. The event that next year will be in Wrocław. This year was in Split. But also we created that we can improve every year. And we are the link between international board, especially PPD, the organization committee, and also the participant and stakeholder involved. Okay. Basically, we are mainly related to the events, but also we care about how to improve and make possible that EGM will always be better years by years. Okay, this was this year. On 1st August, it will be new, and fun fact and technical chair will be one of you, Valdo. So also someone of you will maybe in the future next year also be there. Okay, the general chair was the one that taking care of ensure that there was a smooth collaboration between each member and make possible that the delegation leader participate and also see the event can work as better as possible. The program chair, it was like the one that taking care of the agenda. So if someone went in the EGM, was the one that sending a reminder to subscribe to the session, be able to have the best possible program and content wise, and also manage a team of 4 or 5 people, 6 people. And media project chair, there was Marta. Now it will be next year in the communication manager, but take care of the communication about all the brand of EGM, and also manage our people of the media team. We have me taking care of technical aspects of EGM app, ensure that all data or all aspects related to IT go smooth as possible, and also manage a team of 2 people. We have that the logistics chair that taking care of the logistics and EGM Explorer and whatever. We have also the external relations chair because it will be the right hand of the president of ESN International. That all, of course, there's a lot to do, and the ABAP can support to make possible that institutional partner, national agency, external speaker can meet the best. And the fun fact that we was the power engine of Anya, and we are the right hands of the international board, especially the VPD. So for EGM, we are the right hand of the board, and we try to make possible for the best. And that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marco, very much. And next up, we have Emilia.
Hi, my name is Emilia. Jan answered the question, why is he here? For me, the answer is super easy because of Daniel, and thank you very much for this opportunity. I had a pleasure to work on the international level with Daniel for two past years. So when he texted me to come here, I was like, okay, I have to. Now I have to. So who am I? I joined ESN in December 2021. I am originally from ESN Bari in Italy, so like super south of Italy. And I am currently for the second year training and activities community manager. But at the last GA, I was also elected the legal expert of ESN International. So right now, I would like to tell you something more about my job, about my tasks as the community manager. Could you remind me, because Anya already told you, how many board members do we have in international level? Perfect. And this is why we have also 6 community managers, because each board member has a respective community manager to manage their community for them. I am the one who is responsible for training and activities. So I am personally the community manager for Anya, but also Simona as president has Anna. Communication, there is Gonzalo, etc. You can see all of us over here. Training and activities, since you are mentioning it here quite often, I don't have to probably explain you. It's projects, events, training, causes, and social impact. So quite a big community. What do we do and why the community exists? Basically, communities are spaces for the different members to meet, to get to know people who do the same in different NOs. So if Daniel participates in activities of the community, he has opportunity to meet vice president for development and project managers of all of the national organizations of our network. We have opportunity to exchange the knowledge, experiences, and also to align with the strategy of ESN International. So not every NO is doing whatever they want, but we are actually one network going into one direction, doing something together. And of course, to connect in different ways. How do we do it? I would say some classics. So we have community calls. We have twice a year community meetings. I have some one-on-one calls, how the community members like to say. I'm also the main psychologist of VPDs and project managers, because very often one-on-one calls is like the list of everything that is not working. They want to cry, and then we finish the call and they go back to their NOs to continue work. Also, the community manager has a strict connection with the IB member. So this is how our international board knows what is happening in national organizations. And this is our job to keep international board updated with specific topics in the NOs. And of course, we cooperate with other community managers because each of us is only a part of the network. Only together we create a bigger picture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emilia, very much insight into the international communities. Next up is Katharina from ESN Luxembourg.
Hello. As mentioned, I'm from ESN Luxembourg. I'm the current partnership manager. First, a little bit about myself. I'll go the other way around. First about me, then about ESN. How it should be, I think. So I have lived in Luxembourg since 2021, but originally I am actually from Moscow, Russia. And most of my life, my studies, my work was in finance, economics, business, everything related to that. So it led to partnership management in ESN. Cool fact that I worked at the FIFA World Cup. If anyone is interested to know how it was amazing. I worked for a year and a half, 2 years before the FIFA World Cup. I worked with the press. I was there for the games. I met some football players. I'm not a football fan though, so maybe that was for the best. Now a little bit about ESN Luxembourg. So we are a very small country, so we have only one section. We're one section and no, which means that we do not have all the drama that you have between the sections, between the local and the national. And that we do at the same time, local, national, everything. We deal with international, everyone at the same time, basically. We have about 40 active members. Active is a big word, but we try. We're still not dying. We're doing better actually this semester. A few cool facts about Luxembourg. So first of all, I don't know if any of you knew about it, but all public transport in Luxembourg is free, completely in the whole country for everyone, which is amazing. I think it's the only country in the world. Also, despite the country being quite expensive to live, to eat, to drink, to party, the education is actually quite cheap. It's just 200, 400 euros per semester for everyone, non-EU included. That's partially why I moved there. And now a little bit about my ESN career. So as I mentioned, I moved in 2021 and I started my journey as just an Erasmus student. Then I joined ESN in 2022, became partnership manager in 2023, and the position is not letting me go. No one wants it, unfortunately. It's a cool position, but we're small. I've been to very many international events, as you can see, EGMs, webs, BSC community meetings, of course. I also did the content for the last one in Vilnius, which was cool. And this is my third national platform, National Assembly. I've been to the Belgian one last year, Dutch one this year, a few weeks ago. And I might say that I think this one is my favorite. Sorry, it's fun. So I know that Luxembourg is not super popular. No one has it on their list to go, I think, or very few people do. But I would suggest the weekend. Okay, I'm finishing. This is for you to know if you want to go to Luxembourg, when best to go. May, June, I would recommend for all the free concerts. We have One Republic coming for free and many other events. If you want to take a picture or you're interested, here you go. And just some contacts here. Luxembourg and me, if you're interested.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have two presentations for ESN.
Yeah. Hello. Oh, hey. Hello. Back here again. You all know me already from the presentation earlier. I'm gonna go over a little bit of things I already said. Presently is in Amsterdam, member manager is in the Netherlands of the executive board, and next year, or next mandate, the GA chair. 28, I'm from Amsterdam, actually homegrown, born and raised there, which is actually an oddity within ESN. And now with some hard carrying cats, not much take away.
So yeah, I'm new here. My name is Mark. I'm the current partnership manager of ESN Utrecht, first section of the network, by the way. Soon to be partnership manager of ESN NL. So another year in the code, so let's go. Yeah, really dating profile aspect. I like a bunch of different sports. Like football, golf, padel, and running. I'm only good at one of those things. Guess what? And top left picture is actually from maybe a bit controversial, but my favorite ESN event that I did this year, web in Lenk. It was amazing.
There we go.
Cool. So here's a lovely little picture of the MB that we have this year. We are going to go out of mandate as of July 1st. So we're counting down the days. And we just had a last MP and had a blast in our year. And now, because Marx is part of the next one.
This is the better looking new one. Kidding. Still looking for 2 members, so if anyone wants to like just to really compile treasurer and communication manager.
sign up, please.
Hey, you get some reimbursement for being on the board. Now a little bit about the national structure that we have there. We have the 4 statutory bodies. So we have the National Board, Supervising Audit Commission, which does the auditing and supervisory part of things. Council of Advice, which also set up a statutory body for us, which can give binding advice to us for an interesting concept. And the newly created General Meeting Chairing Team, which is based off of the actual concept of the GACT. So where we have a permanent chairing team that's there for the whole year to kind of help facilitate information flow throughout the NO. We have 11 board support structures, which we increased, I think, last year from 6 now to 11, and 5 national committees that support our work as well. Now we have, as you can see, updated 15 sections. 4 years ago, I believe, was the last time we actually have updated this number. Sadly, to an extent, we had to vote out ESN Haarlem 2 weeks ago. But good news, we also have a candidate section. So hopefully we'll balance it out. And actually, we have 3 other interested organizations wanting to join us. So hopefully, if Max or I come back next year, this number going to be higher than 16. A little bit of fact as well. We are where ESN as a section began. The idea was created in Ghent in Belgium, but in Utrecht, that's definitely where the first organization started in 1989. With also the first president of that section from Utrecht, being Desiree, being also the first international president. The combination of full-time and part-time boards. So if you want to ask some questions regarding that, you can come up to us and we'll explain that concept.
Okay, so now a little bit about the very first section is in Utrecht, as you can see. Good job, thank you, Augustin. So here's in Utrecht. We are, like I said, a proud first section of the network. We like to let people know that we are. Just kidding. We have 6 board members, all of them part-time, obviously, about 60 plus volunteers. And we welcome like 1,000 new students every year to Utrecht. And we're working with 4 different universities. So welcome weeks are always fun, always hectic, running from one place to the other, but it's amazing. Kind of stuff that we do, day trip parties, obviously career events, yada yada. You can read it from the screen. One of the events I want to highlight is our Dutch language course. It's our most popular event of the year, or like the reading event is like a 12-week course given by volunteers and teaching Dutch students beginner and intermediate level of Dutch. So it's really fun. Also, one of our biggest parties within the year is obviously King's Day, 27th of April, where we celebrate the birth of the King. Nationwide party, everyone dresses up in orange, and we just go partying all day in the streets. And something else I want to highlight is our upcoming next event, our very first MP, my first MP as national board, See Me Struggle. Also going to be our COPO, which we'll highlight in a bit, but it's the best student association tradition that we have in our country. Don't want to miss it. It's crazy. It's hectic.
Yeah, cool. So because we have a combined presentation, we have a little bit extra time. So we also want to highlight a little bit. Yeah, we have 5 minutes, right? We want to highlight a little bit what it's like to be a student in the Netherlands, because it is, as far as I've noticed within the network, to some degree quite unique. Because we have bikes, and a lot of people think about bikes and they go like, cool, sports, you go from not from A to B, but for us it really is A to B. We have actually more bikes than people. I'm gonna skip there. There we go. This is the interesting part. Student organizations really established part of the student life. So when you look at the different student cities within the Netherlands, you actually find hundreds of organizations that support every type of student that we have. Chess clubs, there's like 10 organizations for chess, for rowing, for every type of sport. And they've also been around for forever. So in 1815, that was the first time. Yes, I'm more prepared. And about the co what Max was just saying, that's our constitutional board. We're celebrating the new board where you basically go, get absolutely smashed, and you try to put us or steal members of the new board. Oh, yeah, and that's kind of what it looks like if you take a couple of pictures. Some of you may know Richard. He was far gone here.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Yes, and that's it. Any information you want to get from the national level, you can get here. From me, you can get there. And from Max, you can get there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And last but not least, we have
Oh my God. Okay, you didn't know I own that. Okay. I'm not only doing ESN Libre
like living in Lausanne doing some stuff. I'm also part of ESN International. And so it's presentation from last General Assembly because I didn't have time to make new one. So, but I'm going to be talking about ESN survey, what is it and why we are doing it. So I hope you as a sections share it national, not necessarily ESN survey when we ask you as ESN International to promote it. So basically what is ESN survey? It's a student-led research focused on mobility and Erasmus Plus program. So this is called this year edition, but it was like last year edition, so 15 edition, which was conducted last year. It was like almost 25 minutes to fill it fully. And it was available for multiple language to ensure accessibility for all students. So whom we were targeting exchange students. So, and we were not targeting only Erasmus Plus students, but also like trainees, ESC user opportunities, but also we're targeting international full degree students, Erasmus Mundus joint programs, and like just people who did their master or bachelor in foreign country. And also in this survey, we're targeting non-mobile students to understand motivation and barriers why students don't go for mobility. So what was special new edition, but I'm going to skip it. So it's graduate trick, it's going to skip it. So just some interesting information for you. So we collected 35 valid responses. So this is 35,000 students who like started filling, and almost 14,000 students filled it fully. And this is what we saw, in which countries students are going for their exchange. This is interesting information. We saw that, yeah, a lot of students go to Spain. Who would expect it? Nobody. So, yeah. So, and soon, so we published first our report. I think so. We are working on now a preliminary report, and we're going to be publish a full report, I think in the beginning of 2027. So please, when you were asked to share ESN survey, it was me behind who was like, please, I want more responses, I want to analyze data. So yes, thank you who shared it, and please share it next year. We're going to conduct one more survey again. Yeah, this is just people who are working on it. It was not only me, but these three amazing people. And there is also Simone who is supervising everything, and Simone who is really like ESN survey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valerie, and also thank you to all the international guests for giving your presentations. We unfortunately do not have a question round, but everybody, you have been hopefully throughout the day, and you are still very welcome to just go up to them and strike up a conversation. I'm sure they are super happy to answer all of your questions. Please. So before we move on to the candidacies, which I'm sure you're very excited for, we're just going to do a quick energizer to get us going again. So we're going to do step on the ground, but to get us warmed up, I'm going to invite ESN Vinti and ESN FHNB for a quick mascot challenge. That's right. That's the invitation to come in front and show the exact if you're ready to come to Let's go.
Yes, we're already happy that you're here. So
we need something. Okay, so I think I have something that belongs to ESN FHNW. So in order to get it back, you will perform in front of the whole network the lovely song Oli Miniantli in Swiss German. And for context, who of you does speak Swiss German? So this should be fun. And we have we don't want to hear this.
Yes, we want to hear
to be in the front. Can you maybe too much?
Oh. You can have to.
You're gonna have to leave. You have to follow up.
No, it's good.
Here. No. Guess not. Hello? Yeah. There you go. Whenever you're ready. Down. 2 seconds, 2 seconds. Yeah, can you go?
The first, yes, Maya, I'm gonna give you a warning at 2 minutes, 1 minute, and 20. You're done. Take the floor.
Yeah, hello everybody. I'm very happy to be applying for treasurer for the next mandate, hopefully. Yeah. Okay, again. But first, who am I? So my name is Maria, or actually Maria. I'm Swiss and Hungarian, and I was born and raised in Zurich suburbs, as Darius likes to call it. I'm 22 years old, and I study financial management at ZHW in Winterthur. I didn't get the chance to do an exchange yet, but when I was small, I went to school in Budapest as well as in Zurich suburbs. And yeah, three things I love is taking pictures, Sudoku, and I love to go to concerts. Yeah. My ESN journey started in ESN Winterthur in April 2024. Then after that, I was event manager in ESN Winterthur. And for the last mandate, I was and currently still am the co-president of ESN Winterthur. And yeah, I was also head of OC for NA1 last year. And during this time, I attended 2 webs, one EGM for NAs. Fun fact, the one I was head of OC for was my second ever NA. I also attended a lot of community weekends and community meetings, and I participated in 6 national events. And the picture is from Web Chalet, so Web Blank, which was, I think, the events that I had the most fun at. And yeah, I had the chance to meet a lot of lovely people from the network, and these people motivated me to take the next step and apply for the national board. So here I am. But why exactly national treasurer? So first of all, I'm really motivated to do something new that I didn't do in my local level yet. And it also matches my interest and my academic experience since I studied financial management. Yeah, and I also want to contribute more to the network and support the treasurers. It's also perfect timing for me to leave my local level and go national. And also, I mean, if you read my application, I think it's pretty clear that this is the perfect position for me since I've had so much to do with finance in my life so far. And I also really enjoy the strategic and financial side of ESN in general. And now let's talk about my plans for this position. First, some of my main goals, you can see them there. It's to improve the financial knowledge in ESN in Switzerland, develop financial tools and improve the existing ones and the templates. I want to strengthen the continuity and knowledge transfer between the treasurers, between their mandates, and also just with each other. And I want to have, my goal is to have a supportive community where they feel encouraged to talk about their issues to each other or also about their successes. And I also aim to explore new funding opportunities for ESN Switzerland, so like grants that we could apply for. Now, how do I plan to achieve them? First of all, I want to organize more finance-related workshops because I feel like it's missing a little bit right now. I don't remember when we had the last one where I was present. I feel that would make you all a little bit more comfortable with finance in general. Then I want to improve the refund templates. If it's possible, make it partially automated through some sort of forms. I know that there are a lot of questions about whether this is appropriate with like regulations and everything for data protection. I would have to get a better look into that. Then to help the treasurers have continuity in their mandate, I want to create a treasurer handbook, which would have all the information they need in one place, so in one document, instead of having to go look into different folders or look for the specific document they need on sharing is caring. Then to have a supportive community, I want to strengthen the communication between the sections. And as I mentioned before, encourage them to share best experiences. I also want to increase the amount of calls a little bit, if possible to 1 per month, maybe sometimes less. We never know what the current situation and need is of the community. And yeah, I also plan to have 2 community meetings to meet in person, talk about more treasure or just finance related topics. And for the ESN grants, I want to do effective research on which grants would fit ESN values. I mean, I didn't really have any plan right now for a specific grant because I didn't get the chance to look into it yet. And I also don't know if there is something going on the national level about talking about people with this grant. So I need to figure that out a bit more. And yeah, that would be a plan. Then, of course, I know that there are also a lot of different responsibilities that fall under the treasury. I would like to focus on these, like mention these. For the refunds, I mentioned implementing a new refund system, but that would also need me to actually do the refunds and have them organized in some way. I feel like it would be better to have it organized in a list of some kind instead of in the email inboxes, because I understand that that is really hard to manage and keep up with, and some things can get lost or just like slide down on the timeline. And then for ongoing projects, I want to support the national board with whatever ongoing projects we would have, hopefully, and also the local sections if they need help. Then I'm very excited to be working with Flavian if I get elected about the digitalization of the ESN card, which we will talk about tomorrow, and also with Rolly. And yeah, I mean, you all know the general bookkeeping task that the treasurer also has to do. And also I'm hoping for board support applications if I get elected, so that I also have a team to take care of, which I would also love to do. Then why should I be elected? Well, I love budgeting, I love accounting and finance in general. That's why I study it and have studied it for so long. I am confident that I have the relevant skills and experience for this position, even though I never had a local treasurer position. I think as co-president, as head of OC of NA1, I had to do a lot of financing tasks. And so there's no knowledge gap there, I would say. First, I will still learn a lot of new things, which is a given in any position that you're entering as a new challenge. And my focus is on bringing more structure, transparency, and accessibility to the financial side in specific of ESN Switzerland, which I feel like is a little bit tricky at the moment because you just don't know what's going on that much. And I am just generally really motivated to be part of the national board. I think it's an amazing thing that one can you to work in such a big team and to work on an entire organization, just the local section. So thank you for your attention and ready for your questions. Thank you very much, Maria, for your presentation. We're gonna proceed with the question round. Since we're a bit behind schedule, we're gonna try to be as concise as possible, also to respect the procedures preparing dinner for us. So please do 30 seconds for questions, and for now, 1 minute for answers. And if a question has been asked on Slack, you will be used. And don't forget to state your name. Thank you. And we will open the Slido infrastructure. The speakers list. Sorry.
Yeah. 2 seconds.
We have the first question from Leonie. Leonie, oh my God. Leonie, ESN Switzerland. Thank you so much for your amazing application and presentation. So my question is, how do you plan to continue all the partnerships that are in the developing phase without a partnership manager as of now, you don't have one, and the transition will be to you and not to a next partnership manager? Thank Maria Jessen Winterthur. Thank you for your question. I did think a little bit about this, but I didn't consider it that much yet. But I think I am pretty good at time management and just dealing with a lot of things going on. So I would, of course, focus on the developing partnerships as well and see what I can do to have them develop as soon as possible. So yeah. Thank you. And the next question is from Hamza.
Hamza, yes, Switzerland. Now you're very good with keeping a lot of things together and doing them. But coming from my position and just for my sanity, is there someone interested in the board support positions that you know of? And again, thank you for the application. Very proud of you. Thank you.
Maria Jessen Winterthur. I don't know if anybody's interested. No one reached out to me yet, but I mean, I think they all know that the board positions will open again. And I will be keeping an eye out for people who are interested in going to the national level and just try to convince them that it's an amazing thing to do. Thank you. The next question is from Waldo.
Yes, Waldo, ESN EPFL. So many sections have treasurers because it's a duty and not necessarily because people want to be treasurer, so that the association keeps existing. So some of them, I guess, do not all want to have more work beyond the one that they're not necessarily willing to do, but feel that they should do. And so having those monthly community calls as an extension, how would you deal with the concern of these sections, like not necessarily wanting an increase of workload?
Thank you for your question. Maria is Winterthur. I mean, I wouldn't have the community calls to be a must to attend for every treasurer. I feel like if they really don't want to attend a 1 hour call and they wouldn't take anything from it, then I mean, it's your time. You do with it what you want. I would certainly encourage everybody to just at least participate in a few of them, just to get to know the community better, see how other sections are doing things, if they can learn from that. But I mean, I can't tell for every treasurer what they should do. So it would be up to them if they join or not. But I have heard from other treasurers that they seek more calls.
which is why I prefer to give them the option to participate in these calls.
Elements in Geneva. I just want to comment on this because I think that we don't understand 100% that the treasurer and all of these like financial treasurer or other are actually member of a local board, and it's an important position. And it's not that because it does, very. I'm getting emotional here because for me it's very important. It's not just making budgets and doing all of this, but they need community. They need to do things. I don't know what we think about these things. I'm sorry, but it's just what she can answer, of course, is okay. We are volunteers. If we participate, we don't participate. It's our own time. It's totally fine. But we need to consider that treasurers are just part of the community, and it's important to have community managers, people that can teach, and all of this. I think it's super important.
Thank you. It was a comment. Before we continue, is anybody still typing a question? As far as I can see, no. So I'm gonna propose to close the speakers list. Is there any objection? Then the speakers list is closed. Thank you very much. And the next question is from Leonie.
Leonie is in Switzerland. So I have a pendant question, corresponding question to the other one. So as there's also no community manager right now, do we have any specific ideas aside from the calls to improve the community management?
Maria is an interviewer. Thank you for your question. Again, I do plan to open board support positions. So let's go into that, but it's I don't know if anybody would apply as community manager. If not, then I will of course have the regular calls that I mentioned. And in addition to that, I just generally would like to keep up with the people in the community just through text even. I just really want to make sure that everybody knows they can ask whatever they have, whatever questions they have in that community, and they are not supposed to feel dumb or stupid about asking questions about finance or about other topics they need, because it's not a taboo topic, as I also mentioned in my application. This should be talked about, and I just really want them to know that I will be there to answer them as soon as I get to it. Specific other plans about how to improve its management, I don't know. I think it will be a little bit different because I work in a different management style than, for example, you in the past year. So I think people just generally have to adapt to how I do things.
Thank you. Next and last question is from Axel.
Axel, yes, and good for encouragement. Thank you, first of all, for applying for a your application. And I was wondering if there is anything like on the current budget or the last amendments that there has been that you would have go in another direction. Basically, do you have some other strategic priorities?
Thank you for your question, Maria Sementitor. I have to be honest, because I am in my exam season, I didn't get the chance to look into the budget that deeply as I have wished for if I wouldn't be in my exam season. And therefore, I don't really have an idea on the spot what I would do differently. But I remember that when the budget was first introduced at NA1, that we did not necessarily agree with everything on the budget. So I do have ideas which would impact the budget, but I cannot say specific ones right now.
Thank you very much, Maria, for your presentation, and to everybody for asking their questions. I think we can give her a round of applause. Now let's go and call Lauren for her candidacy for Education and Youth Officer. Also a round of applause, please.
Yeah, 2 seconds. Could you just click here? It is 2 seconds. Yeah, you just click it. Yeah.
This is that.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So everyone, I'm really happy to be in front of the stage for my application of Education and Youth Officer. Again,
So if you don't remember who I am, well, last time I went the week. And I said before, I grew up in the Jura Bernois, so I speak French and I had to learn German. I'm at the end of my master in history of religion and medieval Scandinavia. So yes, as a hobby, I'm learning modern Icelandic. I'm also a French teacher in Zurich, where I'm currently living. And a lot of like facts are like, I own more than 650 books, and I love costumes. Just to show you. No.
Wait 2 seconds.
Yeah. So it could be, one is missing. It could be in Anais, in medieval fair with my family. You have a little hint of the costume for tonight. So yeah, I really enjoy that. Now about my ESN journey, I joined ESN Neuchâtel in September 2023. I was board support in the event team, then next year event manager, then last year, but still a little bit now, president, but I resigned from my position. But that was not enough. So I went for ESN Zurich as well, and I joined as an active member and office board support, and I was office manager for the last semester. About one picture is missing. Today is my 7th NA. I went as well to 2 committee weekends, 2 committee meetings. EGM Ancona, I was language auditor for GA last year, and I was also main chair of NA Lausanne 2. Now, a little bit about my plans of the position. So, I looked at the 3-year strategy of ESN Switzerland, and for education, it was advocacy and capacity building. Then I looked at the annual report that we talked about this morning, and there were 4 points that were suggested by ECD. It was internal education, external education, stakeholder relations, and advocacy. So I've tried for all the plans I presented in my application to put these on the side, and so you can just have a look at it. So the first point, obviously, Erasmus+. So we are in the end of the process, but we still don't know if it's going to be accepted. I mean, there is a big votation tomorrow, so we might be crying tomorrow. We'll see. So we still need to monitor Parliament decisions and maybe like have the newsletter as suggested by the LO of Political Domain, for example. But as well, we should start to prepare a section for it because it might be quite a lot of changes. So having a lot of discussion with President community. And we might have some new opportunities for the ESN network. We have to dig up and see what we could get. And maybe it would be nice to promote these opportunities. So like easy access to exchanges for students in Switzerland, for example, and we could do it maybe with Moletia. But if it passes, we pray for it. What next? Another point we could do is that we don't take care of outgoing students, so Swiss students going abroad. And I think it would be nice to actually create a program for them so they can know a little bit more about ESN. The idea is not to create something from scratch, is to use what we have already and just invite them to it. And I think a good point for that would be that we can promote ESN to outgoing students. Like a lot of people here are here because you went on an exchange and you wanted to continue in it. So that could be an easy way to get new members, actually. Another point that was quite often in the ear is mobility in school, because obviously mobility is not just for universities. So I think I would shrink it to high schools, because I mean, otherwise, look, you would never end. And also with control where we have already sections, so we have a point of contact. And the first thing would be to have a clear list of mobility programs in high school already existing, and then see with like others or maybe cantonal educations if they're promoting it or we could do to help. And it could be linked with new areas. For example, ESN Neuchâtel signed a new contract with a high school, and we have the new HOSSO convention that needs to be signed soon. Another point would be communication and visibility, because we have this position, but not that many people know what the position is doing, what is education about. So I think it's really important that we talk about it. And so that's actually the second point. The two LO education domain, education domain and political domain, spoke about creating newsletters, which could help really. We could have workshop, roundtables, social media. We could do a lot of things. We have to just to talk about it first. Also, it could go through President's Community because with the split of BPD, VPG, now President's Community is under EO. So that could help to actually go through that community. And also, a very important job of EO is as well representing ESN Switzerland in the education field. And so it would be nice if we could have proactive participation in all possible meetings we can attend. Then a little bit about the SPEC team, because there is a team as well. I think bi-monthly calls could be nice, just because we're not in the same city, so it would be hard to like work together. So like dispatch work, what is going on, having feedbacks, just plannings, etc. And also you can see up the two positions with people already and which part of my ideas they could work on. It's mostly the same things, just political domain is Erasmus Plus and institutional domain is outgoing students. Okay, so why am I applying now? So that's a little bit of my mental process. I'm at the end of my master and I'm going to take a gap year, but staying in Switzerland. I resigned from all the position I had in all the section I'm in. And then one job I really liked being president was working with IROs, so international relation offices, and I wanted to continue about it. And during the president meetings on January, I learned more about the SPEC team, and I was like, that's actually interesting. And when I changed last Sunday, I was like, oh, no one applied. It's free. So why not apply? And I really like learning new things, as proven by this picture. Actually, it was not because of the museum. It was just 4 classes of Norwegian students shouting in the museum. So that was a tiny bit annoying, but I really like learning new things. So I was like, that could be a challenge. And why me for this position? So actually, I was president, so I know about the president community. I know what we're talking about. I've already been in contact with others, and I know how to lead a team because I have my local board. About my studies, I'm a teacher. I know about education. And I've also been on several exchanges, even in high school, so I know how it could work. I'm a polyglot, and I'm not really afraid of using the languages I know. And my studies is all about reading complex stuff and abstract subjects and make it like easier for people to understand. So that could help as well. And then I know as well the reality of small and big stations. Neuchâtel is really small, Zurich is huge, but we don't have the same capacities, and I'm aware of it. And last thing, I'm very active in ESN already, and I'm very motivated to learn new things and to do more. So I would be really, really excited to do it. So that's it for my presentation. So tack för det. And if you have questions, I'm here.
Thank you, Lauren, for your presentation. We're going to open the speakers list. Please remember to be concise and state your name and section. Is anybody typing a question? While we wait for the actual questions on the presentation, you may answer it.
Okay. So about the week, I had to give it back. It's one of our member-in-law, and he needed it, so I couldn't keep it sadly.
Thank you. The next question we have is from Patricia.
Patricia ESN Neuchâtel. So looking at 3 years strategy of cities in Switzerland, there was a point talking about increasing mobility of Swiss students in rural regions. It was not mentioned in your application, but do you have some plans maybe for it?
So Lorraine, ESN Neuchâtel, Zurich. Indeed, there is one point in the 3-year strategy, and I want to take care of it, but I don't really know how to take care of it. That's a bit of a tricky thing, because usually people, I'm a student from rural regions. Like I come from a village where there's more cows than people. So it's hard, like, to know about what is possible or to get money. For example, I've fought for like 7 months to get a grant for my exchange in Zurich because I'm from Geneva, but not living there. So it's a bit chaotic. So I think we would have to speak with university to try to promote more of what is possible. And maybe it would be great creating a new grant for people like living in rural regions. That would be awesome, but I don't think it's possible. So I have to think more about it actually.
Thank you. The next question is from Julia.
Yeah, yes, in Zurich is in Switzerland. So since the question was asked on the other way, I'm going to answer it this way as well. So do you have a plan on how you would like to collaborate with the president of the application?
Lorraine, ESN Neuchâtel, Zurich, thank you for your question. So actually I wrote to Frank and I was like, do you have plans already? He was like, no. So I think we all have to just like chat and like have coffee or something and just talk about it, what we split. Even like person and community, technically it's under both. So like just see who takes care of what. So for now I just don't know.
Comment from Frank.
Small clarification, I did said no, also because I was busy with the action plan and this was a topic that was not coming into mind. So small clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is from Nika from INIL, but before is someone else typing besides Agati? Okay, so I'm just gonna wait. Nika.
Hi, Nika, ESN Uni Lausanne. Have you thought about contacting somebody from ESN Germany because they have this cool program for high schools and I think maybe also elementary schools for exchange called Europa macht Schule, and so that could be a good idea.
Thank you for your question, Lorraine, ESN Neuchâtel, Zurich. So actually, no, I have heard from Agrippine that there is a good. Oh no, that was another program. Sorry. I didn't know it existed, so I had to look into it, but that's really good to know actually. So thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody still typing? Is anyone besides Elena still typing? Then I propose to close. Okay, yes. Then after, okay, is it regarding the speakers list? You're regarding the Nika's question. Okay, so I'm just gonna close. So after Elena's 2 questions, I propose to close the speakers list. Is there any objection? No, then the speakers list is closed. Coming from anything? Mike, please.
Thank you. I've been here since Switzerland. I just wanted to stress out that there are some programs to which ESN to which Switzerland is not eligible to because like we're not part of our sisters, which like closed a lot of doors. But so I don't know if this program is relevant for us, but like it's really a great thing to look into that.
Thank you for your comments. The next question is from Matteo.
Matteo, ESN Zurich. You mentioned that next year you'll be on a gap year, and I was wondering what your plans were for your gap year. I mean, do you plan on traveling a lot or staying more at home, or what's the idea?
Thank you for the question. So Lorraine, ESN Zurich, ESN Neuchâtel. Actually, it was not planned to have a gap year. I was supposed to go to the pedagogical school. It did not happen. Not and mostly because I couldn't finish my master thesis on time because I was almost broke at the beginning of the year, so I had to find another job.
So the plan is mostly to get money from the States so it can work. So no, I'm not planning on going anywhere actually.
Also, we're delighted to have someone from ESN Zurich, Matteo ESN Zurich.
But
Wait.
is the
Response.
okay? Yes.
We're delighted to have someone from ESN Zurich applying for the NB.
Because that never
Who are you?
Next question from Waldo.
So it's gonna be a quick one. Which one is the best, Waldo ESN Capital, which one is the best book you'd recommend to us out of the 650?
Thank you for the question. Lauren ESN Zurich ESN Neuchâtel. I think it's a series, it's Passe Miroir from Davos, is a family name. I would highly recommend.
Thank you. Elena, are you done typing? Yeah. Next. Are you done? Okay. So, next question from Nika.
Nika ESN Lausanne. Sorry, I forgot to congratulate on your presentation. But thank you very much. Do you already have some ideas for board support positions?
Lauren ESN Zurich ESN Neuchâtel. Actually, 2 positions are already covered in the board support. I know it exists another one. It's like main chair of the spec team. I haven't really understood what it is exactly, so I have to look into it and see if it's still relevant. So, but as for now, no, I don't have any other ideas.
Thank you. Next question from Dummy.
Dominique, yes, Switzerland. Just like for clarification, because you kept on saying that you were resigning from your position, but I think the position just came to an end, right? It's not that you dropped everything. Okay.
Yeah, indeed. I didn't drop. It was like the end of the mandate and I didn't apply again for it. It's a mistake of language. Sorry.
Thank you. Next question from Axel. Oh, sorry, my bad. I didn't read it. So you can, yeah. He congratulates. Next question from
I can be here in Switzerland. Thank you, Lauren, for your presentation of your organization. So I would just like to ask if you could provide more like details on how you're planning to work on the program for the outgoing students. Like, who is that going to involve? Are you going to add a section to help with that, or are you going to organize a national events for those people? Like, how are you planning? What are you planning?
Thank you for the question. So Lauren is in Zurich, is in Neuchâtel. We tried to implement that in Neuchâtel this year. Didn't work because we asked the students after they came back from the exchange and they didn't know who we were, so they didn't come. So I think we should do before going on exchange, and usually ROs already have meetings for going on an exchange, and we could just ask ROs, can we come and make a presentation about what is ESN, and just be there and talk with them. And so after that, when they come back from the exchanges, we could say like, hey, do you remember us? Actually, we say, like, if you have the blues of coming back from the exchange, you could judge us. So I think that would be mostly the case. And I know that some sections don't have a lot of welcome days and stuff. So it would be a lot of quite like discussion with the presidents actually to see what is possible.
Thank you. The next question is from sorry, Colin.
It's my comment that is very ESN Geneva. No, it's my comment that is after because it's the same. I mean, it's relevant, so it doesn't make sense to ask it after.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same because it's an outgoing student. I just want to comment that I think it's very nice, and I think we discussed also this, that it's a very nice thing that you're proposing. I think it's very new, and I like when the people that apply for both positions bring something new that we actually never done. And it's so I just wanted to comment that I think it's important, and I think because we see always the exchange students, but we don't consider that also our students are going on exchange, and so we need to support the full network because we are not only Swiss network, we are international network. So I think that it's very, very important. But thank you for like putting this in your application.
And if I can comment on it, so I implemented it in Neuchâtel, so I had that idea before, but I have to thank Agripine for it because we talked about it during a call together, and she was the one who said like, no, but you should put it in your application actually. So thank you.
Thank you. So Elena, can I delete your phone? Yeah. Thank you. Next question from Julia.
Julia is in Zurich, is in Switzerland. I also didn't say it before, but congratulations on the application. Very well done. And I wanted to know if you had an idea on how we could better promote the ESN survey inside the Swiss network.
Lauren is in Zurich, is in the Neuchâtel. Actually, not really like that, because I know that students don't like to answer surveys. Like you do surveys for 40 students, you have to answer this. So I don't really know. Actually, I don't have a plan for that.
Thank you. The next question from Elena.
Yeah, Elena is in Geneva. So can you give a more concrete examples of workshop you would like to do, or do you think is needed? Because in your application you mentioned workshop on how like explaining the role of SWEC, which I don't see it as a workshop, in my opinion, and also I mean promote mobility, sure, very generic. I think it's but what will be actually a workshop if you have any?
Lauren is in Neuchâtel, is in Zurich. So actually, I don't have like concrete workshops yet because I haven't given any workshops yet. But I think first, like, it would be more like informative workshops that we would need, and it would be like for internal education, maybe, just to explain what is education, how could we implement it more in like section, how can you promote it to your students, to your members, also why mobility is a key part in your education, how can you talk about it with your IROs, how could you, yeah, that kind of things, I think. But I will have to go really around the idea to actually come up with a workshop idea more concretely.
Thank you. Last question from Elena as well.
Elena is in Geneva. And follow up with how will you assess then the needs within the community in collaboration at this point with the president? The needs of the in general for the workshops or any other things of the community, how will you assess this? What are your ideas?
Lauren is in Zurich, is in Neuchâtel. I'm not quite sure. I'm sorry that I understand your questions.
Whenever, I mean, since, I mean, what are the ideas of, I mean, if I give you the answers, it's a sort of like how we do needs assessment, what are options, I mean, in collaboration with the president, what I lost. How you do it to like within the community or within like to improve either for like more ideas for workshops or to have more ideas on projects, more ideas on things related to I'm leaving the answer now. Yes.
But I think I'm going to try to answer to the best of my capability, but I think it's mostly through talking. Like talking with the president, having the board meetings, talking with the SPEC team, talking with the presidents, having idea what they need, what they want, and actually trying to implement it. And it's going to go through a lot of calls and talking, I think. That would be the first step, and then see what we do with that.
Thank you very much, Lauren, for your presentation and your answers. Round of applause, please. Daniel, the stage is yours for your presentation for candidacy for advisory council. Round of applause.
They didn't have fun with it. Okay, let's go.
Hello everyone, it's me again. So I'm applying for advisory council, as you can see. Here too, the chapter in my life. So who I am? My name is Daniel. I'm 29 years old, born and raised in Fribourg, Geneva. My parents Portuguese, but I'm Swiss from 2 years now. And I'm the current vice president for development. What I do in life? I'm a psychologist and a neuroscientist. I'm doing a PhD in neuroscience, but I also teach to both bachelor's and master's students. Why would that fit as advisory council? I will not give all my story. I'll go directly for the position. I checked 2 ways, the requirements and the task description, so I can answer those points. First of all, there is a requirement that at least one member must have been in the NB, so check. And at least one member must attend the NAs and chair the board sport appointments, which are my objectives. And the advisory council must be aware of the annual plan. I just listened today to the presentation. And the 3-year strategy, I partially wrote it. So I kind of know them. About the tasks, all the part of the consultation for the national board, national level sections, I deleted in the next slides. But there's a part on monitoring the activity of ESN Switzerland, and basically is to stay informed of the actions of the national level. I think for that, you just need to be engaged, actually, like there. And ensure the compliance of ESN Switzerland with the standing orders and statutes. Well, I kind of know them by now, so I can kind of track them. It will also depend if we have procedural auditors, legal auditors, so it's everything that can be done with the positions that were created this year, even though they are empty. Finally, we already talked about the board support appointments and also having calls with the candidates for the national board positions. This is something I've been doing also in Geneva already, and I do have some experience now on how to do it. For the consultation part, I split it in the main domains of what the national board does, which is more or less the main domains of ESN in general. There is all the education and advocacy part. I was president of ESN Genève in 23-24. I was active in all the discussions with the HES, SO, all the deals that was put in place. So I'm kind of knowledgeable in that domain also. I have a strong relationship with my RO at the University of Geneva. I've been doing for 3 years workshops with her at EGM, so I kind of ready for that. But also I've been president outside of ESN in 2 different associations. So education, I'm kind of prepared. Training and activities, I don't even know if I should stop by that, but quickly, I was vice president for development, project manager before, health and well-being officer before. That's a position that doesn't exist anymore again. But locally, also established the project manager position back in the days, and I was event manager also over there. And I think these 2 people can say I was active in the TNA community meetings internationally. And since February, I became also an ESN Educate member, so active in the training part. HR and governance, I was local vice president. I've been doing a lot of that. I was the local vice president, so I have also this part. And I kind of was the substitute of the VP for a lot of tasks during the period we were lacking at the beginning of the year. And I think I helped Barbu with the onboarding that he had. You'll say better than me. And I've went through amended, reviewed a lot of amendments on our documents during this mandate. CPP, board restructuration. I think I have a good knowledge about our governance system. Treasury part. With the grant applications, I've been reviewing a lot of event budgets. I think by now I do know what is needed in a budget, so I can also help on that. And I was treasurer of Web Black Incidental, which was a bit lot of work. So treasury part, I've also swimmed a bit in that domain. For the international affairs, I said before, I was active in the TNA calls, but also in the web calls, and quite active also wherever we are discussing the General Assembly questions, discussions, and so on. And for next year, I'll be the web regional training coordinator. So I have a foot in the international level to have a big overview of international affairs. Finally, the last and the least this time, about the communication and the IT part. I do have some knowledge. I designed a visual campaign on mental health and did all the communication strategy around that. It was outside of ESN. It was a previous project. I mean, on that, Tommy is still there, so is it ever a bit of advisory consulting communication? She's there. So with all that, I think I do have some knowledge on the different topics for me to do consultation both to the national level, but also the sections. To be fully transparent to what I will be doing next year, so I already mentioned about the Web Regional Training Coordinator, which is in the mandate also part of advising the NOs So advising here, advising there, kind of a double work. But there will be a need to be very clear in which role I'm taking if there is some kind of dispute between the two opinions I could have as web RTC or advisory council. So I'll need to be transparent on that. In ESN Genève, I've been doing advisory council for 2 years by now. I was elected for a 3rd year, but this time I will have Augustin with me. It's 2 people in the position. And I think it also allows you to stay grounded. So the local realities, I think, will help me also to give advice to the sections by staying close to at least one of them on the day-to-day basis. This was me. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very much, Daniel, also for your efficiency. So we're going to open the speakers list. Please be concise. 30 seconds for questions and 1 minute answers.
Yes, thanks. Okay.
We have the first question from Domi.
So Domi is in Switzerland. I mean, I'm gonna congratulate you again, but we talked about it from the time. Love you, boo. Just very quickly, it sounds a bit harsh, not bad like that. Since you tend to be, I will say, rather opinionated person, how do you ensure that you stay objective and your personal opinions don't interfere no matter what the topic is? I get that, but also considering you might be alone in the position.
Thank you for your question. I think for that, the best way is to be transparent and say openly, this is my personal opinion, so you can take it, you can not take it, you can throw it away. I think the people from Geneva would be the best to answer if I'm doing correctly or not there. But my point is really that it's not my mandate anymore. So I will give you my opinion if I think I need to give that, and you'll take it or you'll not take it, but it's up to you, unless you are violating our documents.
Thank you very much. Next question from Barbu.
Fribourg, yes, in Switzerland. Thank you for applying. My question is very similar to Dominic's, but it's mostly like, you probably know the answers to all the decisions that the new board needs to make. So like, how do you like want to kind of advise them, but without, really kind of influencing the decision? Like how, yeah. How do you make sure that you give the new board space to make their own decisions?
Yes, as I was kind of saying right before, this will not be my mandate anymore. So it's also for them to make their own decisions, maybe their own errors, their own mistakes. I think it's a mistake, maybe it's not. And this will be their time to shine. So I'll be there to, okay, if you ask me, it depends on the topic. Some topics I will be like, if you ask me, I give you my opinion. If you don't ask me, I don't care, unless it's like a very important opinion. I'll be like, maybe take this in consideration, think with that. But I'm not governing for that.
Thank you very much. Next question from Laura, but before that, is anybody still typing? As far as I can see, no. Then I propose to close the speakers list. Is there any objection? Then the speakers list is closed. Laura.
Laura is an international. And to be honest, I'm not sure if I've ever seen someone who has 3 positions on all 3 different levels. But how do you want to make sure that each of them gets enough time? Well, because also the realities of each position are very different.
Exactly. I would say this is the point. The realities are very different, and by consequence, also the time management is really different from each other. I would say take this. I would say that, for example, at the local level, I have someone else to rely on. So this one, I can be there when I have time, and I can be like, okay, your time on this time to shine. I'll deal a bit with that. For the two others, local, national and international, it would all depend on time management. How do I schedule the calls? Do I need to be in some calls or not? I would say the web are the most important role because the others are advising while the web is doing. And this is two different ways of working. But I do think from the knowledge I've acquired for at least the two advisory positions, I know how much time this takes me. The web I will discover that I'm kind of, I don't fear that I won't have time. And I think the three combined will be less than the NB position. In any case.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And thank you also to you, dear seconds, for being super efficient. We kind of cut off the time. Now we're technically only nearly 20 minutes late, not accounting for the buffer, but that's what the buffer is for. So first of all, big round of applause to Daniel. And I'm going to give the mic to the OC for announcements.
Hello again. So we're currently going to get the food. Actually, we were considering some buffer time, but we'll be as fast as possible, and at least you're gonna all have hot food. Where we'll be serving in here, it's gonna be pizzas. There's gonna be vegan versions for whoever needs it. Okay. Thank you. So that is something. There's still some snacks around, so feel free to take as well as drinks. We have some beers at the bunker and some beers here as well. We're gonna put them out right now. For the social program, please be at the club around 8:30, max 9. To lure you in, just know that at 9 the football match starts. We kind of all want to see it, so be there, be square. And you have to say that. Oh, vote for the social program. You can come to New York Safety for fans if you didn't have them. And you have to say that.
Hi everyone. First of all, please fill out the link for the voting so we can give the awards tonight at the social program. And we have real awards for those people. The second thing, bunker will be open at 7 p.m. sharp. And then there will be staff shifts throughout the night like it was before. If you have any questions, you can come to me. And if you're checking in tonight, please come to me so I can take your names. Thank you very much.
Can we bring our luggage here tomorrow?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Feel free.
The question is for lunch, can we leave our stuff here or should we bring it back? Okay.
No, you can always leave everything. We're gonna lock at any time. So
Yes.
okay.
Yeah. Only Donnie and I have access to these rooms, so.
That's the way. You wanna ask?
Oh yes, also.
What's that?
Oh, yeah, perfect. Have it?
One. More than 1 second.
Not.
Fucking, lost my mouse. There it is.
Okay, so we just wanted to have the tiny moment to thank all the sponsors that helps us. We also wanted to put it for future NAs in case you want to reach out to some of them. We got very great deals, very great stuff, as goodies, as discounts and everything. So we really wanted to highlight that and have you all know about it. Thank you.
Thank you everyone, enjoy your meal, and please see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. sharp. Enjoy your dinner.